Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on what time zone from which you are joining us. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu with just 2 days remaining in Season 3 of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Coming to you once more from the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. Beautiful weekend day outside. A lot of players seem to be enjoying the top half of the day along with family and wives, girlfriends, maybe soaking up a little bit of sea. What we soaked up yesterday, though, was perhaps one of the most incredible final tables that we've had at a Triton Super High Roller Series, which is really saying something, and it puts a lot of pressure on these last few FTs that we've still got remaining here at this series to do better.
Well, yeah, it definitely was one of the best. It was the very best players you can think of, all in one spot, battling tooth and nail for every single chip. It was really a delight, and the whole heads-up and final table was amazing.
Now, perhaps some out there currently questioning what final table are we talking about. It was the $200,000, not main event, but biggest buy-in of the festival. And if you missed it, just take a look at how it played out. FT began with 9 players. Michael Watson with King-Queen suited would open. Matas Simbolas, who was fairly short-stacked coming in, would jam and leave himself 45,000 back, so they weren't on their backs, but Watson was well in front on a queen-high flop where he found the side card, and of course Simbolas's intentions when leaving 45 back were not to find a fold. And this was the very first hand of the FT. So right on the heels of the intro, Matas, the Lithuanian, collected $483,000 in a very short-lived stint. Then it was Malinowski. Remember that name. Ace-7 against Ace-10. Petrangelo, the jammer, and again, the dominated hand performed well. King-7 deuce board. Petrangelo hunting the 10, and instead, he would be showered in 8th. $661,000, but a title under his belt already in a turbo event here in Montenegro. Jason Kuhn hunting his 11th. Pocket 9s. Made it 225. Mateos with King-Queen suited with 3 bets of 500, and that's when Jaffe would play as a jam. The 9s would end up in the muck. Mateos would say, let's run it as the covering stack, and might the better hand perform as a winner? Finally, not on this board. Top pair for Mateos. Jaffe could hit the 10 for a better straight or the ace for a bigger pair, and instead, the river had other ideas. Jaffe out of there in 7th, $865,000. 6 remained. Kuhn again, an opener. This time with ace-5, and this time he knew it was all bad, as most of his chips were committed. Declarations of I got a bad one. And from bad to worse on a Jack-10-8 board. Malinowski's ace-jack would leave Jason drawing dead as he would wrap the table. Say good game and pick up the first of 6 7-figure payouts. $1.1 million went his way. Then bats. Ace-7 would find a way to the flop as Mateos had tricky things in mind. King 9-5. Bats held back a little bit, but never with the intention of doing anything other than trying to get there, which on the turn he was unable to, nor on the river. So Makita stuck on 5 titles, $1.4 million going his way, and of course El Conquistador beginning to surge. Here he found himself with Jack-5 against a spinning Mike Watson with King-7. Which looked good until that card. Mateos binking the jack on the turn, holding to the river. And Watson would be eliminated. 4th place, $1.75 million. He too already has collected a title here in Montenegro. Podium was sort but not set. Ace-3 against 9-4. Shaman O'Dwyer looking to summon some dark arts here to find a 6-outer. Had only $500,000 coming into this one, was just north of 3 big blinds and could not find a 9 or a 4 as his cleanouts left him with a dirty 3rd place finish. $2.15 million though try to keep the smile on his face. And it was an epic heads-up battle between Malinowski and Mateos. And on an 8-4-3 board, Victor would flop 2 pair against Mateos, who had top pair. Adrian would check call and then pick up a gutter on the turn. He would face another barrel and decided to play it as a jam for another $2.5 million. Victor was up in his range in terms of 2 pair. Any 5 or 6 for the winner, 4 for the chop instead. A 10 rolled off. And Mateos would pick up $3.3 million, while Malinowski would pick up the biggest cash of his career and the largest to be won here in Montenegro. Almost $4.8 million. He came in as the chip leader, Randy. Had a little hiccup early on. It looked like maybe it was just going to all come undone for him. Recovered, and I don't want to say coasted his way to victory because, you know, the march up to heads up was brisk. But then once he got heads up, the biggest speed bump here at this festival has to be El Conquistador Mateos.
It was. It did seem like, based on going into heads up, he was going to run away with it. He was a 3-1 chip leader, but El Conquistador, he had other plans on mind, right? He was eyeing the title. He was battling a lot, and there was this huge hand where they had the same exact stack, and Mateos had bet the flop minimum, overbet the turn, and jammed the river with stone cold bluff king deuce offsuit against
top 2 Jackson
top
nines.
2 pair of Malinowski. It was a Jack 9, 4, 3, 7. Backdoor hearts did get there, and Malinowski, we thought the tournament was going to be over. He was going to mull it over, call, see the good news. But no, he folded, and Mateos looked like he was going to win the tournament. But somehow Limitless just kind of maintained his composure and got right back into it and won it.
But it was a spot where he clicks call, and it is Adrian who is hoisting a title, perhaps, right? Okay, so
Well,
not
exactly. Other way around.
Jackson 9s were good.
It's okay, my friend. My friend's all right.
We're late in the festival. Don't want to overshadow, by the way, this performance from Mateos. Just look at that resume, Randy, coming into this one here in Montenegro.
Well, he did have 2 6th-place finishes, and Rast actually made a good point that he seems to get to our final tables, but isn't able to win the key all-ins. Is kind of what happened in those first 2 6th-place finishes. And then he won the 50K, was really on form there, really navigate that one really well. And then, of course, getting 2nd place. It looked like he was going to capture another title, but, you know, 2nd place is still a good result.
He is leading player of the festival here in Montenegro by 250 points, but not in contention for the Player of the Year race. More on that in a moment. Shaman O'Dwyer. Now, normally, one has to pay money to buy tickets to enjoy a sporting event. But for O'Dwyer, the approach seemed to be, we're going to pay you hundreds of thousands of dollars to hang back and watch some poker.
I mean, at least $1 million pay jump going from 9th all the way to 3rd, right? That was nice. Sometimes you visit the shaman shop and it says, just relax, meditate, and sit.
That's kind of what he did for the most part, taking nothing away from him because this is the order of business. We are trying to maximize our ROI, and if the ICM dictates that a little bit of refrain, a little bit of discipline is the best way to print, then Steve's prepared for the task. And so credit to him, by the way, for managing to accomplish what he did there. Of course, Jason Kuhn, Player of the Year, touched on it earlier. Now let's chew on it. He could have taken the lead over Danny Ting, who came in with the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award lead coming into Montenegro, had he finished 2nd or better. But, of course, the 6th-place finish means that Danny still retains a lead, but both of those guys are looking for points in what's going down here today. And that, of course, is day 2 of the $100,000 Pot Limit Omaha main event, the largest that we've ever held. First time we've done 100K up until this point. 50K was the biggest buy-in. And, of course, that means more points are available as those two are jockeying. Daniel DeVoris, though, not present. He was in 2nd, and I know we're both surprised at it.
I am surprised. Maybe he had somewhere else to be, unclear, but obviously Danny Tang will welcome that, given that the next, biggest contender there a little bit trailed down.
You know, sometimes we look at a leaderboard and we go, okay, well, this guy's not in contention because he doesn't play PLO. That is not the case when it comes to DeVoris. So unclear why it is that he wasn't in there. Maybe a day in the sun. Maybe he's just decided, Danny, you deserve it. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, Jason, of course, is fighting. And if we do take one peek at the Triton Poker Plus app to see some of the names that are out there, Danny, you can see him there in 9th. Phil Ivey, Ike Haxton, Chris Brewer, all are involved. None of them with the big stack, and who knows, maybe one of them get it going. Of course, Danny's the man who feels the pressure up top. The rest of those guys, maybe not so much so. Do want to point out, top 4 names, if you want another peek back, they may be less familiar. Why is that? Snipers. They came down strictly for the PLO, at least 20, I'm told, unique names that did not register any other events are out there circulating very shark-infested waters in terms of these 4-card streets.
You're right. You know, like they've always been wanting PLO on the schedule, and the snipers on the side were like, oh, am I really going to come out for like one event? And then we add a couple more.
Right.
And they start to show up the last stop. And now that we've doubled the biggest buy into 100K, they're like, all right, we're going to fly out from all over the world to come out and play. And like you said, about at least half of the field of the uniques are players who've never played a no-limit hold'em tournament at this stop. So they are here to kind of just take advantage, I suppose.
Some of them have never played a 2-card event, period, at a Triton. But you look back, and they've been to multiple festivals. Anytime there's 4-card, they're front and center. Total prize pool in this one, $8.3 million. And look up top. The champion is going to clear $2 million, 2.187, just shy of the world's biggest ever payout for a PLO event. So something to keep in mind. And I suspect as we get momentum going that we are going to perhaps eclipse that figure at some point here at a Triton. Only 14 places are going to get paid. Min cash is $152,000. Talked about the snipers up there. Talked about the fresh faces that are out there. But we've also got the Triton regs. And just because they play the 2-card streets doesn't mean that they're dusty in terms of their PLO game.
No, it doesn't. The thing is, that is why the snipers are coming out, though. Yes, the Triton regs that don't normally play PLO as their main profession is maybe not as surgically sound and technical as these players, but, you know, they know how to hold their own. They know how to approach it from a tournament point of view. A lot of the guys that come to play PLO specifically, they actually come from a cash game background, so they might not be able to apply the necessary ICM intricacies that you know, would give them the complete edge, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, these aren't fish. I mean, our Triton regs, you put cards in their hand in a poker game in tournament format, they're absolutely going to be able to navigate the waters well above average, even in a game that they've never played before, right? They tend to figure things out rather quickly, but many of them have played a considerable amount of PLO, and those that we've selected to come to the center stage here, just glimpse upon them. How can one overlook Phil Ivey? Anytime we stick him on the stream, numbers go way up. And on top of that, look who else we've got around him. Nemeth and Parsonen, Snipey, Tang, POY leader, and then you got Sean Winter there on 1.2 million, 60 bigs. He likes him some 4-card.
I've heard he likes the 4-card, right? He's clearly knows how to play tournaments just from Nolan background, but primarily plays a lot of PLO cash. So this is a stack featured table we got coming here. And like you mentioned, Elis Parson and Andrew Nemeth are guys who just showed up for PLO, and they're known to be like the cream of the crop.
Okay, so what's interesting about that is there's delegations in terms of the Hungarian force that Nemeth is a part of, and then Elis Parsonen from Finland. That flag flies tall in the PLO streets. A number of guys have come out from Finland specifically for this PLO. I would imagine a bit of a think tank in terms of, you know, we took the same flight. We were talking, you know, the game the whole way over, in between, on break. And then, of course, Nemeth, he's linked up with Laszlo Boitas, who is, you know, widely regarded as one of the best, perhaps one of the most winning Pot Limit Omaha players ever. So, you know, interesting to observe when you got that kind of camp behind you, how these guys are going to be navigating, and, of course, the dynamics when you're playing against people who aren't Pot Limit Omaha specialists. Tang, in particular, newer to the game.
Tang is not particularly a well-experienced PLO player, but he has done really well in PLO events. It's going to be interesting to watch how he navigates against the very best, and that's what's fun about the Triton stop.
Yeah, let's not forget that there is a $200,000 bill attached to that Ivan Liao Player of the Year award for Danny, so some definite overlay and implications. Let's get it down into the arena then for the start of day 2 here. There's our photographer, Joe, always at the ready. Kuhn and company settling in here. Just 15 bigs for Jason.
You know, Jason's one of those guys that can come out of nowhere and just steal the Player of the Year race.
And PLO is one of those games that can come out of nowhere and make you buy in 3, 4, even I've heard 5 bullets for some during the open period of registration. Here's a peek at Seth Davies.
Wait, look at the shades on that guy right next to him.
49, he's from the future. Taking a look.
Future PLO player.
Dylan Weissman there.
77 bigs. That's quite good for Weissman.
By the way, that is Thomas Ribeiro of Portugal there between Weissman and Davies. Ribeiro sitting with 63 big blinds.
I know that shirt. That's Isaac Haxton.
Of course. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If Haxton's got any leaks, it isn't going off at Dior. I'll tell you that. Leave that to us. And the VIPs who have influenced us. Brewer.
We talking about Ding Biao or something like that?
Ding Biao, I mean, what a closet on that guy. 34 bigs there beside Brewer. Brewer himself, 40 bigs. That was Grieco who had 26 bigs. Stand corrected. Ike sitting with just 12 bigs. Kronwitter of Germany also at that table, 75 bigs. Second biggest stack in the room.
Feature table time. Let's go, Ollie.
Sean Winner is the mayor. Danny Tang second. Parson in midfield. Then you got Nemeth and a relatively speaking short stacked Phil Ivey. 25 bigs. And Pot Limit Omaha is one of those games that if you're playing it in cash, it gets played deep stack.
Yes.
So trying to navigate sort of these 20-ish big blinds where you find yourself far more often in terms of hold'em, not necessarily cash, because obviously no limit hold'em gets played deeper than that in the cash equivalent as well, and so Pot Limit Omaha isn't differentiated in that respect, but it's just a much different experience, I would say, having to make the adjustment from cash to tournament.
I completely agree. It's different adjustments. Obviously, with the shorter stack, you can get chips in easier post-flop, so players will take different lines. And I think that's where the players who have a little bit of tournament experience have that extra, edge that could help, because we are approaching the money with just 25 remaining.
And Ivy is approaching the hijack with a 50K open. King, Queen, Jack, Jack, and
how much you started with?
Spades.
It's a pretty looking hand, although tri-suited.
Thanks. Yep.
I assume that mystery card is a 9 or a suited ace.
Nemeth coming along. Parson in with a suited ace and a couple of 5s. 2 spades on board. This is a bit of a problem for Ivy in terms of his flush draw being no good, but as we can see, the jacks should be best.
It is always hard, though, because you're playing against 2 players from the blinds who could easily have an 8 in their range. Having said that, Parsonen is the one that's going to try to wrap that 8.
The 6 dangler has connected. 5's blocking any straightiness that might be out there. And of course, the nut flush draw, perhaps the biggest component of this decision to lead. Ivy will flat, given a random 8 is a very real prospect for the big blind defense to hold.
I wonder what that other card is for him to be tanking. Or is that check raise?
My.
Is it
Could
like,
it be an 8 of clubs? No, 8 of clubs on board.
No, I know. 7 of clubs, I suppose? I'm not sure, Ollie.
Shouldn't be another 9.
It's not. It shouldn't be, no. But then again, flat it from the small. It's a mystery. What I do know is not a mystery is that Nemeth is putting a lot of heat on both Parson and Ivy. It's always crossing the back of your mind when it's a paired board and you're drawing to a flush, like how to navigate according to certain turns and rivers. Ivy. Most likely folding the best hand with those 2 jacks, but understandable given he's not drawing to a nutted flush. King on the turn, assuming that's going to blank out, and now Nemeth is going to just give up.
Now we have to assume this isn't an 8 nestled in there for Nemeth.
It's tricky for Parsonen because his pair of 6s often actually isn't good normally. But then he also doesn't want to inflate it and get the chips in, because if you look at their stacks, there's already 480 in the middle. They got slightly north of pot remaining.
We don't expect this to be a full house for Nemeth, and if it isn't, that means our spades are drawing live.
True.
And that might be encouraging this choice here from Parsonen, who suspects that maybe with some frequency that, as you mentioned, the 6, which isn't supposed to be, is indeed not good. But maybe we can clear Nemeth as we rep the hand that he unsuccessfully attempted to. Yeah.
Seems like Nemeth just went for it. Try to rep the 8.
You know what's interesting about that pot there? It really informs us with respect to how difficult things are going to be on anybody at this table. Because that's some go hard PLO right there.
Yeah, that was...
You know what I mean?
It was. It definitely was.
It's like Nemeth, in spite of a lead and a flat in front of him, took a hand and just decided, okay, I'm going to rep something. 'Cause I don't think trip 8s are ever in the bin there.
Big bluff,
And
Ellis?
then-
This
Yeah, look at Sean.
very big. How do you know? Always.
I don't know. It didn't seem like the best spot. But
What do you mean?
you found a way.
Winter.
If you don't have an 8, I mean,
Just good
you're
sniff.
crazy, man.
Yeah, both players didn't have an 8. That
By
was
the
a
way,
good hand of poker.
in case there's any confusion there, your crazy man when it comes to PLO is actually a bit of a compliment, if I'm not mistaken, by Sean there. You saw him kind of grinning, and I think he really appreciates that type of stuff because he doesn't mind getting into the weeds himself, and he comes from South Florida where there's so many talented pot limit Omaha players. Nemeth, button, made it 55.
Pocket 9s.
Ivy along.
Pocket 5.
Ace 10. Good for second pair
And
here.
fours?
Up against 6s in the nut flush draw. Sean continues to try to unpack Ellis's hand from a pot of go.
Yeah, we got a new hand going on, Winter. Nemeth hand is quite strong.
Announces pot.
Yeah, not much Ivy can do with middle pair, no redraws. You will see pot size C-bets more with these shallow stacks that they just play to raw equity the hand and try to just
Crazy guy
remove.
from Finland.
You call me crazy?
Hmm?
After that bluff? Is that
I was just
the bluff?
I was just checking if anyone has an 8. It's like a question, like a small question. I guess it's not a crazy bluff. It's like if you call without an 8 and bluff in turn, that's a crazier bluff. It's still behind.
5, 5, 7, 6. He's got to have at least. He might have had it better than 5s.
I had something like that. So. Kind of.
Guess we had the same hand then.
It's very.
It's like a,
It's very very sad if you have the same hand.
Cool to be able to listen in real time on the post-mortem. Anjo said this crazy guy from Finland.
I love how open they are about talking about the hands too. It's nice.
It's a bit more of a PLO thing. you know, because in some sense, players kind of know what's going on for the most part, and there are so many spots where the game just plays itself. The pot just plays out kind of in an automatic fashion, but leave it to these guys to find the unorthodox parts of the tree. 3 players to the Ace-King-5 board. Parsonen lent the button with this Jack-10-8-8. And Ivy with the wheel gutty. Top 2. Bet and take. I love tracking Phil's eyes. Just see what's he got.
You going to Vegas?
What's he got his attention on here?
Like the tax situation changed, so we cannot go anymore.
But the same here. You have to pay taxes out of here.
No, we don't. It's just the U.S.
Oh, it's only US.
Yeah, for like the 2 government. Yeah, so there's like a tax treaty, and they cancel it. But I'm kind of happy to just stay at home in the summer house too. Like
You live in Hungary?
Hungary, yeah.
I'm going to Budapest
Oh, really?
in like 3 days.
When?
Your wife
In like
is
3 days.
In 3 days?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, nice.
Your wife is from Budapest, right?
No,
From Romania.
Romania. Oh, yeah. Race 50 cents.
You ever been to Budapest, my friend?
I have indeed.
Cold.
Me too.
Really?
I got scammed.
Oh, no.
You know what happened? I went to
Did it involve a taxi?
I went to one of those exchange money shops,
Oh, no.
and this really well-dressed man came up to me while I was waiting in line and said, "Oh, you want to change money? Yeah, I'll change money with you." So we went outside the shop, and he was beating like the XE rate. I was like, "Wow, this is a good deal." And so we traded 100 euros, and then I was like, "Hey, Selena, let's trade more. We're not going to beat this." So he took us for $250, 250 euros, and then I went to go spend it later, and they were Belarusian rubles.
You bought a foreign currency that wasn't even associated with the country that you were in, Randy?
Yes.
You know,
It was the Belarusian rubles I purchased, by the way, was worth like pennies.
I got to tell you something.
Summer place, you know?
I respect the fact
Yeah.
that you would be willing to admit
Yeah,
that
we
story
bought it like 2 years ago. And it's like next to a
on
forest,
stream
next to a
because it
lake.
isn't a flattering one, but yet it is
Really nice.
entertaining. Lessons learned.
So
Just
fun.
wait in line, Randy.
Yeah,
Do it at the
and
XE
ask,
rate.
Ask for more.
Pretty good.
It's like the same.
Because
What,
Selena's like,
so
you know
you
what?
would've got
Like
50 cents
changing
instead
a
of
lot,
25
but
cents?
the normal European better.
When usually summer starts?
May, end of May. But like we have like crazy hot days sometimes in April, and then next day it's like
Today, yeah.
Crazy hot hand for Parsonen. Nemeth, by the way, advising that some sort of tax treaty that used to exist between Hungary and the United States appears to have been repealed or canceled, which is why it is that he, and I would imagine the rest of his Hungarian professional poker playing community, won't be coming down to the States for the World Series of Poker, which is around the corner. Many of our Triton regs will be down there grinding. Mostly those, I think, who call Vegas home, for the most part.
I expect to see Danny Tang there, though.
Yeah. In fact, I overheard the Malaysian guys talking about accommodations, what they had set up for themselves last year. Kiat and Danny were playing a bunch of events.
Oh,
Nemeth
heads up.
defense is big. 9-6-6-3. Dusty on the 10-3 deuce board.
Like 500 something.
I think 600.
Really good
Done.
texture for Parsonen.
Yeah, the ace is blocking some of the wheel wraps. Ace of clubs is relevant. Overpair is strong. Backdoor queen jack stuff.
Also hard for your opponent to hit 2 pair on this board.
Sure.
Does come in with half the pot. Nemeth's draw is pretty weak, especially with the pair of 6s in hand. He's got even less outs to kind of make 2 pair. Showed him 2 aces.
Kind of tight fold. By me.
Kind of tight fold, he says.
How was the sea? Cold? Ellis,
What's that?
you go in the sea?
Yeah.
Was it cold?
Yeah.
Probably was.
For me, it is. Those guys said it's warm. Man.
For a Finnish guy, it's cold.
Yeah.
What it's gonna be for
I
us?
hate cold water.
Look what he's wearing. He's always cold.
Yeah.
So Parson went in to swim in the sea and just put on his bathrobe.
It looks
And
like
straight to the
one of
tournament?
the most
have
absorbent
something?
garments anyone's ever worn at
I
a
went.
Triton.
It wasn't that cold. I did the cold shower. It's much colder.
The cold shower is pretty cold.
I am deeply alarmed, by the way, because I was thinking about jumping into the sea earlier, but if a Finn tells you the sea is cold down here far closer to the equator, we don't belong in that water. 'Cause these are, you know, the
water
polar
gets
plunge
decently cold
Insta
here.
videos,
Yeah,
that's
it's good, I like it.
that part of the world.
Jeju-
King
Jeju-
7-4.
Jeju, similar, maybe a little bit colder.
Yeah, I feel like I had a little
Well,
bit
just
more of
'cause
a shock.
My body comes out like redder.
You gotta run it for like 20 seconds.
I do. Yeah.
Got shots.
Run it, shave. After shave, go
Both
in.
parties. Pair of sevens. For Parson, he bets 30.
Parson just getting the best of Nemeth with position.
Do you cold shower every day?
Mhm.
Every day? You cold shower every day?
Not necessarily. I have been more often. It's like if I work out and I don't, then I keep sweating forever, like afterwards.
Do you still like get nervous before you go in?
Nervous
Like
for the
go in-
shower?
Yeah.
No.
I do.
Kind of looking
Nervous?
forward.
Nervous? You mean like
I
you
do.
don't enjoy it? Like you just
No, like when I like the first 30 seconds, you're like, I have to talk to myself. You know, I'm like,
It's the most annoying thing.
and then after 30 seconds, you're like, okay, I'm used to this.
It's
You know?
fucking.
It's
Right.
tough, but
you have a great life then.
You ever take a cold shower, Randy?
That sounds like torture, my friend.
It is. I'm not into it, but they say it's really good for you.
Yeah, but no, I don't want to.
I mean, if hot is available, I think I'm never choosing cold, but I've been in some spots where the hot wasn't available, and man, it's an unpleasant morning.
It's the fastest shower you ever take.
Yeah. Although I've done the cold plunge thing, like at Caesars, they got this bathhouse Roman style thing, and you go and they have like the hot, then the
Thank you.
lukewarm, and then the like cold plunge.
And
I was doing some last longer bets in the cold plunge. And
of course, there's bets going on. Otherwise, you wouldn't get in that. You're a man of relaxation, my friend.
yeah, man. And I got to tell you, my
I'll get you on break.
my man parts were not relaxed when I was down in there. There was retreat, rapid retreat.
Nick,
You go to it.
It's very nice visualization.
You didn't have to visualize it, Randy, but you know,
Yeah.
thanks for admitting.
Well, it's admitting. Yeah, it's
Pretty
show and tell
legendary
today.
summer.
It is.
I don't think people who don't know poker players know about it. Like in general, like how Finnish people are attached to their summer.
Yeah.
Like you just
But I mean,
always skip.
It's probably because of the difference between the winter and summer. It's like
yeah. No, I get it. I get it.
winter is the worst, and the summer is the best. Like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't spend my time in Spain in summer. It's too hot.
Yeah, it makes sense.
What's happening out here, Ollie? Haxton?
Pot in progress. This one was a raise from Martin Dahm. You see him screen right. to 60K. Haxton defended his big blind. The board reads deuce, deuce, 4 rainbow. 125K c-bet from Martin.
Well,
Haxton has just 95K back, so this is asking for all of it.
Yeah. And Haxton clearly doesn't have that great of a hand. The problem is he's got a lot of chips in there already. Let us see it. See a 4 for Haxton.
Okay. What else is cooking?
Picture.
Well, it's 8s for Martin Dom. And I think those 8s have held as Haxton decided that the 4 was what he was going to need. Joe Schwein apparently blogging it in real time. A little overdressed for the blogging.
Yeah, a little bit overdressed.
Martin Dom, another one of the snipers that have shown up strictly for the PLO.
Start your deal, because you're catching up one more hand. In the meantime, we're going to break your hand. We'll break a table.
Haxton's back. He's left something. Okay, he's eliminated again. He's walking away.
What he left behind was his stack, Randy. And there's no re-entry at this point, so a little rough.
A little catch up as we play another hand at the outer table. Looks like Brewer's first to act.
Dom in the big. Mucked around by Brewer and Greco to the button. Kronwitter plays it as a limp.
It's something you do see on PLO a lot more, is just button limping. It's not like they can just jam you off pre-flop. They can only pot it.
Ace 10-3, couple of hearts. Don't have RFID at this outer table. So we're left to speculate alongside those of you at home as to what's what. Action check to him, and Kronwitter does deliver 30K forward.
One more peek.
We're about to continue. Dealers, please deal.
Ball's on call.
Couple of crushers colliding here. Two-tone texture on the turn. Second check out of Dom. Kronwitter checking back. Looks like a wet river. 4 hearts. So the board now reads ace 3-10, ace 3 of hearts, 10-9 of clubs after the turn rolled off, and now that heart draw gets there along with the wheels filling in.
Yeah, deuce 5 in terms of wheel. More threatening is the front door hearts. They really are taking their time at this table. It's a 40K, it's about a block bet, quarter pot.
Dom obviously suggesting that he's got hearts. Kronwitter.
He's suggesting he's got bigger hearts?
Yeah. The interesting thing about it is on the ace-3-10, with ace-3 of hearts on board, for Kronwitter to be, yeah, I'm not sure what we're showing down here, but
Not flush.
yeah, was it the king-queen of hearts? It was, and what I was going to say is, for Dom to be a believer, he has to give Kronwitter credit for limping, you know, the suited king Broadway sort of stuff. And one would think that Kronwitter might have been a little bit more inclined to raise with that sort of hand on the button, but obviously tournament PLO plays a little bit differently, and these guys aren't the type who want to let you establish a pattern in your mind with regards to their ranges. Laszlo Bojtas, by the way, just made things a heck of a lot tougher here at the feature, as though they weren't tough enough.
Also part of the Hungarian delegation.
Yeah, he and Nemeth, very familiar with one another.
Nice hand for Ivy. 3-card rundown. Suited king. Big blind comes along. Laszlo. Oh, that's top set.
10-9-6 rainbow board. Gutter for Ivy. Goes check, check, and now Phil picks up a king-high heart draw to go with that gutter.
And there's already 130,000 in the middle. Ivy's got 380 back. Laszlo's going to often want to just charge all of the draws. Comes in big. 105K. It is a second nut flush draw. You do kind of want to draw to the nuts when possible. Ivy lays it down and preserves his stack. Obviously, some of his outs were tainted given Bojtas did have a set, so something to keep in mind.
9 of hearts specifically on that occasion. You know, it's interesting with Danny. I can remember when he was first playing the PLOs at Triton, you know, him telling me, I'm not a PLO player, I'm not a PLO player. And yet, he's such a quick study. And getting the opportunity to observe such strong PLO players and their navigations, I think really gives one a leg up in terms of osmosis and an accelerated learning curve.
Look, when you're a hungry player and you just want to be one of the best, you know, you've got resources to go to, and if you want to win the Ivanhoe Player of the Year race, you need to know how to play PLO.
Yeah, as well as short deck to give yourself
And he
a real
can.
chance. You know, when you first said that, I thought you meant Hungary, as in Hungarian.
Oh,
I was like, wait, what?
at least you didn't think about the buffet.
Danny's from Hong Kong. Buffet was dusty today, man. Really was. We deserve better today.
Well, I do want to touch up real briefly on Danny Tang's PLO results. Got a third and a second in Monte Carlo in PLO.
That's what I'm saying. He's figured a few things out.
Back to this flop. 8-4 deuce 2 hearts. Do see Elis betting with the gut shot.
Don't worry about what he's got, Randy. Just worry that the ace of hearts is quite relevant.
That's true. If it comes out heart on the turn, he can really just press and, you know, go blasting. And even his opponents had a flush. Like,
Do you have
they're
anything
not
on the
nutted.
board or
It's just one of those board textures where you don't anticipate any two pair to be out there and any one pair to be interested. And we're interested in hooking you up. If you haven't already, sign up for an account at GG Poker, the world's largest online poker room. Our official partners. Sign up code there, Triton_2024, will get you a free Global Millions ticket worth $50, minimum deposit of $20. And don't forget Rush and Cash Fridays also go down. And of course, it is the only place to play official Triton Super High Roller
Hold on, he does.
satellites.
And I'm sure you can play some PLO.
Like ace 2 shit, like ace 3.
Yeah.
Ace 2.
And some.
What was the other card?
Hold them, I never know.
You make me watch it.
You probably had me there. I think so.
Here comes Laszlo, limping the button, also known as Omaha for Rolls online. It's a pretty cool screen name.
I'm pretty sure he's ready to play anybody for rolls when it comes to pot limit Omaha, my friend.
I mean, he has, and he has collected rolls.
I want to say I heard a rumor of Laszlo playing as big as like 4,000 blind head up PLO. I mean, that's just stupefying. Trip deuces for Andras Nemeth. Involuntary participation here, courtesy of that open limp by Boitas. Action got checked around. Tang has hit a 10. Not sure that's going to get him all that curious. He does have the jack-high spades as well, however.
Yeah, I feel like the jack-high spades is pretty relevant for him. He's going to shoot up, but Nemeth has got trip deuces with that king kicker.
I wonder whether or not Danny's got a straight draw to go with that jack.
Ideally, you would want to be holding like a king or 9, of course. Additional outs are very important. Also blocks hands that can continue when you're holding those key cards, which is what you want to do in PLO. It's quite the thinking game. And Nemeth can safely raise this deuce to protect against 2 opponents. Kicker is quite good.
I think Danny's observed enough of these really top-tier PLO guys to know that raises in a situation such as this are sometimes just designed to say, I've got more of the deuce X as the big blind. Granted, it was limp pre and Danny's limp could contain some deuces, but to a lesser extent.
Yeah, it's just a random dangler pretty much to hit the deuce. Danny really needs a good draw for that mystery card to continue, so I assume it was just a random blank for him to fold.
Look at Danny, that intense scowl being shot over to the left. Just keeping an eye on Andras. Okay, buddy, I see you.
Watch it too.
Hmm?
You're gonna make me watch it too.
You're gonna make me what?
Watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't know
Look at the
why.
hand or? Oh, I thought.
Out there, yeah. I think it's 1 hour delay.
It's 1 hour.
Ages old. Yeah, ages old. They haven't even started.
Oh, okay.
The more I look at the blue hoodie, now granted the Finland motif
Well, you know,
is self-evident.
You know what you had. You love me. Yeah.
But if you told me that that man's gearing up to play water polo for the Finnish national team in Paris this summer, I would not be surprised, because that's the kind of thing I remember people on the swim team, water polo team, that's the kind of stuff they would always have to wear. You jump out of the pool, throw it on.
Yeah, except this one costs a lot more.
Maybe it costs a lot less. You don't know. That swim gear ain't cheap. I played water polo one time.
You know,
After they resuscitated me, I decided that I would not play it
the
again.
thing is, I'm almost embarrassed to say this. For some reason, I thought of Marco Polo. You know, water game. I don't really know what water polo is.
Marco Polo, Randy, significantly different game than water polo. Both played in a pool.
Yes.
You got that part
yes,
right.
Yes. Okay.
This pool contains 3 limpers once more. This time it was Danny with aces and a suit, by the way, that decided to under-rep his hand, and he is still in front on this queen-queen 8 board. But just note the equity for Ellis Parsonen, who's got the inside wrap and diamonds. And there are those diamonds. Now, note the relevance of not just the pair on board in terms of concerns potentially for Parsonen, who does check once more, but also the ace of diamonds for Danny. He checks once more. So taking a very passive line was Tang. In this one, thought for sure the button raise would seem cozy. I'm not sure that Parsonen was ready to give up the Jack 10, 9, 7, but in any case, with 2 checks out of Danny behind him, Ellis now feeling plenty comfortable enough to lead.
Tricky spot for Danny. Sees a 55K bet. Ellis betting to 2 players and doesn't even beat a naked queen, and he is going to lay down to 2 aces, so pretty much lost the minimum. Yeah, it was definitely interesting to me that he opted to limp the button with aces. Definitely not expected, because you don't normally see the players from the blinds kind of just raise it up after the button limp, given they play out of position throughout the rest of the hand, so it's rare that he ever gets to repot the hand, but perhaps he didn't like the 2 added cards to the 2 aces pre so much to raise.
If I make it 150 on the flop or 160, you fold, right? I think that's a valid. Yeah.
And on the other hand, when you have a full house,
Hmm?
on the other hand, when you have a full house, you probably don't want to make it too big.
Yeah, that's why the 60 is really good. Yeah, that's the problem.
Thus,
Nice play.
Nemeth and Parsonen still unpacking that pot we observed early on, where Ellis really demonstrated how far out on thin limbs he's willing to go in terms of the tree.
It's been a common theme, the button
You have one here?
limping.
Oh.
You know what? Ivy says no. Let's play for more. Ace, ace, 8, 4. Ivy just gonna take it down pretty nice. His aces weren't the best, so
Nope.
obviously that's a nice spot for him.
Look at this table. Sean Winner, Laszlo Boitas, Danny Tang, Andras Nemeth, Ellis Parson, and Phil Ivey. Now, early in my poker career, I seem to remember a concept by the name of game selection. Walk into the poker room and be sure that you're picking a game where there's some expected value. I gotta tell you, this is a game that if I walk into the poker room and I look at, I might run out of the poker room.
Yeah, I'm walking up to the table with my chips. I'm like, oh, you know what? I do have a dinner reservation right now. I'll be back tomorrow.
I just remembered that actually I got to take my mom to her book club reading tonight. I'm so sorry, guys. But you know, keep it locked. Maybe I'll come back after all of you are replaced by other players.
You come back tomorrow. Oh, you're here still,
Big
waiting for
blind.
me.
Do you think last stop was there?
Against you now. Against you, probably.
I know. You know everything.
he
I
goes
do.
after you.
the hardest. Even if he has a piece in
Two
like
spades,
something,
I'm calling.
he goes. He's not a friendly player at the table, even if he's your very good friend, which is very respectable, but it's very annoying.
A respectable, annoying player.
No, I mean like, I'm saying like, he's like even if we are friends, he goes after me very hard, which is very respectable from a like a poker point of view.
Well, he goes hard versus everyone.
Who?
Yeah, Laszlo.
Oh. Not anymore. I'm Triton. Much Triton.
It's tough to bluff for 30 years straight.
Laszlo trying to plant some seeds out there.
I'm just playing tighter, Danny.
He's like, I'm reformed, everyone. Relax. I'm not going as hard as I used to. Winter said it's tough to bluff for 30 years.
Uh-oh.
Not only does Boitas have kings in trouble with aces, but he's got the club coverage as well. And right after Nemeth talked about the fact that despite that they're friends, Boitas 3-betting immediate laughter. Timing couldn't be stranger.
Double paired suited king. It's quite the hand.
Is it 220?
One suited king. Problem is that suit is actually covered.
Yeah. There's so much more going into this particular decision and this pot than meets the eye in terms of all the history between these two. You heard Andras allude to it moments ago.
I feel like Nemeth knows that Boitas has got aces. He's just trying to see if he's got the right price to continue with double paired.
Calls the 150. Look at Boitas just licking his lips, looking over, just trying to see how much more Andras has left. Sub 1 SPR, 470 in the middle. To the flop we go. Biggest pot we've seen in a while, and an ace in the window. Top set for Boitas.
As good as it gets.
And yeah, Andras, all done. Disheartening to get snacked on like that,
No.
but
Next big blind, no.
at least
It's now,
it
so
wasn't a bloodier sort of board texture for the Kings.
Did you catch that, Ollie? Danny Tang was saying, is it the next big line?
Alright.
Move me, please.
No.
Give it a miss.
Super VIP. Me. They do it for you.
Danny won't be complaining.
They might move you to the chip leaders table.
Yeah, Danny's happy.
There's nowhere
get
to
out
go
of
but
here.
up if you're leaving this lineup here. It's just, how can you expect to go to a table that's going to be tougher than this one?
Oh, Juan.
What's wrong?
I'm sure.
It would have been real brutal if everyone was like, no, Danny, stay. Come on, bro. Don't go anywhere. We need you here. But like you said, in Monte Carlo, 2 final table finishes in PLO, a third and a second. Danny's got some things figured out in the 4-card streets, and he's got that Player of the Year award named after his late buddy Ivan Liao. You know how bad he wants it, and just a few events stand between this moment and the one in which he could potentially earn victory here in Season 3.
So because Danny has moved tables, that means that we're getting closer to the money. Just 20 remaining. Top 14
Wait,
pay.
be careful
So
when you watch your hand. I didn't see anything about it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
You saw his hand on the first hand?
You gotta, even that way is no good because
Yeah.
you look at it from the side like that,
Oh, okay.
you got to look at it like straightforward, like yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That's
better.
that's very, yeah.
The side is
Okay.
spots.
Thank you.
Is that 100?
Yeah.
So some advice being rendered with regards to how to take a peek at your cards so as to run the lowest risk of potentially inadvertently giving an opponent a glimpse. We can't unsee what we've seen, even if we didn't intend to.
Yeah, and Ivy knows a thing or two about live poker, how to look
Yeah.
at your hand.
Sure.
Gave that advice. 170K pot from Nemeth with his pair and nut flush draw. Parson can continue, right? He's stone cold coin flip.
Top pair, top kicker, gut shot.
Doesn't have backdoor spades or a heart draw.
This one was a raise to 70,000 by Parsonen up front. Nemeth defends and then pots into him. He will make the call, and now obviously Andras has some concerns about potentially being up against an overpair. Especially given he blocks the nut flush draw. So we take that off the board. Now trip jacks for Parsonen.
Trip jacks with the nut kicker going to snap, get in there.
Jack.
Well, it was Nemeth who announced all in. He was never in a good way. Now here he is, all in for his PLO main event life here, in need of a clean heart. $790 in the middle. Can Nemeth find it and march on? No. Parsonen ends up with a jack high straight. And that'll do it for Andras. Only 14 players are going to get paid in this one. At present, 20 remain.
Well, the PLO field just got a little bit softer with the elimination.
Yeah, not soft, just a little bit softer.
I think I had 3 hearts.
softer.
So you were in. He had 3
Well,
hearts.
I had 1 heart at least. Oh, yeah.
To have players Winter announcing after the post-mortem that he had hearts.
No, not too.
You asked him and you were saying no before he even.
Sean Winter giving his hand a workout before he puts it into the hook.
King, Queen, 7-5, pretty much just playing the position on the button.
Boitas ain't scared.
No, this is kind of like 2 hold'em hands. You just merge them together a bit.
And note, by the way, that Nemeth busting in what would have been the small blind this hand means it was just Parsonen's big to get through for Laszlo.
Parsonen does have a pair of 3s. Other card unknown.
Laszlo has air, but he also has the sense that versus the 60K open, Parsonen's not supposed to be in this neighborhood.
Yeah, whenever you see the 3 and the deuce, you can kind of reduce a lot of your opponent's check call range. He sized up a bit on the flop and he gets down the best hand. Nicely done. And that's just being aware how in PLO, like, if your opponent doesn't have a decent draw, they really can't even continue with a pair. Unlike Norman Hold'em, where you never expect someone to check fold a pair on the flop.
Right about that. Blinds. 10 and 20,000. You see Parsonen, having showered Andras Nemeth a bit ago, sits as the chip leader. Boitas, Winter, and Ivy in that order. Ivy just 4 blinds off of what he came into the day with. Limited involvement thus far. We began the day with 25 players. Jason Kuhn was the first to go. Shingis Satubayev of Kazakhstan after him. We saw Ike Haxton showered. Vasily Firsau of
Can't see there.
Belarus
Yeah.
out in 22nd. Shu Liang. And then most recently, Andras Nemeth in 20th. So 19 remain with 14 paid. 5 away from the money bubble. Masashi Oya, the overall short stack in the field.
Too early for you to abuse.
Joe Chuen, the overall big stack, just a big blind in front of Jonas Kronwitter.
Laszlo coming in, Jack 9-5-4. Also looks like 2 Hold'em hands merged together. He's got the button. Going to attack Ivy's big. Double suited queens. Double suited is very important in this game.
Is that right?
So repot. Noteworthy as both suits are actually covered.
So Ivy bloats this one to 160 after Boitas opened to 50. In a great way. Queens and both suits covered, as you mentioned, Randy. Jack 7-5, Ivy.
Laszlo's got 2 pair.
Yeah. Gets it all in there, and you see Boitas showing the Jacks and 5s. The 7 could counterfeit.
Jackson 5.
Yeah.
5-4.
First set. Ivy doesn't look particularly amused with what he's been shown thus far. 6 on the turn, and now that card along with the 7 and queen are the only ones that will leave him a winner in this altercation. Can he find it? No.
You got
Jack's full for Boitas. And all of a sudden, they're dropping like flies here at the feature, and some healthy-sized pots are involved in the process. That was a pretty ugly little beat there for Phil, I mean.
Yeah, covering both suits for flush draws as well. And
no overcard for Laszlo, so cannot hit
wanna
one
keep
pair to
playing?
take the lead.
Of course.
Cannot hit hearts, cannot hit
quick as
diamonds.
possible.
8 interfered in terms of Ivy's dangler with some of the straighty prospects for Laszlo's hand, and then just Jack 5 turning into Jack's full. Good night, Mr. Ivy.
And good morning for these 3, as they're still in with very healthy stacks. Been doing the damaging and sniping down these short stacks.
Not to be outdone, Boitas now sits at the top of the leaderboard, a blind in front of Illis Parsonen. Bloodshed here early, day 2 in the 100K pot limit Omaha. So producer James advising us that Luca and company are going to be breaking a table. They're going to need a few minutes to get the remaining parties situated, so we will step aside and provide that opportunity. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of this 100K PLO main comes your way after this.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
And we're back. Danny Tang couldn't escape Laszlo Wojtas for long as the table break has shuffled the deck a bit here at the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Day 2 coverage of the $100,000 pot limit Omaha main event. Intentions to play down to a champion here today, but during the break we were chatting with producer James and it's pretty deep stacked out there and the kind of characters that still swirl about.
And you know, it's the deep stacked PLO players that really shine with these stacks. Not just, oh, we're short, let's get it in. The best do remain as we are down to 6-handed 3 tables. That's 18.
That it is, with only 14 paid. So 4 between now and the money bubble. Overall chip leader right now by a nose is Chris Frank ahead of Joe Schwen. Kronwitter. Note that they're all separated from one another too. That's a pretty fortuitous situation. Michael Dweck actually on the short end of that stick somewhat, just shy of 2 million, finds himself right there at the chip leaders table.
So this is
like
our featured table.
1-6?
Oh, Parsonen's still here.
Yeah.
Did he jump into the sea real quick and come back in during that break?
I don't think he had time for that.
I don't know. He's probably pretty fast. He might be able to if there's one.
If we had to have a prop bet on, like, you know, who can swim from one place to another fastest, I feel like I might be wrong, by the way, just like my bias toward, you know, there's some specimens out there in that part of the world, you know what I mean, physical capabilities, but I wouldn't mind. I'll put some action on Parsonen. I like him.
You know who I wouldn't put action on? You.
That's actually a pretty good idea. As I took me a second. I was like, nah, that's a good bet. It's a good bet, Randy.
You thought about defending yourself, and you're
Here's
like,
the thing. I got good technique, but I got a really small gas tank.
I actually like these cards better.
You know, half a lap in, pause, catch our breath, then keep going.
They play with the same cards in Vegas, the smaller ones. Those ones. I think it looks better when you squeeze it. You don't think so?
No. I can see it. I feel like I see my hand faster with these than with the others.
Yeah. I agree.
Heard people mention this about the cards being a little bit smaller at the feature table.
Physically smaller or the faces?
I believe it's a bit of both, but definitely the faces, because he said you can see your hand quicker, so therefore, you know, like the corner of the card, you can see all four rather quickly rather than some that are a little bit more spread out.
Of course, the decks that we use at our feature tables are embedded with RFID microchips, and so they are different than the decks that are in play elsewhere in the room. But I was unaware that the faces were different on our decks here versus the other ones.
Yeah, I've just heard it like here and also in the No Limit tournaments, different players, so I assume they're on the same consensus. Richard, how do you say that? Greco?
I like Greco.
Greco? Yeah,
Yeah.
I like it. He's out.
The only reason I say it that way, by the way, is because way back in the day, there was this show called 21 Jump Street on TV, and I'm pretty sure one of the actors from it was this, like, heartthrob guy back in the day named Richard Greco.
Oh, okay.
I knew it wasn't Greco, though.
I've only
Just the way
seen the 21 Jump Street Channing Tatum version.
With Jonah Hill?
Yeah. So you've seen it too. Okay.
I've seen it. That was an airplane watch. I didn't grab popcorn in a stub. You know.
So we do know the same movies sometimes. That's nice to know.
I fell asleep.
There was like
It was a long flight.
explosions and everything happening.
It didn't matter. I was so jet lagged on that one.
Okay. I remember when Brewer was playing PLO, and he picked up a title in that, right? If I remember
Yeah, that was
correctly.
in Monte Carlo heads up against Jason if I'm
Kuhn.
not mistaken.
I remember, though, like, when he was featured, and we only had, like, one PLO event or two at the time, he was also a little unsure of himself during hands, but obviously many years have passed since then, and I'm sure
Not
he's
many.
much more
I mean, Monte Carlo was last year, right?
Okay, you know, memory of a goldfish, but you know what I'm saying? At least months have passed. So it's kind of cool to see, like we mentioned, these Triton, No Limit regs kind of go to war against the wizards, the snipers, we call them, in PLO.
A 7-4 here, 75K from the small, out of Kronwitter. Tolerine defended. Neither player interacting meaningfully with this board. Backdoor spades for Kronwitter. Backdoor diamonds for Tolerine. Still just a pair of jacks, but maybe.
Jacks are pretty much auto fold on ace high boards.
Well,
There
if
we
you
go.
got the betting lead, it's bet and take it down.
Oh, true. My bad. Sorry. Got to reverse. I hear you.
Taking a look at Kronwitter's
First time
Triton resume.
I've seen him. Is this the first festival, or has he been to some
Yeah.
other PLO spots?
No, first festival. Played the 25K PLO. Did not cash in that one. Looking to find the money here. Greco did play a 25K PLO in London last year. The 25K here as well, yet to cash. Tollerine has 4 career Triton cashes, none of them coming in PLO. He did play the 25K here in Montenegro, as well as the 25K in Cyprus 2022.
This is a beautiful hand for Brewer.
Yeah, double
3-card
suited.
rundown as well. Suited ace, very important.
How much you playing? 750. Thanks.
Look at Grico getting away from a suited ace. Having 3 to a suit obviously is unpleasant. Ace 10, 9, 5 finds the bin. Kronlitter asking for a count. He's got clean clubs and kings.
Yeah, it's always important to know the stack size of the opener to interpret how to maneuver. If he was up against like a short stack, then maybe he comes in with 3-bet, but they're a bit too deep for him to want to do that. So it comes in with flat.
Both Tollerine and Parsonen out of the way. Ben had jacks, I believe.
And I believe Brewer's got the wheel.
Yeah, with a redraw to the king high diamonds. Checks it over, and this oftentimes is sort of a wave a flag vibe from the pre-flop opener.
Of course, on a 4-3 deuce, you're not supposed to hit that board. And I love how he snap-checked it like, yeah, this is just not me. You go for it.
One can't blame Kronwitter for betting. Backdoor clubs, kings, and let's not overlook the fact that the 4-6 does give him a gutter.
It does, although it is a bit disguised. I think Brewer is just thinking, well, I've got amazing hand redraw with that king high flush draw.
If he comes in check raising here, though, it looks so strong, and
of course,
he doesn't want to lose his customer, perhaps. Flatting for 50K. Very safe looking turn here.
I don't think that Kronritter thinks that Brewer is as strong as he is on this board.
Of course not. But is he worried about potentially aces playing it in this way?
Of course, aces is reasonable, but then again, aces is, if it's just a naked aces with no redraw, it's not looking to take a lot of heat either.
No, Kronwitter does unblock the diamonds.
Unblocking diamonds is important if you are kind of following through with a river bet. You want your opponent to be check call, check call, check fold with diamonds.
Second barrel of 125,000 here.
Almost seems a little mergy. Like, I kind of got the best hand. Don't want this to check through. Maybe I bluff some river cards. I just don't think he thinks Brewer is as strong as he is, and he's going to navigate accordingly.
Oh, look at Chris continuing to lie in wait. He's just telling himself, I've got so much hand here. Don't expect 5-6 to be across the way. And now the diamond rolls off and Brewer's got the second nuts. I suspect that he would prefer not to have this card show up.
Yes, I would say so, because there is a chance that Kronwitter has, obviously, the ace-high flush.
How much is in the pot?
It looks like he's actually thinking about taking the lead. I would have thought he would have checked this one, trying to make his hand look as weak as possible, given the line he's taking on flop and turn. But to ask that question...
Yeah, once you ask that question, if you check, your hand does seem pretty strong, and you see Kronwitter just no curiosity whatsoever.
Lucky level for you.
Good ace-5.
Yep.
We instantly knew.
Yeah.
He didn't say 5-6, he said ace-5.
Well,
It was
5-6
then.
doesn't make the amount of sense out of a
I was
pre-flop
not
raiser.
hoping to improve. Yeah, I can see that.
I'll tell you what, though, Chris sharing that with Kronwitter obviously does let Jonas know that Brewer has that line in him.
So next time I check, don't bet at me when I've got marginal hand, you know?
Maybe he's protecting some of that.
No, but I like how
Future game.
Brewer is really open, especially in the PLO tournaments. Like, it's just a friendlier vibe. I don't know what it is about PLO.
Hey,
Is it just the 4 cards? People love to discuss it.
The vibe might be friendly, but the poker's still nasty.
True. Jonas coming in, 85. You really are going to see players with big stacks just heat it up now. 18 remaining. King, Queen, 6-5 is mainly just King, Queen suited with danglers. King, Jack, and pocket 5s coming in. 1-5 busy in Kron Witter's hand.
King 9-6. How about spades and 2 pair for Jonas? This is just a smash job.
Yeah, top and bottom. And Martin Dom is really just got King Jack with no extra prospects. And one of the best cards Dom could look for is the Jack, but that would also bring in Queen 10, which is not a lovely sight. Could even be drawing extremely slim as he is. Yeah, it makes sense. This is a game where you can actually fold top pair. You need to think about what good turn cards are there and how they might change the board. And the Jack, like I mentioned, would be disaster sometimes against Queen 10.
Even just 60 into 205 when you lack prospects in PLO and you start to consider all of the runouts that leave you just adrift. Even, you know, with the 2 spades on board, let's say you find 2 pair with the king, but it's a spade. Like, how much value are you going to get? How often are you actually printing versus just getting printed on?
Yeah, if you just sent like a player who's never played PLO but really amazing at No Limit, just, hey, go try out this PLO, and they do the same assumptions in No Limit Hold'em, they would be making huge mistakes. So it really, they seem like they've got similarities, but like it's a completely different animal. Tolerine is quite short, sitting on 270K. Looks like he's going to try to pick up some blinds.
85?
Suited aces are always nice. Double suited 9-9-6 deuce. I would think double suited you would definitely be taking a flop. Try to flop something. Obviously it doesn't threaten Brewer's 1.1 million chip stack. Any equity that Brewer flops, he probably would just rip it into Tolerant as long as it's reasonable. Not this one though.
Yeah, Queen 8-5. He's just got a gutter and 9s, backdoor spades. More than we can say for Tolerant, who's just got 7s and a gutter of his own.
It's really bad for Tolerant because, yes, if he bets, he'll take it down, but if he bets and gets called, he is drawing very slim. Right, all he's got a gutter, no backdoor spades, no backdoor hearts. But then again, maybe he thinks Brewer just open jams a flop if Brewer was holding a queen given the stack to pot ratio being just 1.
Really awkward spot, unblocking the hearts as well.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to unblock the hearts in this moment.
So a check back and a deuce on the turn. Brewer has hit that card. Not playing it.
Yeah, the deuce doesn't change too much. This is just so tricky because he's like, my opponent looks weak, but my hand is so bad. And my chips are so important, so he's going to check again.
Four really just deeply inconsequential. You know, I wonder whether or not, as played, Tolerine doesn't think he can turn the ace into a bluff, given that the wheel is possible, and obviously a lot of ace-X would have played this as a raise check two streets.
Yeah, it is possible for him to show up with ace-3. You are right about that. That would definitely check flop and turn. He shouldn't think the sevens are any good, and here we go, Ben Tolerine.
Yeah, I love this. I really do, and it feels so cozy, and he'll be very relieved to see Brewer snap fold there. But you understood the logic behind that play. You know, I mean, we're protecting our stack. We didn't flop good, but it makes sense for us to have opened to 85 with an ace in hand at least. And if a 3 dangler's there, now all of a sudden, absolutely we're looking to get it in.
That was really nicely executed.
You can fold out a lot of hands.
Ben, yeah, no, that was great. It was just funny because you're like, well, I didn't bet the flop or turn, so I can't really rep a queen anymore.
No.
But now I'm like, if my opponent is just checking 3 times to me, he doesn't have a queen either. Therefore, I'm going to try to represent that wheel. And he did so very credibly.
Witter. Ace, king, jack, 8 with spades. Takes us to 60. Suited ace and 9s for Dom. He'll flat. Table for 2. 180 in the middle. King 8-4, top 2 for Jonas. Backdoor spades, backdoor clubs, 9s and an 8 dangler for Martin.
This board is all Jonas. He's got the big chip stack as well. He's not going to expect Martin to bet when check 2. Imagine this hand is pretty much over. I mean, I guess Martin does have backdoor, not flush draw. Did miss that. Okay, so he is going to make a call in position. Hunting that backdoor clubs.
Another 120 into the middle, and there is the backdoor flush draw acquired. Kings and 8s, still a good amount of firepower, and the queen does put the Broadway gutty out there for Kronwitter as well.
Although king-queen now does show up, which Jonas would lose to. He is going to charge once more. $160.
You know, it's interesting because obviously when we do call the 60 on the flop, this is part of what we have in mind, but now we're facing 160 into 300. This is a chunky quotient of our 645 back. We're facing A deeper stack across the way. They could bust us.
But he's got position, and he's got to draw to the nut flush, which is important. He can maybe flush over flush his opponent. He doesn't have to worry about it getting checked through because he's in position. So whether if he does hit, Jonas would bet, or if he doesn't, then he can still put chips in the pot. River card is the 7 of clubs. There we go, Martin.
Let's see how Kronwitter reacts to this board development. I don't know how much of the inside wrap stuff he thinks is involved in terms of Dom being a flat caller pre. If we take that off the board, now we do need to be somewhat mindful, given that we're unblocking clubs, of the presence of that backdoor flush having come in for Dom, which, as we can see, it has. Now 620 in the middle, 485 back.
I would expect Jonas to be looking to check fold this hand with this run out. It's just really hard to imagine your opponent is bluffing. For now, though, I guess the question is, are we asking for it all for Martin, or do we get a little cute and try to milk our opponent a bit? Snap fold.
Yeah.
We couldn't get the camera back on him.
Kronwitter's been down these PLO streets before. Very comfortable with his decision, and for good reason, as Martin Dom. Or maybe we should call him Martin Dahmer. Cannibalizing. I know.
I don't know if Martin Dom appreciates cannibalization.
Listen, I'm not out here to be appreciated. No, I mean, just having a little bit of fun.
That was very,
right about now,
very
I think
unfun, my friend.
I think Dom's going to be as happy to tolerate something like that as possible. That's why I'm deploying it. He's picking up a huge pot, working his way up the leaderboard.
Denmark flag.
Next time we come out to Europe together, Randy, we're gonna take a little side trip to Copenhagen. I'm gonna redeem myself after that.
Was that where Nova is?
Meal that we had. Noma's shutting down. They're doing some pop-ups around the world. I'm not really trying to go to Noma. We're gonna go to Geranium. That's where we're gonna eat.
Isn't that like germs?
No, it's a flower.
Oh, okay. Whew.
Yeah, it's this really high concept where you eat bacteria.
I don't know. You don't know about the fine dining. They do some odd things sometimes.
They do.
But Noma is kind of one of those places.
They do. It's too much pickled stuff on the Noma menu. We're going to go to Geranium, Randy.
Okay.
All right.
Geranium. I'll hold you to that because that was the worst
Stop.
expensive
It wasn't.
meal of my life.
It was.
It was the most expensive meal of my life, and it was the worst.
Really? It was the most expensive meal of your life?
I think it was.
Boy, I'm here for it.
Yeah, but it was bad, and you took me to it.
I know, but it was just one of those meals that you have to check off the list. Anyway, Greco, limited involvement. King, Queen, 10-6, trying to limp in here. Kronwitter with a finger wag. The reasons are understandable with double-suited kings. Greco in a bad way. Does come along. And flops himself 10s and 6s.
Top two.
Kind of a good board, too. Rainbow. Don't expect a whole lot of that 5-6 interaction out of Kronwitter.
Yeah, very good board for him. It's always nice when it's rainbow on a flop, knowing that no flushes will just come in on the turn. Wouldn't surprise me if Richard Greco just comes in check potting it, especially against the 130K bet. You know, there's a lot in there. He's out of position. Obviously, turns and rivers can get nasty. It's a game of equity denial when possible.
And a check jam out of Greco. This feels so gross for Kronwitter, who does have that 10 dangler, and he's going to need to counterfeit this 10-6. Only one king remaining for the time being. A 5, the only path to a counterfeit.
Yeah, not in great shape.
Any 5s in the deck?
Can hit backdoor diamonds.
Or just jack of diamonds is fair.
Oh.
Did he just hit it? Wow.
Sweaty. Fun turn.
Yeah, but take a peek at the fact that it is a spade, so the flush draw's there, and instead, it's fives full of kings for Kronwitter, and he is eliminated.
Any fives? Comes to fives.
Richard being told by
Learn.
producer James now, British pronunciation, Greiko from the field. On the outside of the money bubble, no less.
That was a brutal one.
That was savage.
I was just asking for one, but I'll take two.
How many? Okay.
So we're behind, or?
Yeah, two hands.
So GG Greco will
Lonely
be able
feeling.
to join the next PLO event. Resume starting later today.
When they start tracking the number of hands.
They've been tracking them for a while.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. That's great. But at least since the start of today, they've been tracking. They still put them on the app? The hands? Yeah. So they don't use the app. You see, he has the notepad. They're writing every single hand down, like as it happens. Yeah. So then they keep track, and if any table ends up 2 to 3 hands ahead, they pause and make the table catch up. Okay, I see. Yeah. So, and then we have the fast stuff. Very anti-stalling tournament.
We're giving Parson the laydown of how our tournament directors are keeping track of hands on all tables to keep it fair. Sometimes we do have to play catch up, and we pause action on the faster tables.
Always hyping you guys up.
Thanks, Burr. Oh, is he talking about them?
I mean,
that was us for
I
a
guess
second.
by proxy, we're part of Triton as well, but I think he's giving
I'm fishing for a compliment when
proper
possible.
respect.
Chat, can we get some compliments?
To the staff. Come on, the unsung heroes of the staff. Let's be honest with ourselves here. Kronwitter, small blind, 75 to skate. Tollerine up to the task. Flops top pair and a gut shot straight draw up against top pair and an open ender for Kronwitter, who's got the better kicker.
Yeah, has Tollerine in bad shape. And notice the stack sizes. I imagine Kronwitter is going to want to try to commit the chips against Tollerine. Jack 10 is a gut shot in itself.
$60K, the follow through.
So we got less than 1 pot remaining. Ace on the turn is great for Jonas.
Top 2. Does need to worry about the spade draw. Now he's going to ask Tollerine for all the rest. And of course, that's not a great immediate card for Ben. Does pick up a second gutter.
Yeah, but not the gutter he was exactly looking for, just because with the ace, his opponent could have top 2, which he does, and now you can't draw to 2 pair. That's better.
Even if it's just 1 pair of aces, it's got us beat.
It just feels a bit too weak. If he had spades in hand, sure, but not here.
Our last 230 is going to have to find a better place to get involved in that one there. And a surging Kronwitter who looked like he was going to take a bad beat at the hands of Greiko, right on the heels of having lost that pot to Martin Dahm, and suddenly back-to-back healthy pickups propelling him right up to over 90 bigs. And that's good for the overall chip lead. Well, what's good for those of you out there who are looking to get involved with the Triton Super High Roller Series in between festivals is our exciting news that we're launching a 24/7 subscription-free streaming channel on Pluto TV, a leading free streaming television service setting a new milestone in Triton poker history by providing fans with an unmatched poker experience. I'm fired up. We're going to be on Pluto. Randy, did you ever think that you would be on Pluto?
Is it still a planet?
There was some debate about that, decommissioned, and then I thought it was.
But what is it
brought back.
now?
I don't know, man. Google is our friend. This is the second time we're having this conversation. But you're on Pluto, Randy.
And you mean, like, you're saying I'm an alien? Is that what you mean by that?
Well, we've known this for some time.
This is a nice
Producer
hand.
James, by the way, has stepped in just for a quick clarification to answer your question. We don't want to leave it hanging. Perhaps some others also curious. Pluto was long considered our 9th planet, but the International Astronomical Union reclassified Pluto as a dwarf planet. Now, I don't know how Pluto feels about that. Maybe little planet would be a kinder way to go about it, but okay. It's fine.
I don't think I could name the other 8 planets.
I wouldn't want to piss Pluto off, man. We have no idea what's going on out there. What if there's a whole race of people out there that are like, what?
Are you serious right now?
They come for us. You think there's aliens, Randy? I mean, beyond just poker.
Beyond just poker.
If there are aliens, they are playing poker.
They're playing a
sure.
different variant. They're playing 6-card.
That actually is, if there's any aliens on Earth, they are playing 6-card PLO.
They've got a
they have
6
5-card PLO at Merit.
They do have 5-card.
Right.
A 6-card with 6 community cards as well.
With jokers.
Yeah. And then the Joker is not a Joker. It's actually a UFO. I got you going.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with this whole. You know, I'm here for this part of the program. I don't know that Tolerine's here for a hand like Jack 7 6 deuce with clubs. Frustrating.
No, he's
button
not.
fold.
Parsonen has the chips to try and see flops. Martin as well. Does have the option to check it back.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to inflate it at this stage of the tournament. 3 from the money.
Let's see 3. Note that Martin has kind of pulled his hoodie completely over the right side of his face here, not looking to provide Ellis with a glimpse whatsoever.
I mean, Ellis could do the same thing. He's going to use his fist on face.
Well, note that both players have picked up a spade draw here. Parsonen wants to speak first, perhaps thinking ace-high boards favor him somewhat, given the lack of the raise from Dom.
Also, of course, he's got a little semi-bluff with the 10-high spades. Obviously, Martin Dom is going nowhere with his mid-set and king-high flush draw. Like, this is just a dream flop for him. Like, even if he's up against, like, a wheel, he's probably a favorite if it's naked. So raises to 130.
From afar from naked Martin Dom, fully clothed, ready to go.
Oh, you are right. From this angle, look at the hoodie just blocking the face. Like Two-Face, you know? There we go.
Parsonen. Test came back positive, just gets out of there.
I had 4 deuce.
Oh, he's snapping those chips hard.
You ever broken a chip, Randy?
No, just potato.
No, you break mice. You've definitely broken a mouse.
No.
Never?
I've wanted to, but then I'm like, do I really want to spend another $60? Not really, because
Wow.
I'll be broke.
Designer mouse over at the house?
Well, how much did your mice cost?
I can't remember the last time I bought a mouse.
Oh,
I
right.
got
you
track
used-
pads.
Have you ever used one of those little red balls, though, back in the day?
Yeah, I remember those. Well, remember the thumb mouse where you could hold it in your hand?
Folding ante. So.
I would get so tilted when you had the optical ones and then you had a surface that didn't have enough
895
texture
right
on
now.
it to be able to
Gone.
move it. And then you're like, come on. Like, Anyway, like glass. Glass never
Those
worked.
are the ones you break. You're like, why isn't it working?
I never broke a mouse. I've never broken a piece of computer hardware.
Have you broken anything else?
Broke a
Hearts?
cell phone cable one time. So I may have broken some hearts.
Not mine.
No, I wouldn't do that to you. Ace Jack 6-6 here.
We do have a wheel now.
Dom, top pair.
Almost
up
the same board.
against Brewer's big blind wheel here. This is the product of a small blind limp. BVB altercation.
Wouldn't blame the ace for thinking it's best in blind versus blind.
$25K sprinkle. We saw Brewer take a very slow played line out of position as a pre-flop raiser earlier against Kronwitter.
It's interesting because when he raises a flop, he is sort of telegraphing that he's repping the wheel. Of course, he wants to build a pot. Martin doesn't have that much of a hand. He does have the backdoor nut flush draw, which is relevant enough that might get him to call, but if he's up against a wheel, he's drawing very slim.
That he is.
Passes correctly.
9 minutes, yeah. Yeah, they switched break to every 2 levels now.
Oh, I didn't even see that they have clocks up.
3 levels was a long time for no break.
Raise to 100 and take it for Chris.
Let's take a look at this next featured table. Sean Winter, Joe Trent. Oh, Joe Trent's got a lot of chips in front of him. Is he
One of the
paying?
overall chip leaders right now.
Yeah.
Second behind Kronwitter.
He kind of looked like he just paid out, though. He did.
Yeah, that's a big bundle getting passed along. Dylan Weissman at that table as well. For those that want to keep tabs on what's going on elsewhere in the room as we work our way toward this 14-player money bubble, the Triton Poker Plus app, of course, is the place to do so. Download it on the Apple App Store, Google Play Store. Players use it. We use it here at the booth. There's next to nothing you can't keep tabs on our app. Tolerine, 765. Got to imagine that fourth card is a diamond dangler given the significance of this
60, correct?
raise from the hijack.
It's a raise of 60, right?
I want to say ace of diamonds. Maybe it's an 8.
145.
Hard to say, but Brewer definitely wants to raise this one against Tolerine because Tolerine is so short. Double paired suited king is just a monster, especially off of that short stack of Tolerine. So Brewer actually, he pretty much clicks it. I guess the idea here is if there was heavy action behind him, maybe he finds an exit. And that's actually going to give Tolerine a chance to put in just a little bit more chips and see if it comes poor, he maybe can save the other 75. And that is actually one of the flops that Tolerine might be getting away with his last 3 big blinds. It's pretty much just backdoors. But is enough equity with just 75K remaining is the question. And he's doing math. You can see him calculating it.
Well, he made the extra 60K investment pre-flop. Yeah, this is brutal.
Yeah, 16 more pre to 85 open raise. It's a lot of his stack already in there.
The pot odds are nice, but he has to know this hand is dusty. Yeah, let's it go. Been a difficult last couple of involvements for Ben Tolerine.
Will say though, he kind of got a little extra life there because Bree raised quite small, so he got to hold on to those last 3 big blinds.
Isn't it? Hopefully it was good. Huh? Hopefully it was good. 9-7-6-5, 1 backdoor. Yeah, it was a good fold.
That's a long way home.
The only way for it to be bad was if you had an ace in your hand. But if he had an ace? Yeah. Maybe I'm not supposed to jam it. I had good kings. I don't know. So I'm saying if he has an ace, then I guess, yeah, he would have called. Yeah. Instantly. I don't know. Maybe this has like ace 8-7-6. What? Ace 8-7-6? I'm saying if he has like ace 8-7-6. Ace 8-6. Yeah. He might fold.
Sonny has come over to advise the boys that they're going to be giving way to that next feature table, which we showed you a few moments ago. Kronwitter surging. Parsonen been hovering around that 60 bigs level. Brewer giving him company with 50 bigs in third. Martin Dahm not far behind, and Tollerine, of course. It's been a bit of a brutal level.
Yeah, Tollerine just on crumbs. See if he can spin that one up. But 3 away from the money. Okay, outer table action.
Getting us brought up to speed. This is Joe Chuen limping the button. Small blind of Weissman coming along. Ribeiro in the big. A check back. Board reads King, Queen, 3, 2 spades. Two very speedy checks out of Weissman and Ribeiro. Chuen has fired 35,000. Thomas makes the call. Board pairs puts a third spade out there.
Type of card that tends to freeze action a bit. But not this time for Joe Chuen.
Tendencies be damned. 70,000, a second barrel from Chuen, who you know somewhat well, Randy, from having watched him in the booth. He's got chops, and he's on the aggressive side of the spectrum, isn't he?
100%, and he's like a PLO crusher. I didn't know he played. All of a sudden, he was just going around the world, and of course, when he knows that Triton's got PLO events showed up and just final tables every single event.
Secrets out. Ribeiro called to 70,000. Very dry deuce on the end here. Joe Chuen decides no more barrels after the third and final check from Thomas, who called 2 streets prior. And what's he showing down for the winner? Jack 5 of spades for a flush on the turn. Did have the king, so it wasn't just the naked flush draw, but improves to a complete hand on the turn as we flip back toward the feature for a peek. Action paused over here as the tables are
Is this your first bullet?
catching up.
Yeah. You don't get the green one on the second one.
Ah, okay, I see. I thought you reused that one.
No.
Oh, I see. Okay, and that's not bad.
It was funny last night when Joni was on his third bullet and he goes to me like, did you know that if you late retch on the last level you get 50k extra chips? And I'm like, what? Yeah, I got 250k. Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
On its third bullet here. That's a guy who's lost the first hand of each bullet very quickly.
He was dead serious.
No, he was trolling.
No, 100%. You can ask Joni.
That would be the first tournament where you late retch, you get more chips.
It's the anti-GG.
Oh, let's go heads up. Wow. Okay.
Tolerine getting a walk. He'll take it.
Why not?
I don't think he expected that.
So free round of hands for Tolerine.
I don't think anything about what he's experiencing feels free for the time being as he's working desperately to try to make this money bubble, but
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to slide in. He's just going to have to run it up a bit. It's very clear to everyone that he could be the next one to go.
yeah. Next shortest stack in the room is the 18 big blinds deep Manuel Stojanovic.
Jonas, ace 9, 8, 7. That's a pretty hand. Run down with the suited ace. Expect Tolerine to lay this one down. He's got a round of free hands. Also, him coming along invites the big blind to come along, and that hand wouldn't perform well 3 ways. King, king, 4 deuce is quite lovely. Double suited kings.
Race spot.
Pop, says Parsonen. Tussling with one of the chip leaders. You see Jonas trying to figure out just how deep Ellis is before deciding how to navigate.
The pot could get quite big as he does make this call, and these are some big stacks going to war. The look on Ellis's face as the pot's being collected. Ace high board texture.
It's a good one considering the presence of the ace actually has him behind. He does have king high spades. He's got the 4 dangler. He's got the wheel gutter.
How much in there?
And as you can see, he's got most of the equity against ace 9, 8, 7, which is a gut shot and top pair.
Keep in mind that Jonas would always be 4-betting aces, I imagine, pre-flop. So he blocks the aces, and he also blocks ace-king, which is important. That grants him more fold equity, even if his opponent is holding an ace.
Boy, and now look. A full 505 max equity denial. The road traveled by Parsonen, who's looking over to say, do you want to dance?
I don't see how Jonas can call here. He's asking for pretty much all of it. And he's just playing ace 9, 8, 7 with that gut shot.
Gonna think it over here. Now, this isn't some sort of full-on pot commitment just yet. 690 still back.
True.
For Parsonen, but he's basically saying, if you want to play a big one, let's do it. Backdoor clubs as well for Illis. Not to be slept on. And that is very nice procedures on display there from Parsonen.
Jonas doesn't seem too happy about that.
No, why would he be?
Folding top pair. Nicely played from Parsonen to go for that full pot on the flop.
Can't get gun shy in certain spots in spite of what you imagine to be a unpleasant ace out there when you hold the 2 kings.
And like I mentioned earlier, 2 kings is nice that you block top pair, top kicker.
Yep.
Close one.
Alice asking Jonas, was it close? Kind of. Double suited with pocket 5s for Jonas.
Back at it to 75,000. Tolerine, double suited 10-7-7-5.
Yeah, Tolerine is looking for a spot. Double suited is very important. If it was single suit, he wouldn't even be thinking about it.
So Tolerine does call all in. Anybody that comes along at this point will be faced with the prospects of a dry side pot against the chip leader. Parson and Queen Jack 10-6 double qualifies. Suited ace for Martin Dahm. He can close the action with a call, which he does. So 3 players involved on the side and an opportunity to potentially quadruple up here for Ben Tolerine. 8-7-3 board.
How good of a flop is that for Tolerine?
Middle
4 ways.
set, incredible. With a couple of backdoor flush draws, both of which are clean. On the outside, a couple of ace-8s.
$125.
Kronwitter's the one to speak up.
Jonas looking to clear the field and try to get this heads up against the short stack of Tolerine, who he believes has the best hand against.
Top of range.
Top of range indeed. There we go, Tolerine. You can be back in it. You can fade the runners.
So both Parson
I
and
have a flush. I have a flush.
And
Folded 2 spades.
Okay, then I have a straight.
folding.
I folded a 6.
Kronwitter pulls back
Still
his
think I
bet.
have a flush.
Or ace ace.
Turn. 6 wouldn't work. So
Nice.
Tolerine finds himself the quadruple up there. That actually played
Not
out
in this game.
magnificently for him.
Because also the bet from Jonas got a hand that would have made a straight.
10 jack.
That's right. Or 10-6 jack it was. So
Yeah.
it had a straight in multiple ways, and Tolerine survives.
So able to snack on the chip leader and company is Tolerine, who will loosen his collar on the way to a break here in this 100K PLO main. 13 big blinds deep will be Ben. Prior to the blinds going up, just taking a peek at those chip counts as we bring you back to the desk. Ali and Randy with you, and the 4-card streets have been high variance. Obviously, Kronwitter looked like he was dipping, all of a sudden surging. Top of the leaderboards, we spy him and the likes of Joe Chuen. Laszlo Boitas, though, the new presence, 2.4 million in front of him. We're going to get a new chip, a feature table rather, on our hands. Let's bow out to the break. I'm going to bring Rasty in, leave him here with Randy. I'll be back in a little bit, but a long day of Pot Limit Omaha awaits us here as we work our way not just toward the money bubble, but a champ here in the Pot Limit Omaha main. Stay close.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Out here, Ollie. Haxton.
Pot in progress. This one was a raise from Martin Dahm. You see him screen right to 60K. Haxton defended his big blind. The board reads deuce, deuce, 4 rainbow. 125K c-bet from Martin.
Well,
Haxton has just 95K back, so this is asking for all of it.
Yeah. And Haxton clearly doesn't have that great of a hand. The problem is he's got a lot of chips in there already. Let us see it. See a 4 for Haxton.
Okay. What else is cooking?
Picture.
What's 8s for Martin Dahm? And I think those 8s have held as Haxton decided that the 4 was what he was going to need. Joe Schwein apparently blogging it in real time. A little overdressed for the blogging,
yeah, a little
if I'm
bit
being
over.
honest. But like you said, in Monte Carlo, 2 final table finishes in PLO, a 3rd and a 2nd. Danny's got some things figured out in the 4-card streets, and he's got that Player of the Year award named after his late buddy Ivan Liao. You know how bad he wants it in just a few events. Stand between this moment and the one in which he could potentially earn victory here in Season 3.
So because Danny has moved tables, that means that we're getting closer to the money. Just 20 remaining. Top 14 pay. So
when you watch your hand. I didn't see anything about it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
You saw his hand on the first hand?
You gotta, even that way is no good because
Yeah.
you look at it from the side like that.
Oh, okay.
You gotta look at it like straight forward, like yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
better.
very, yeah.
The side is
Okay.
spots.
Thank you.
Is that 100?
Yeah.
So some advice being rendered with regards to how to take a peek at your cards so as to run the lowest risk of potentially inadvertently giving an opponent a glimpse. We can't unsee what we've seen, even if we didn't intend to.
Yeah, and Ivy knows a thing or two about live poker, how to look at your hand.
Sure.
Gave that advice. 170K pot from Nemeth with his pair and nut flush draw. Parson can continue, right? He's stone cold coin flip.
Top pair, top kicker, gut shot.
Doesn't have backdoor spades or a heart draw.
This one was a raise to 70,000 by Parsonen up front. Nemeth defends and then pots into him. He will make the call, and now obviously Andras has some concerns about potentially being up against an overpair. Especially given he blocks the nut flush draw. So we take that off the board. Now trip jacks for Parsonen.
Trip jacks with the nut kicker going to snap, get in there.
Jack.
Well, it was Nemeth who announced all in. He was never in a good way. Now here he is, all in for his PLO main event life here, in need of a clean heart. $790 in the middle. Can Nemeth find it and march on? No. Parsonen ends up with a jack high straight. And that'll do it for Andras. The overall big stack, just a big blind in front of Jonas Kronwitter.
Laszlo coming in, Jack 9-5-4. Also looks like two hold'em hands merged together. He's got the button. Going to attack Ivy's big. Double suited queens. Double suited is very important in this game.
Is that right?
Yep.
So repot. Noteworthy as both suits are actually covered.
So Ivy bloats this one to 160 after Boitas opened to 50. In a great way. Queens and both suits covered, as you mentioned, Randy. Jack 7-5, Ivy.
Laszlo's got two pair.
Yeah. Gets it all in there, and you see Boitas showing the jacks and fives. The 7 could counterfeit.
Yeah.
5-4.
First set. Ivy doesn't look particularly amused with what he's been shown thus far. 6 on the turn, and now that card along with the 7 and queen are the only ones that will leave him a winner in this altercation. Can he find it? No. Jack's full for Boitas. And all of a sudden,
Hello and welcome back to more coverage of this 100K PLO main event where things are heating up because we have 17 just remaining. Top 14 will pay. And Rasty, you do look a little hot.
I think it's this tournament, you know, the action's fast and furious, and maybe
you
it was
came
the
from
fact.
somewhere?
Maybe it was the fact that I got out of the sauna about 15 minutes ago, looked at the time, and hurried my ass over here. Oh yes, there we go. Pit stop. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, pulling out. Back to the race.
That is
Thank
quite...
you, Ali. Look, see, we got a full-service team here. All right, one guy picks up the slack when the other guy lets off. Boom. Sending it over to you, Randy.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Ali Najad. Didn't know you had a side gig of, you know, whatever that was just now.
Side gig of team player, okay? That man's a team player.
He's a team player, for sure. Let
right.
us dive into the Triton Poker Plus app. Take a look at the chip counts on hand. Currently leading is Laszlo Bojtas at the top, known as Omaha for Rolls, obviously in his element in this PLO event with the most chips. But at the very bottom, it is Ben Tollerane with 11 big blinds. He did just quadruple up the very last hand of the break, so... You know, it'll be nice to see him give it a spin, but we are on that pay jump, that pay bubble right around the corner.
Another great player down on the short stack, Dylan Wiseman. He's a name to look out for. Definitely if he can pick up some steam.
Yeah, so obviously 3 eliminations to go. Then we get $152,000 in this 100K PLO main where we are awarding $2.2 million for first and a Jacob & Co. watch.
It's not shabby.
Exclusive to main event winners as we send it down to the feature table. And also the 2 outers on the side. As you can see, we will be getting the one in the middle. Thomas Ribeiro holds the lead there with $2.3 million in chips, 93 big blinds, followed by Joe Trent, a PLO crusher hailing from China. We'll get some action from Sean Winter, Oya Masashi, Seth Davies, and Dylan Weissman. Weissman first showed up at a Triton event due to the PLO event, so no surprise to see him here in Montenegro as the first hand is about to be dealt.
I put it here. Okay.
Average stack now is 41 big blinds. Love these shades from Thomas Ribeiro. From the future, perhaps.
Yeah, they really wrap around. There's no space to see his eye, that's for sure.
Here's a man, Joe Tran of China, who is always dressed quite the best while playing these events. Nine, 8, 7, 2 diamonds. That is quite the texture. Joe Tran flopping the straight and a set against 10, 8, 6, 5, which has so much hand.
Yeah, I mean the second nut straight along with
Diamond
diamonds. I mean the 9 of diamonds gives him a straight flush, so it doesn't make a boat. Or sorry, it makes a boat, but the boat would lose to the straight flush.
60K is the C bet.
There's a lot of hand for these two gentlemen. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a check raise here. It seems in order. And you have the nuts along with a set.
Yeah, set is very nice. Going to make it 350. Imagine that Ribeiro is thinking about him being up against a hand like Jack 10.
Yeah, when you get raised pot here, definitely immediately very concerned about 10-6, but I think with the gut shot straight flush draw, he might, wow, he still lets it go.
Nice lay down.
That must have been tempting to peel, but Ribeiro just gets right away from it.
So perhaps because we're so close to the money, might have changed the
fold
way he
because I like
reacted
it.
on the flop.
I just fold because I like it. Really. You'll see.
That was a big laydown, Rast.
I mean, it ended up being a pretty damn good laydown. But
Huh?
I tilt.
See, you tilt? Yeah, I guess.
Joe Trent's in a tilt. Ace King 9-3, gonna raise it up. Suited ace with the Ace King.
yeah, I don't think everybody would have folded
that flop.
Ribeiro's hand on the flop,
Is
even
it
to a large check raise.
You were expecting call and react to turn?
Yeah. Yeah, I think actually most people would, but it's possible he just thinks here, a little off the bubble, a pretty decent stack like that just
Has
has
value
Jack
in
10,
itself.
just has Jack 10 every time. And it's like, say I make the diamond flush draw, you know, it's still only 10 high. Am I really going to get paid? Well, you know.
Or am I just getting stacked by like an ace high flush draw?
Or yeah, you know.
I hear you.
So he might even figure that Jack 10 itself might just flat if it doesn't have anything else to go with it, right? I mean, there's a lot going on there. I mean, a lot of assumptions, but they seem like pretty reasonable ones right here on the bubble against the stack. That, I mean, Zhou Chen has a decent amount of chips, right?
Yeah, he was playing about 40 big blinds to start that hand. Not much for... Well, it is top two pair against a queen eye flush draw, actually.
Yeah, great turn for Ribeiro.
Very clean.
Now let's see if Zhou Chen can get away from a tough one. Here, he's not really getting the right price.
And he's also not drawing to a nutted flush draw.
Yeah, he can't feel great about any of his outs.
He is going to call, though. It's a 490 in the middle.
I mean, obviously a heart is pretty good, but second nut flush.
Is that heart pretty good?
Yeah.
Now we ask the question, is it worthy of a lead?
Doesn't seem like a spot where Ribeiro is going to have too many like natural bluffs. So I do like leading this. I mean, the 7 fills in straight draws, right? We could be looking at aces up or a set. It's like Tomas can obviously find bluffs, of course, but I think I like this lead. And it also feels like a spot where Ribeiro's not loving it. He does have the 9 of hearts, but kind of a similar spot. Like, what is Zhou Chen turning into a bluff here?
Couldn't find a hand, so he does lay it down.
You know, you could maybe find some like weak 2 pairs would kind of be it. Probably a straight would be happy to check. If Zhou Chen had check called a set, he's checking.
Yeah, so just hard to find the natural bluffs.
Yeah, I mean, like, really, it would be like a small 2 pair, I guess, if you're Zhou Chen. And he realizes it's no good and turns it into a bluff. Maybe a hand like 4, 5, 7, 8.
Whoa. What? I don't know. I just didn't know how to respond. Yeah.
That's 3 card.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was like, that's strange.
All right, Miss Deal.
She dealt one card here, and I did this in verse 2.
Yeah.
I've never seen that.
New pack.
22 years, never seen it.
New pack.
Well, there's Sean Winter.
That's like when they print.
And Dylan Wiseman, who I was talking about right there on the
dollars.
left
Yeah.
with the hat and glasses, just went off screen. There he is.
Green cap.
Yeah.
Huh?
He's a really nice PLO player, living in Vegas now.
Let me. You win enough money.
Branching
okay?
out into mixed games
Huh?
recently, actually.
Also does play No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah.
Joined us for some earlier events.
Branching out into everything.
Everything.
Just in the last year.
Did cash a 30K earlier this stop. Obviously did want to come out to play PLO. Showed up first time in Monte Carlo to play the PLO events. 3 of them. Had 2 cashes under his belt for Dylan Weissman. Currently is on short stack duties at the feature table.
Yeah, there's all the chip stacks. We can see it's pretty, distributed all the way down, not too much clumping. Nobody's super short. I mean, shortest stack 16 blinds is Wiseman there, and he's actually the second shortest stack in the tournament. So I got to tell you something. I got a feeling this bubble might take a little while.
Yeah, what makes sense. Average stack is 43 big blinds, which is a lot, especially in PLO.
Yeah, PLO bubbles
they take time.
Can get pretty tight at times.
Very technical.
You can get me back heads up. That's fine.
Oh, US Open. US Open.
But
US Open.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind you getting me back. Second place is a decent score in any tournament.
I've noticed this, Brian. A lot of different players have been limping the button. Can you maybe give us some insight on that?
Yeah. Limping is employed a lot more in PLO even than no limit. I think, if you start looking at some pre-flop no limit ranges, really one of the sweet spots is kind of like 12.5 blinds, where a lot of limping is employed by solvers, and it does occur. And I'm not just talking about like the small blind, right? Folded to the small blind, obviously. I'm talking about the other positions at the table. But especially once guys get to like 20 blinds and more, like very few, if anyone, really limps in no limit hold'em.
Mm-hmm.
But just in PLO, it's kind of a different dynamic because you'll see limping at all kinds of different stack depths because it kind of preserves your ability to control the pot size when someone raises. So you'll see a lot more limping, and almost always it's a hand that probably calls if someone ISOs. But now it's different versus like a raise and someone 3-bet pots. So it's a way to kind of control the pot size. Maybe, also like the likelihood of the pot being multi-way or not. It's more likely to be multi-way if you limp with multiple people back behind you for obvious reasons. And then lastly, I mean, you can definitely still balance it by, mixing in some limp re-raises and whatnot. So
yeah.
So in PLO, you're going to see it. Even, here, people playing 40 blinds, limp, even on the button. Positional advantage is probably even bigger in PLO, just because the nuts change all the time, and that's so important in PLO because it's so much easier to have really strong hands or have the nuts.
Back to the action. Ribeiro betting 2 pair. Just a couple 8s for Weissman, who is going to lay it down one at a time. This is Thomas Ribeiro of Portugal. No cashes under his Triton resume just yet, but
feeling pretty good about that changing.
He's only played PLO at Triton. This is his 3rd stop.
It's a nice one to break the ice on.
Are we making up hands or?
Yeah, we have one more hand. Tomas, this is yours. This is mine? Yeah. No, that's Tomas's. This is mine, yeah.
Do draw your attention quickly to the bottom where only 16 remain now. So 2 for the money. We did lose Mads, where he had gotten in his Ace King 4-4 against Queen 6-8-10
When you go to
on the
Vegas.
turn. Laszlo did take
You're not going
his
early?
scalp.
Wow, and Dylan here.
Early. You're not going right away?
Aces.
With the aces and a suit. This is just such a clear pot. He's very happy to see it raised into him. He gets to put in more than half of his
16?
stack.
Okay.
In fact, yeah,
I don't know
wow.
which 20. So you'll miss some.
3/4 of a stack or something.
Yeah, it's nice. Pretty simple to play aces when you're off the short stack, especially when it's raised in front of you.
I'm not getting there until.
Zhou Chen with a little bit of a decision here. I mean, double-suited queens kind of connected. You can see he's actually not a big dog against aces.
Yeah, 38%.
And he has enough chips to gamble. Will he?
Double suit, definitely important. I'm weighing that decision. He is going to look at Weissman's stack to see if he is getting the right price. Obviously, it depends on how strong Weissman's aces are.
He's going to gamble, which is not what Dylan wanted to see here. But he can fold some flops. I mean, if an ace comes on the flop, Zhou Chen can be out unless he
flops backdoors or
flops. No, maybe more. Probably more than a well.
Depends on what it is.
Depends,
I suppose
yeah.
we'll find out. No ace
Oh
on flop.
my
But what
goodness.
about top set? Weissman does have a draw to an ace and a gut shot and backdoor diamonds to go with those 2 aces. So he knew instantly.
Ah, yeah.
Got her.
Ace.
If Weissman cannot get there, we could be down to the stone
5
cold
or ace
bubble.
or no clubs. Or diamonds? Diamonds.
Yeah, this is a rough one for Dylan. Wow, and an even rougher turn.
Ooh, just 2 aces left in the deck for Weissman.
Yeah, it's a diamond, but the flush draw not working because Zhou Chen has queens full.
Wow.
It's ace.
Holy moly. Wow. 140. 140. Wow. Holy crap.
Weissman is stunned.
The double, he said how much it was twice. The repeat, 140, 140. I like that was funny. That was like a funny reaction.
I am not either.
Oh, you were.
Definitely
Seen it
was
too many
surprised.
times.
Sean, you're my biggest believer. You know that? Oh. Wow.
Maestral Trent is downing that Coke. That was a disastrous one for him.
Wow.
So we do remain 2 away from the money.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Yeah, 1 million.
Yeah.
Joe Tran gonna lay down. Weissman now ace, king, king, 6. He's got a 33 big blind stack in the cutoff.
Hot.
105. Double suited king, jack, 10, 6. Davies currently sits in 14th of 16 players remaining in the overall leaderboard. Not interested?
Yeah, here on the bubble, you're going to see guys play pretty tight, and Seth has exactly that type of stack that you don't really want to be peeling here, playing a contested pot. It's gross in PLO. You just flop something, can't fold a bunch, and all of a sudden you're all in.
Joel Tran is mashing away on his phone like, man, almost got rid of Weissman.
Yeah, almost got down to the stone bubble and got rid of a good player. Too many people, don't think many people in the tournament were happy to see that, but Dylan was pretty happy. Manuel Stojanovic now the short stack with 10 bigs.
And he's really the only one at the bottom.
Yeah.
Down there by himself. Second shortest is Davies with 18 bigs. Do have a king, jack, 10, 9 coming in for Joe Tran.
What happened to my... Oh.
We kind of have two short stacks on this table. Oya Masashi and Seth Davies. Neither super short, but I kind of think you just got to save the two bigs here. Yeah, I like that fold by Masashi. And this is why you see the bubble's going to take a while. See, Seth folded, king, jack, 10, 6, double suited to an open, big blind folds.
This is where the stage of the tournament when we have to introduce the prize pool portion, right? You 2 away from the money, you got to respect, not get a splash around a bit. Because we do have a lot of guys coming out to play PLO at Triton, but I'd imagine they mainly play the cash game variant of PLO.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know. I do think that in general with PLO guys, you're more likely to see that because, you know, PLO tournaments aren't as popular as, say, no-limit tournaments. It's kind of harder to make that your bread and butter. But I think in the last maybe 2 years, that's been changing some, right? Poker Go's doing, you know, PLO series. It's like WSOP has added 1 or 2 extra, and then Triton now has put them on the stops with, like, you know, 4 pretty big buy-in tournaments right in a row. So I think some of these guys are like studying and working on their PLO tournament game a little bit, but it is an area like way less developed than no limit hold'em tournaments.
There was a once upon a time when people weren't exactly sure how to navigate it, but they were just using their natural intuition and PLO talents, right? But yeah, like you said, there is plenty of PLO tournaments now.
And I think, you know, there's a lot more kind of work being done on them, but it's a lot fresher and unexplored as compared to no limit tournaments, where it's been quite a few years now where in terms of like being able to play publicly available games, the biggest stuff in the world now is the no limit hold'em tournament scene. Like if you're a great no limit hold'em player and you have no access to any private games, you end up playing tournaments basically, right? Because you come out to Triton, WSOP, few other stops, maybe on the internet, and all of a sudden you're doing 5 to 10 million in buy-ins a year. I mean, that's serious, like, money volume. right? So and a lot of no limit cash games have kind of gone private. It's sort of hard to play no limit cash any big anymore, just in casinos or public games. Which is maybe a little unfortunate. It was kind of fun 10 plus 15 years ago, whatever, when there was a lot more games at casinos. But I do get it because it's like with the advent of all this material, it's kind of like the best players have gotten so much better than weaker players that I get it from the perspective of an amateur. Like, they don't want to play in a tough game with a bunch of really top pros anyways.
Well, on that topic, it does make sense because those best players are probably solving GTO, and what better place than GTO Wizard, where you can study the charts, find the best solutions to navigate against the very best. You can just really improve your game with just 5 minutes a day. Scan the QR code right in the middle to get taken directly to GTO Wizard, and they do have that daily dose of GTO, which is free. Check it out.
And you too can get good enough that you won't be able to play in private games.
Oh, really, really nice. Get good enough so you are uninvited from the private games. Welcome to GTO Wizard. Look at this. Once again, we're seeing that button. Oh, I thought it was a button lip. Sorry, I thought he said call, but it looks like he did raise it. Weissman aces.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
And I think you still pot this here. It's the 9 is kind of out there in no man's land, but you do have a nut suit. And there's just nothing else to do. You can still put in a lot of money here. Like, he can make it, like, what is it, 345? And Zhou Chen kind of needs to fold a decent number of hands. Wow, he's just calling. So Dylan disagrees with me. This is interesting.
That is interesting. I think you put those cards in someone else's hand, they might actually repop it pre. Going to guess he's flatting because we're due for the money. He's got that healthy stack.
And Ribeiro here realizes his cards are probably pretty live. Like, Dylan is flatting a super strong range right there. It's kind of another reason as Dylan to consider repot, but
that is not the board that Dylan was looking for. King, king, 5, 2 diamonds.
Well, we don't know what Zhou Chen's other card is, but
could be the king. It's possible.
Dylan could have the best hand here, as long as that's not a king or an ace.
What we do know, though, is that Zhou Chen has the nut flush draw checking back.
Pretty nice card for Dylan. Gives him nut hearts if his hand is no good. Does put some straight draws on there, but the aces are blocking. So, I mean, in some ways his hand feels like a natural check, but I think he might bet because his range is so strong here. He's just like crushing that board. So, yeah, I actually like this bet. He's going to have 3 kings a lot. He's going to have aces a lot. He's going to have nut hearts. He's going to have ace, queen, 10. I mean, Dylan's range is so scary that not betting. Yeah, like you just saw Zhou Chen fold ace, queen of diamonds,
yeah,
right?
In very, very fast, even though it was a nut flush draw with the gut shot.
So it feels like to people like, oh, this is a natural check here, but like it might be if Dylan's range is normal and this isn't like a weird on the bubble spot where, I mean, by the way, normally Dylan is 3-betting aces there, right? They're not that deep really right now, right? That was like,
no, they're about 30 some odd big
30,
points
yeah.
deep.
So
I'm really happy you pointed that out, though, because my first natural inclination was this looks like a check spot because, well, I don't want to get blown off of the hearts. I've got aces. There's 2 kings out there, and I think it's really nice. Yeah.
Yeah, you deny a bunch of equity. Your range is so strong. Like, everybody's scared of Dylan's range if they're probably checking if they can't beat aces, and you're just giving a free card to a bunch of draws. I like Dylan's bet size as well. Like, he just went like 3rd pot, I think.
Yes, roughly 1/3 pot. We're going to go ahead and raise this up to 85K for Joe. Dylan's got ace, king, 5, deuce, double suited.
Now he covers Zhou Chen.
Changes things?
And he's in position. I'm curious to see whether he picks this as a 3-bet or he flats. Yeah. This is kind of a nice one to 3-bet here. You got a lot of fold equity. I mean, he's going to fold it versus
I think you said pot, right?
he's going to fold it versus a 4-bet, right? He's not putting in the rest of his chips.
He's also seen Joe open quite a bit lately.
Okay.
Although he can't fold versus Seth, but like, I kind of think Seth isn't going to pick this spot to gamble, but I guess we'll see. Yeah. And I think if you're Joe, you got to fold here. That hand's just trash versus
Dust out of
3-bet.
position.
Yeah. Like, Joe has less chips now. He doesn't really want to call 3-bets there much.
Because obviously, when you start calling 3-bets, pots are inflated, and you could be getting your chips in quite poorly.
Yeah, no, the pot will have like 700K, and they've got like just over a pot-sized bet left. You know,
you hear the words pot a lot in those 3-bet pots, given they got a lot of aces, kings, etc.
But I think queens with a suit there, queen, queen, jack with a suit, it's like still a reasonable open for him. Dylan just has like a nice 3-bet candidate.
So Masashi Oya, one of the short stacks that we mentioned, lingering with that 550K stack.
Be careful when you lift your card up.
I think you just got to
Couldn't
fold
see it,
this
but you were close.
UTG here on the bubble. Or close. Dylan's chipped up here. All of a
Really
sudden,
nicely.
1.4. Yeah, he's second on the table. He does have Ribeiro, who's the table chip leader, to his immediate left, so he does still have to behave.
Remember, not too long ago, Weissman was looking to be out the door against Joe Tren, but then rivered the 2-outer ace against the queen's full.
Yeah, and Seth's going to be pretty happy he gets to
Free flop.
C3 here from the small blind.
Winter checking back the big blind with king, king, queen, 7.
See how Thomas limped the button there?
I do see that. Also see that Winter's flop a full house.
One of the things he's thinking is these guys on the bubble are going to ISO less. I don't really want to give them a chance to 3-bet here. I have to fold. So let me just realize my equity against handcuff stacks from the blinds.
And here he's just stabbing, expecting the blinds to play straightforward.
Yep. Very low. He's betting a quarter of the pot. The bet doesn't need to work very often. Sean will very likely just call. His hand is so strong. He's hoping his opponent has a 10. We'll keep betting.
Ace on the turn.
It's a pretty good card for Sean because it's the type of card that Tomas might keep bluffing with a lot of different types of hands, although maybe not the one he has.
Blank on the turn, on the river, I mean.
Sean is basically like pretty close to zero worried that Tomas has aces. I don't think Tomas is limping aces very much from the button with these stack configurations here.
So he's going to just go for value.
Yeah, I mean, he'd love to get a check raise in, but that seems ambitious,
180, no?
giving the turn check
it's
back.
180. Height was 150? Which is 30, right?
20. 120 pre-flop, so 180. Yeah.
So pot is 180.
Okay.
Thomas.
He might not really believe him here, is why he hasn't folded, but I don't think he's going to do anything about it with his hand. He has no relevant blockers. Wow, he's going to call with eights. That's wild.
Wow. Just eights. That was a hero call.
That was
wrong.
that was definitely a hero call.
That's like, I don't know what the equivalent would be in no limit hold'em, like calling it like jack high or something. Like, damn.
I mean, I guess he just thinks that when Sean bets pot there, Sean can have tens full, I think, and still bet pot.
So he just thought, but he also thought that Sean would never bet an ace or king as a bluff as played, hence why.
But maybe he just thinks he's going to have, yeah, some random missed hearts enough to make it like, if he's either missed hearts or like tens full plus, then I guess he's just bluffing enough that I should call here.
That was heroic.
Yeah, if we're trying to get, because right, it looks silly, but like if we're saying what does, it looks silly when we see the hand and see that Sean has kings full, but it's like, what is Tomas thinking? He's thinking this is either missed hearts, right? Because like you said, he's not betting an ace or a king for pot. It's either missed hearts or probably like tens full. It's the range, and I guess he just figures it's missed hearts often enough to call, but we'll never know.
We will never know, but we do
Sean
know.
had it. So
Sean did have it. How sick would it be if he was actually right?
Yeah.
So like, sorry, what did you call me with? Re-raise from Thomas with aces. Goldtrend opening once again, double suited. Goldtrend's been opening a lot and getting attacked.
yeah, here he's running to aces again.
Do they have inspiration to play high rollers like you? Yeah, looking TV.
He's been pretty unlucky with the timing of his opens. I mean, how many? He's opened to aces 3 times in like the last 20 minutes.
2 times. One of them was like an ace king.
3.
Was it 3 actually?
Yeah, he doubled Dylan with aces.
This one.
And then this one, and then the one where Dylan didn't 3-bet him with aces.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And then the one where Dylan did 3-bet him, but not with aces.
King, yeah.
But I kind of knew Dylan was going to 3-bet him when he opened that.
It's just that the point is Joe Trent has been opening but getting resistance every single time and hasn't been winning chips.
Just hammering away with a good old ace in his hand. So like this is exactly the type of spot where not on the bubble Seth is calling here for sure, but on the bubble he's probably folding this. And this is a super clean example of the way the bubble affects PLO play. So I mean, good fold by Seth. I know PLO players are looking at that going, King Jack 10 9 single. It's a pretty good hand.
Yeah, but Seth Davies has obviously got a lot of tournament experience under his belt. He understands how important sliding into money is with the shorter stack. Masashi Oya, ace, queen, 10, 8 will be taking a flop.
Wow.
Well, he's trying to from the small, and looks like
he's dominating here.
Blind, yeah.
He's covering the only suit they both have. Better ace queen.
But this king 4-2 heart texture is nothing for both.
But a great spot for Ribeiro, who probably just c-bets this. And I'd imagine takes it down.
All you need to do is just sprinkle in a little bit of chips. And Masashi would have nothing to do but check fold with his holding. Instantly mucking. I mean, if he raises this hand, this is loose, right? He is. This is just him flexing that big stack. 2 off the money.
Yeah. This is a bubble open right here.
It's like, what are you guys going to do about it?
It's not a spot Dylan's super excited to defend, but he definitely will. But not with a hand that bad.
That's all it takes. Liking the way that Ribeiro's playing, realizing that everyone else is playing a bit snug at this phase of the tournament. Maybe you can touch up on a little bit why he opts to go like 105 pre-flop. I know in No Limit Hold'em you tend to see the smaller raises. Is it just to discount players or what?
I mean, he's going to have a part of his range that he opens there that he really just wants to win the blinds and doesn't want to get called. Hands like what he just had. And then he's going to have some other really strong hands that just, if they, get called or 3-bet, want to make the pot huge, like aces.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, because that's something we would never see in No Limit Hold'em, a 3.5x undergun.
Yeah, but PLO's a little different because hands in general have like more equity usually against other hands, right? You don't get these like pair over pair, ace over ace where you're just dominated and just, have 20% or like 20-something% equity.
For we're getting 3 hands a level.
It's good for stalling.
So dehydrated.
Over to the button, who is going to lay it down? Weissman out of position. Does he want to play against the tournament table captain? He does not. Respect. Being sent over.
It actually wasn't that respectful. I just had...
Obviously, I know. I know you're playing.
I can be respectful.
Yeah, of course. But playing your best is being respectful, right? Yeah.
That is when I'm playing my best. I'm playing your best. It's true. Did you see this? No. Cool. He would tell me. I believe him. No, I'm saying I trust you.
Weissman on the button. Will be laying down. Ribeiro now, queen 10-10-6 in the small. And he's eyeballing that short stack of Davies, who isn't looking to tangle at this juncture. But does have double pair Jack, Jack, 7-7. Seems like a pretty good spot to see a flop in position, double paired. Plays relatively straightforward posts.
Oh.
Bottom two.
It's a little interesting right here. We got bottom set along with like a queen blocker and nothing else going along with it.
Sorry, I
Versus
said bottom two, but bottom set, you're right. Go on, Brian.
versus a hand that like might want to bluff. The problem is Seth is not really that deep to bluff, and it, yeah, okay, it's just over. They were deeper. That hand setup could lead to interesting poker.
And that's because the jacks have opportunities to.
It's kind of just blocking the nuts.
Really go ham.
You'd love to have like jacks with a club or jacks with like a 10 or queen or king.
Got it.
King, jack, jack,
Okay,
maybe
got it.
you don't
Thank
really
you.
bluff.
Play my
But
cards. Sean, we might lose you. We might lose you.
actually, king, jack, jack can definitely bluff.
Balance.
The point is those hands can actually improve. Just jack, jack, 7-7 can't improve, but you still are blocking the best two hands right now, at least the straights.
Yeah, obviously a difference with deeper stacks and shorter, but we do have a lot of shorter stacks, and two of those at this table is Masashi.
Oh, hey, we lost somebody.
Davies.
Manuel Stojanovic is out in 16th. So we are on the stone bubble. He looks like he just got short, got it in with 10-10-8-5, double suited after defending his big blind on ace 7-6. He has an open ender and a club flush draw, and it just bricked out. He lost versus aces and sixes. You can see this hand on the Triton Poker Plus app. Great way to follow the tournament. Highly recommend. Download it.
So out to the outer table where we are taking the flop. Queen 9-6. Laszlo opened the button into Frank's big blind. Turn card is the 10. Checks around again. River card now the 5.
Laszlo's been chipping up, just really taking advantage of the bubble. Look at him here, that mountain of chips in front of him. He's got 4.1 million, 138 big blinds.
Yeah, he has been chipping up. Won't be winning this pot. That's Chris Frank. Turns up 2 pair, rivered 6-5. Frank's been cruising throughout day 2. Sitting on 2.6 million in chips now. Frank and Laszlo came out just to play the PLO here in Montenegro. Joe Trent on the side, chatting with Danny Tang.
Danny can, as long as he doesn't go out next, he will add to his lead in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year race.
He's looking to add points, because there's also that 200K juicy prize up top if he can win that one, as well as massive bragging rights to be the Player of the Year.
Wow, and no one else in the race is really in this. So he just stone add and doesn't have to fade anybody right now. And I mean, after this tournament, I think there's only 2 more, right? There's one today, and then there's
a 50K
today
and
and a
the 30K
30K tomorrow.
bounty, right?
So, I mean, it's looking pretty good in terms of him winning it, because he already has a 200-300 point lead. He's probably cashing here.
He's looking good, Brian, but I'm just saying
The
last
two-
time,
but the last
Kuhn
two
came out of
tournaments-
nowhere and just
The last 2
stole it.
tournaments are not going to have huge multipliers, though.
True.
They're smaller buy-ins, and they won't have huge fields. These are PLO tournaments, like for, you know.
Well, the first thing that Danny Tang wants to do is try to slide into the money,
Gotta
right?
lock up some more points here.
Definitely a lot more on the line for him. Ace 9-9-5. Laszlo bet the flop. 75K called by Chris Frank. Omaha rolls, checking back.
Check load.
Dealer, let's take a river card. The 3 to the board. Ace 9-9-5-3. Spades did not get there from the front.
Christopher Frank is really battening down the hatches, so to speak, over there. He's in full hoodie, crunched over.
Understandable given what's on the line. 2.2 million for first in this massive PLO 100K buy-in.
Doesn't look like a comfortable way to play a poker hand, though. I will say that.
You know, if it's comfy for him, primarily plays on online streets. $405K is exactly a pot-sized bet, and this has gone bet, check, bet, pot on the river. Chris Frank does not seem pleased.
Wow, we got some people sweating in the background here. At the other table, we got Dylan, Oya, Elis, and it looks like that's Jonas Kronwitter.
That's right.
In the black hoodie, who's walking away.
Masashi there as well. Weissman. As they await Frank's decision, which is going to be a fold.
Laszlo scoops up some more chips. That man's going to need a color up soon. Get those black chips in play.
Laszlo is good for the chip lead of the tournament.
Upper back.
And a big chip
Cuida
lead.
ali. No?
This last 8 minutes remaining of level 15, 15, 30, 30. Up to 15 players, 40 players will be in the morning. Roundabout was going to play hand for hand. You guys are coming to start preparing your deck. Collect the Budva Naki. Be ready to cut and wait for my instruction to deal one hand.
So we were playing catch up on the outer table, hence why this whole table went to go rail.
Upper back, okay? Upper back.
This is better. Now they can see your patch.
Huh?
It's what they're paying you for, is when you make the 100K.
Ah, they were not seeing?
No, they weren't.
Ah,
Yeah.
shit.
Why are they even paying you?
Yeah.
Your ambassador game needs work.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's shit. Very bad.
I believe that, actually.
Yeah, it's like...
So hand for hand on the stone cold bubble. 15
Yeah,
remaining.
nice, social media, I like it.
I mean, I have someone
Survive
do it.
once more.
Yeah, I have a team.
Win
I don't want
152,000.
to have. I don't even have Instagram on my phone.
Oh, nice.
Like, obviously it's still me talking, but I have people that help.
Yeah, yeah.
They're probably watching this, so you're giving them good ego. Cool. You hear that, Martin?
5,
I also
4,
like
3,
Nachos.
deuce.
Nacho does good.
Yeah,
Nacho's got a
think
good.
he's the best.
Yeah, Nacho's got a good team.
Queen, queen, 8-7. Davies is very short in the small blind. But the other short stack's actually in the big, and that's Masashi Oya. Masashi, hailing from Japan, will be making the call. And if we get the right flop, one of these will go. One of these two will go down. King, Jack, 9, Masashi flops the joint.
Wow.
Do you feel my problem? Yes. Yeah.
Quite the accomplishment for Oya in this matchup pre-flop.
Yeah, he was a bit bad shape pre.
Wonder if Seth is just going to go with a bet fold here. No, okay.
Wants to hang on to those 305,000 chips.
Well, just with the queens, try to get some hands with equity to fold that might check back, like Jack X, any one pair in gutters, etc. But
Masashi trying to get some value, 55K with the straight.
Seth is thinking some dirty thoughts here, probably.
But if he reacts, is incorrect, that would be a lot of his chips. Stone cold bubble. Looks like he is going to check call with the 2 queens.
It's going to be hard for him to win. And that, wow, that turn might get him into trouble here. Because he actually only has a queen high straight. Omaha, you have to play 2 of your cards, so he's playing queen 8 for the queen jack 10 9 8 straight, where and Oya is playing the queen 10 for the king high straight.
King high straight.
And given that Seth is blocking queens, he probably thinks he has the best hand most of the time.
He does, and he is going to get snapped off. Davies.
Davies is going to be on life support after this one.
Did you flop the straight?
Did I?
Yeah.
No, he did not. Davies covers by 10K.
Seth just has no way to win this.
No way to win it.
Even if another queen came, it's just over.
Oh, wait, no, not chop.
Oh no, it's not.
Yeah, he has a higher straight.
Yeah, only queen high on it.
Yeah.
You did 10, right?
Feel like I don't really like Seth's plan of check call on the flop. I will say that. That was almost like my least. I'd rather check fold. I actually like the plan of just like betting half pot, and if you get called, you're pretty much done.
I get 10 back.
I like that much more than check calling his hand. But if you check, I think maybe you just fold versus a bet.
I hear you.
I prefer raise the call, I think. Then you just still get into trouble, though.
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from. And obviously,
his hand's just not very robust. There isn't many ways to improve when you check call. Like, you're kind of just hoping.
Well, he did improve, and he got it in.
Yeah, but like, other than that card, which doesn't even give you a clean king high straight, there's really no improves. Backdoor clubs. You have to get to the river for that to pay off.
Well, that's going to be good news for all of the short stacks. Danny Tang being one of them, who really wants to slide into the money because Davies only has 10,000 chips remaining.
Tricky spot, though.
So all the short stacks, they don't want to get involved right now.
Oh, very clear open for Ribeiro.
Didn't need just this. He could have gone in with worse.
Wow, Seth is he has 10K.
Just pass.
This is such a clear fold, I think, as Oya. I think at this point you're just waiting.
Wow. Okay. I mean,
he just doesn't care about the bubble very much.
Masashi's like, you know what? 152K is all right, but I want 2.2 million. So let us play. And Joel Trend now, King 9-6 Badugi.
I mean, I'm sure he wants to repop. It looks like Zhou Chen cares a bit more about the bubble.
You can see the difference in styles immediately. Obviously, 2 kings is something you could have took a flop with. Well, Masashi flops a flush draw. 10 high, though.
See how Ribeiro decides to play queens here. I think it's pretty interesting. It's obviously a board he's not going to hit a ton, but he will hit it some because, again, his opening range is going to be quite wide, as we had discussed. So he's going with an equity clear out bet, but that's probably not going to work versus a flush draw, I think.
Especially for that price. I mean, if Masashi made signs already, he wasn't really worried about bubbling this tournament by flatting pre, so he's definitely going to be check calling this flop, which he does. Jack on a turn.
Super brick. Now Ribeiro has an interesting decision here. It's a really awkward spot for him. Like if you bet, I guess you're still folding versus check raise, right? Like, cause you can bet like 250 and fold to a check raise. You deny equity, but it's kind of you're making some assumptions embedded in all that. Can just check back, get to a river in position, and it's a clean one.
It is one of the clean river cards. 4-2 queens. Masashi completely whiffed it.
I mean, other than a queen, and 2 of the queens left from Ribeiro's perspective are one of the 2 is a heart. I mean, this is one of the cleanest rivers, other than literally the queen of spades.
Masashi might feel he needs to bet to try to steal this pot, given he's got queen high.
Yeah, this bluff is not going to work. I have to think that Tomas is going to call this here. I mean, very good river, and he's kind of towards the upper part of his range. Oya, like, never really has aces here either. So you're kind of just losing to maybe kings or maybe some, like, 3x. I don't think he really has straights as played. Like, he's short. He's probably just check raising.
Oh, he folds the best hand, Ribeiro. Didn't think Masashi was going to be this out of line, Ras.
Yeah, and you know what it probably is? He's probably thinking that he just doesn't have enough air like he had. But I would say that he did bet very small on the flop. So, and he doesn't have a heart in his hand. So he's kind of unblocking all the overcard with heart. But would Oya, what he does think is Oya's not bluffing if he hits a deuce or a 5. Right?
If he's got some kind of pair.
If he's got 2 pair, he's probably not bluffing. And he probably decides he doesn't value bet a jack. So, you know, again, it's a spot where I think he feels, if I had to guess, that maybe he's undercounting the amount of just no pair hands Oya can have. But the other thing, too, is he's probably doesn't realize how wide Oya's calling pre-flop, right? Because we looked at Oya pre-flop and basically said he's supposed to fold this hand, right?
Exactly. So his ranges that he assumed his opponent Masashi had, it was just wrong in that instance.
Yeah.
He didn't have that data point. just yet.
Like he probably thought Oya's range was a bit stronger than it was, probably a lot more weighted towards kings, a lot narrower. So it's very interesting. Like Oya kind of got away with one there because I think Ribeiro didn't quite realize the way Oya was playing the spot. And he ended up making a big fold, but in his mind it probably wasn't that big a fold.
Ribeiro now opening the 2 kings. Davies calls off his last 10K with 9-8,
I would have flatted
6-5.
aces. I would have flatted double suited aces. Oh, yeah, nice. No.
So if Davies cannot get there, we're going to bust the bubble.
He has a pretty nice hand to take up against 2 kings.
He does, 42%.
Yeah. He's got, he's very connected. His flush draws live. None of his cards are covered. And you can see against King, 10, 4, he's, 42%. 42% with 9 high.
Because they are all in a call, we are going to finish this hand on the outer table before we resume and see the result of that one. Here we do have Jonas Kronwitter against Ellis Parsonen. Board does read Queen 9-7-2 spades, Queen 7, so double paired.
Wow, look at this table. Jonas, Ben 86, and Elis. This is a pretty nasty stacked PLO table right here.
So it went check through the flop, check through the turn, and once more on the river. Ellis showing down the winner with 2 paint cards. King 9-4. Good for kings and queens.
It felt like a bluff.
And now,
yeah, it feels like it.
Back to the feature where Davies needs help. Or we bust the bubble.
Lazo, who are you rooting for? I thought so.
Laszlo's not the war.
Laszlo rooting on Seth Davies. Wouldn't mind to keep this bubble going on some more. Here comes a flop. That is all Seth Davies. Trip 6s, but Thomas has got hearts and kings.
Yeah, he has hearts.
A great flop for Seth, an even better turn.
Yeah, full house for Davies, cutting out the hearts. Outs, 2 kings remaining for Thomason. Doesn't get there, flush no good.
Yeah, 8 came in handy because the flush did get in there on the river.
So Davies is going to 7x his stack.
70.
7-0?
Yep.
10K to 70.
That's a better number than 8-0.
That actually gives Davies just north of 2 big blinds now.
So
you should have given him an extra chip. It'd be good for you.
Big blind's going to hit him soon.
You think so? Yeah,
If he doesn't play this hand, it's going to be forced in next hand.
Yeah, he can't make it through the blinds and fold is what Dylan's getting at. He would need
blinds up this hand?
80K. Because the blinds in Annie, if you were to fold everything, is 70.
Wouldn't have mattered.
Oh, never mind.
Oh,
blinds just went up.
2040.
He's going to be in here, a little AK.
AK 63.
Upgrade from the AK 47.
16 versions forward. Imagine this is good enough.
I wonder if he's thinking between raising and calling.
Merits to both, of course. He is going to rip it in. Just shy of a min raise.
Wonder if Oya just calls here.
I mean, he's looking to get into pots. We've seen
He's
it.
looking to get into pots. He'd love to bust Seth.
Hands all right.
It's not really that good, but he only has to put in 70K.
Doesn't even have to put in a full min raise.
No one's really going to want to raise him out of the pot other than maybe Tomas.
You want multiple players to try to bust out to Seth Davies.
The way he's been playing, I expect him to call. I mean, I don't know, honestly, how you fold this when you called the Queen 10-8-7 out of position from the small blind.
Right,
like,
Jack 10-9's a lot nicer. In terms
no,
of
it's more like this is to actually try to bust somebody on the bubble for
If I do
less
call,
money
you can reopen the action, correct?
in position.
Yeah. Okay, just want to confirm before I look. Doesn't matter.
And he's not going to be reopening the action with this, I would imagine, because having this hand and repotting and getting called by Oya would be an absolute disaster. But, I mean, if he thinks, wow, so the thing is, Oya might fold this. But the problem is that we've seen that Oya doesn't seem to care that much about ICM.
Right. If he cares about ICM, then he should be folding.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't.
But if he really cared, he might not have called in the first place. Yeah, this is one of those things where it's like ICM gone wrong. Like Tomas, it's like it only works if your opponents also respect it. If not, you end up just incinerating chips, punting them. So like
now Thomas is playing this huge pot out of position with a side pot of King 10-8-3.
So I'll get 4 back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it.
It's like this is a lesson that everybody needs to learn about. Like this. Oh wow. Well,
King 9 deuce top pair for Ribeiro. Oya's got middle pair, a gut shot.
Pot.
Pot. Now what?
he might get a hand with like decent equity versus him to fold here. Jack 10, 9, 6. This is like kind of ugly.
Masashi's now thinking, how did I get myself in this mess?
So this ended up working out for Ribeiro here, but
good spot for Davies.
you always have to remember that. Wow, Seth, you're right. Great spot.
Rainbow.
The 3 is shared, so.
A king, right? Yeah, 10-8
Seth
spades.
shows Ace King 6-3, King of 3 of Hearts.
I'm your guardian, bro.
Thomas shows
I'm
King
guardian,
10,
you know.
8,
Team
3.
Guardian Angel. Ribeiro.
King 3 of Spades.
Let us look on.
Joker, please. Turn is the Ace of Hearts.
Ace.
And it's over.
Right? Yeah, you got
Top
it.
2.
The rear
Good
is the
for
deuce
Davies.
of clubs.
All right.
6 spin.
Good for Masashi to fold too. He
Seth
would
will
have
treble up.
lost a hand against
Oh,
Ribeiro.
there is a side pot.
Yeah, there was a side pot. So I was in for 70.
210, 240.
270,
Wait.
right?
No.
210 plus 60? Yeah. 270.
No. Set.
Yeah, I'll just get the 2.
Well, as they sort out how many chips are going Seth Davies' way, it will be 270,000.
Yeah.
Still good for the short stack, 7 big blinds. That was a very interesting hand, Rest.
Yeah, you know, I think it's one of these things. I ended up working out for Ribeiro, but it's one of these things where with ICM, you can kind of only put the amount of pressure on your opponents that they'll abide by. Otherwise, like a really easy example for No Limit that people, it's like if you have one of these spots where the solver is like, you can shove any 2 cards because your opponent's like, oh, they're supposed to call with like 10s plus, like Ace King. But your opponent's just going to look at Ace 10 and call you, or like King Queen.
I got 4 time banks here.
Or, you know, maybe even worse, like any pair. You know, I'm just saying in these spots, it's all of a sudden you're kind of punting when you shove any 2, right? Because like the solver's telling you this is right, but it's based on the fact that your opponent's only calling this.
If he's calling correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, so if your opponent doesn't, what ends up happening in that spot is everyone else at the table or in the tournament prints. Because you're now playing this contested all-in where this guy's at risk and whatever, and both players in the pot are losing. Because the guy who's supposed to fold it but called too loose, he's now risking his tournament life, and the other guy is just has a shitty hand and playing for a lot of money, so he's super minus chip EV, right? So that's the way it kind of works, and I feel like that hand was a great example of this, where Ribeiro's like, oh, I bet I can really leverage a lot of pressure here, but you kind of just end up playing a huge pot with a really bad hand against somebody who's also
That's too much. That's way too much.
burning their EV in the tournament, because yeah, it's very interesting little game theory spot.
That's one time.
This is also interesting as Ribeiro has 3-bet Joe Tren with 9-8-7-5, really putting that ICM pressure on his opponent. Joe Tren, though, might treat things differently. Dan Masashi does have ace, queen, jack, deuce.
We did see him fold kings in the big. So I mean, Seth still only has 5 big blinds, I think.
7.
Well, I think he's in the big blind this hand.
Okay,
And
fair
lost
enough.
2 of them.
Correct.
So
But to open a 110 and fold hurts.
yeah, and Joe Chen has to be sick of this, because not that long ago we had like $1.5 million and has just lost it all opening and folding. But I think he's going to do it again. Yeah.
More fun than
Great
hold'em bubbles,
stuff.
Seth? More fun than hold'em bubbles? More interesting?
For sure, yeah.
Diamond Saint, please.
Yeah.
They're really interesting.
Yeah, this feels a great game.
Thomas really just muscling
You're making Laszlo
his
so
way
happy right
on
now.
Joe Tren.
You think about that? Think about your future.
I like Laszlo, bro. He's
a good dude.
He's a good dude.
Oh, and Laszlo did get that color up.
And Laszlo is also involved in this pot as he bets the turn 200,000. He is involved with Michael Dweck in the big blind. Did go raise to 100, call, flop. 10-9 deuce. Laszlo betting 145,000, called by Michael. And now you see the board pairing 10 on the turn, where Laszlo bets 200,000. There sitting in the orange is Michael Dweck, who does check call.
And given Dweck's stack, that check call is like super strong. I mean, I kind of expect him to have, 3 10s a lot. If he doesn't have 3 10s,
Okay, so
it's
we do
like
check.
king, king, queen, jack.
Dweck shows king, queen high. And Laszlo shows 7, 7, 6, 4 for 10s and 7s.
And wins.
And wins with 2 bets, a bet on the flop and a bet on the turn. How good is that?
Wow, and Dweck has now placed himself in jeopardy.
Dweck clearly was on some kind of big draw and didn't get there.
I mean,
king queen was his biggest cards he could show down. I assume like a king queen jack.
Okay.
With a 10-9 deuce 10-3 texture.
Also my birthday. I shouldn't be dead.
With
so.
some diamonds somewhere.
No, but it's normal, man.
Yeah.
6 outs.
No, 2 outs.
No, on the turn, right?
Oh, yeah. 6 out on the turn.
So 5 big blinds for Davies in the small blind.
I have diamonds also.
But
This ball has been quite interesting.
Depends on the week. Today, yeah, today it is for sure.
It's also quite fun to see because you can see a bunch of the different players seems like they have different perspectives on the bubble as to like how tight they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
Like some people are playing extremely tight and other people are not.
Yeah, let's just still get involved.
So
and it's at both tables, it
I
seems.
think this is kind of fun because it's a lot different. I feel like when we are doing these no limit tournaments, there might be people with different, but it's much more uniform. You know, I think much more consistent agreement in spots. Whereas here, you can see these players have pretty different
different approaches,
opinions.
different risk tolerance. 6-3-3. Both players with trips.
Oh, wow.
Oya's got a flush draw with the trips, but the worst kicker. Thomas with the queen kicker. Chips could go flying in, couldn't they?
Yeah, we'll see how Oya decides to play it. I mean, again, you might think that on the bubble he'll just check call, but Oya has shown that he doesn't mind gambling on the bubble, so, you know, he might decide to check raise as well. If he does check raise, then this is probably getting all in because they're not very deep, and Ribeiro has a 3.
Pot.
Yeah, oh.
All in.
There we go. So, wow. Masashi is all in.
You can see this is basically a flip because not only does Oya have hearts, if he hits an 8, 9, or 10, Tomas only has one overcard to that, a queen. So it's pretty definitive outs right there. But Tomas does have the best hand right now with queen 3.
10, 9, 8, 3, 10, 8 of hearts.
Davies has front row seats too to maybe slide into the money.
Queen 7, 3, deuce.
1.45 million in the middle. This is a massive pot that could bust the bubble.
Turka, please.
Turn is the
Turn is
jack.
jack of clubs.
Oya needs to improve.
I believe.
And the river. The
river card is the king, and that is the end.
We lose Masashi Oya.
Of Masashi Oya.
Place.
Masashi. Unlucky, buddy.
Went for it.
I bet I'm going to be
We'll be
invited
going
to all the
home
private
with
games
nothing.
after this showdown.
Seth, how'd you get in?
Knock right in there, man.
I would have folded
So
every hand
Davies.
with you. I don't think I would have played a hand.
Yeah.
Slid
I'm
into the
thinking, like,
money.
with your stack, I think I would have folded every hand.
I don't think I agree.
You think you agree?
I don't think so.
Really? I might have.
Especially because I protect you, man.
Yeah, I mean,
And they're just verbally disagreeing.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm telling you, PLO is interesting right now in tournaments because it's just a lot less agreed upon.
That's what makes it fun to watch.
Yeah, I think Hold'em, there's much more uniform agreement about what's the right way to play. But I'll tell you what, though. If Dylan and Seth are arguing about
Bubble
a PLO
over.
hand, I'm betting on what Dylan has
Look
to
at him,
say.
he's happy. He's got 3 million more.
No limit, I go the other way.
Yeah.
I'll bet on Seth. But
Dylan's
in
got
PLO,
more PLO experience.
Yeah, a lot more.
But Davey's got more tournament experience, I think. Regardless, all players now guaranteed $152,000. Good for also Danny Tang, who will be picking up a cash here at the minimum.
It's the nature of the game.
Nature of the game, so sick.
More points for him in terms of Ivan Lau player of the race. And perhaps players are going to start getting their chips in now, since they're now guaranteed that money.
You know, another thing about what Dylan said, but he didn't say this out loud, is another reason why maybe he's right that Seth should fold. He's at the table with Oya. I mean, we could see that Oya didn't really care about the bubble. Like, he was in there gambling, calling out of position in the small blind, just defended the 10-9-8-3, a whole bunch of hands. Like in that other pot where him and Tomas just played, he flatted and then called the 3-bet for 300K pre with Jack 10-9-6. Like this is a huge thing beyond just like, oh, tournament theory. In actual practice, you have somebody who's now doesn't have a ton of chips, who's gambling.
And you see it right in front of you.
Which is even more incentive for a real short stack to just fold. Because it's like, this guy might get all in the next 10 hands. Like, because he's not going to be like folding correct according to ICM. Right? So embedded in Dylan's statement, and why in this case I definitely agree with him, is that. So whether or not theoretically you think what Dylan's saying or Seth's saying is right, I think in actual practice in this tournament, I think Dylan's definitely correct. That's my 2 cents. Because, I mean, we just saw it happen, by the way. I mean, like,
it wasn't just one hand. It was multiple hands.
It was like multiple hands where he was just like, I'm gambling. And, yeah, one of the interesting things is if Zhou Chen decided to take that. Because Zhou Chen had a bunch of pretty good hands, close spots where he just kept respecting ICM and folding. Zhou Chen could either be out or have like 4 million now as well if he had the Masashi approach.
Yeah, but he was like, I'm going to respect the ICM a little bit. Let me slide into the money first. Like you said, it's nice to watch different players approach it differently, different opinions.
Yeah, I mean, listen, everybody's gambling their money at the end of the day,
It is.
Their money.
You plunk in 100K, you can make whatever decision you want.
Yeah.
You don't have to listen to the Silicon Overlord.
Them or me, who cares?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
I play how I want to.
Yeah. There's no right or wrong. Right is what I decide to do. Okay.
I actually really agree with your statement because I know there's always players that are like, well, maybe I should just play how others. But if you don't perform it well, it is better to play within your own comfort zone. Anyways, Davies does get it in with Jack 10-10-9.
Look at hand.
Slight favorite against Tomas. Ace-9 deuce
That
is
flop.
very good for Ribeiro.
Yeah, that flop hardly seems fair.
No. A couple more.
Oh, it's
Good
over.
game, Seth.
GG.
Nice cash.
Yeah.
GG, nice
I have a lot to
cash.
go look at after this, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Good playing with you.
You too.
You're the killer.
Hmm?
The killer.
Yep. Feels good. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, you should. It's okay. I'm where I started today.
You also feel good.
I mean, Seth has to be pretty happy with that cash. He had 10,000.
He had 10,000 chips. Yeah.
It's like a third of a big
You feel better
blind.
than me, but not upset.
Managed to cash.
Feels like I just found money on the floor,
Yeah.
Ribeiro actually moves
redraw
up
at
to
12?
3.5 million after
we redraw
eliminating
at
both
12?
Davies and
Thank you.
Masashi.
So we're getting a big blind. Got it. Thank you.
Never seen him play before, but I think he's a very action-heavy player, very fun to watch. And if you want to have some fun yourself, check out betacr.eu. We have the opportunity to bet on all sorts of different sports, especially the Triton series. Make your predictions. If you didn't get your chance at this stop, be sure to do so on the next one. You can also get a 15% free play up to $250 on your first deposit. Do check out betacr.eu. So with the departure of Davies, we are now down to 13 players. Michael Dweck joining the feature table. Hell was full, so I went to Rockville. Okay. Michael Dweck is going to come to this feature table with 720,000 chips, good for 18 bigs.
And we're one player off. I'm not sure if they're going to break or redraw. Do we know, Produce James? 12 players full redraw, I'm told. So the next player that busts, and it probably will happen kind of soon. There's, you know, 12, 13, 15, 16, and 18 big blind stacks. And, you know, we just made the money. Again, there is some ICM because it's not a big field tournament really, but still the payouts are kind of flattish until you get down to the final 9 or 8.
Okay. 18 big blinds.
This is PLO.
I don't understand how this works. Is that fine?
Michael's first feature table, I assume. As he didn't know how to put the cards on a reader, but did get it correctly. Queen, Jack, 10-8 in the big. This is Michael's first Triton stop. Only here for the PLO. Ace, King, King. Got shot for Michael. Well, Queen, Jack, 10. To be precise. But it is Roberto who is going to fire out a min bet.
Roberto's hand is in super jail here and now just dead.
Broadway.
I wonder if he decides to bluff here, just having no pair and a queen.
The queen is relevant to block the straight.
Yeah. So if you're going to find some hands to double barrel with, this seems like an interesting one because of that. Because you have nothing. Good time to bluff. You're bottom of your range, and he actually has nothing with a relevant blocker. So yeah, and especially like it's rainbow flop with a rainbow turn, so there's no flush draw. And Dweck, he's just got a straight, so he's going to call. I mean, that's about that. I mean, for Dweck, the interesting question's on the river.
Right.
Not
if
here.
One more bet comes in,
Yeah.
what do I do? So we do have 480 in the pot. River card is the Jack.
Now I think Tomas probably doesn't follow through most of the time, and I don't really have a good heuristic to tell you why he will bluff here if he does. But let's see. I do think on that card, Dweck is very likely to call. I mean, he has a Jack along with the straight. He's basically just losing to full houses, and
the Jack blocks the full house.
Yeah, he's blocking full houses with the Jack, but he might fold. He's still not beating any value, right?
Yes,
so,
I agree with that.
You know, he's not really beating any value. I wonder if he thinks he can ever chop. Maybe not for pot, actually. For pot, probably not.
Makes the call.
Yeah.
Nice one from Michael. Sees the Queen 9-6-5.
Yeah, I just don't think he's probably folding that one with the Jack. That would have been my bet.
The Jack is the key card.
Straight wins.
Yeah. Here, this one wins too. Or this one, sorry. 460.
The dealer's just staring at it for a second. Paying out the 460.
Feels like she probably doesn't play a ton of PLO.
She's like, all right. Me and her in the same camp.
Yeah.
It's all good.
It can be confusing sometimes. That wouldn't be one of the spots I would generally say, but
It's always when the
Trust me.
trips comes out on the board that
Yeah.
trips me up a little bit. Like the instance when you've got like a made hand and all of a sudden you just have high card. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Like you might have top pair and now you just have trips with whatever your
Yeah,
highest
that
two
one.
cards are.
That's the one that always trips up players who
Yeah.
aren't experienced in PLO. Like what?
I'll tell you, yeah. I've my
Where are we
biggest I've actually mucked
Huh?
getting a big chunk of a pot in a big
faster.
game
We're
before.
playing faster.
Not in PLO, it was
Yeah.
PLO 8, but yeah. I just like didn't notice that I made a straight.
Sounds like bad memories over
Yeah,
there.
no, it's the most equity I've ever. So like my biggest misclick ever. Yeah, it was in a big game at the Aria. It was a disaster. I realized it when I was like telling someone the hand like 20 minutes later
you didn't even know at the
I was
time.
playing over somebody. And then I told someone off the table. So it's not actually 100%, but I'm pretty sure because I'm pretty sure I remembered my hand accurately.
Mm-hmm.
And then like I'm telling them, and as I'm telling like the run out, because I think I ran it twice against Scott Seaver, and then like I just stopped mid sentence as I realized like what I had.
What did I do?
Because I didn't just like show my hand. So I'm just telling you, it's a thing.
Are we
It's
redrawing?
pretty easy to make the mistake.
I can just imagine you telling the story and you just stop like, no.
Yeah. I mean, I pretty much never misread. You know, I don't know if it's a function of playing multiple games.
Yeah, with the
I would wonder how much a person who only plays PLO ever misreads their hand.
Huh?
But I just think for when you play a lot of different games, sometimes some of these things, like must use two cards, whatever, you end up messing up.
I don't care.
I think you should slap him.
Nah, I don't
Come on.
care.
Within 12 players remaining, we need to play catch up.
You know I'm joking, right? Oh, dude, are you joking? You couldn't tell? Well, no, I don't want to actually be mean to them.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Yeah, so 12 players remaining now.
We need to play one hand on this table, two hands on that table. We're gonna play that hand first, since it's a bait jump, and then the next hand we're gonna play.
Oh, okay.
So you just wait until that.
Oh, unlucky for me.
Dealers should be treated with kindness and a little bit of compassion. Usually the mistakes are few and far between.
No, it's a good hand. It's a good call.
A little catch up, but 13th, just to let you know, Brian, was Chris Brewer.
Oh.
So we're down to 12.
So we're going to redraw here.
We are going to redraw after we play a little catch up.
I'll tell you, watching these streams, yeah, it's a little bit harder to know probably, but I have played in a couple Tritons. The dealers are great. Like the dealers they get here are pretty top notch. Like
Well,
you
yeah, we
see
only bring in the best.
Yeah, you see almost no mistakes. I feel like at the WSOP it's a little bit more hit or miss, especially in like the mixed games. I think dealers are like pretty good with Hold'em usually, but you know, you get a dealer dealing like dealer's choice or 8 game. Give me a little.
You get a little wild card here and there.
Yeah.
Raise and take for Tollerine, also known as Ben 86.
So now we have one hand to pitch up there, one hand to pitch up here, and there's a hand still going on there. We're not gonna play that hand. We're gonna play hand random with 2 tables, use the face down. If we lose 2 players in different tables, we're gonna jump. 11 and 12.
So we are playing catch up. There is a pay jump lingering. If they can get to 11th, you heard Luca Vivaldi saying if there was bust outs on multiple tables, we would be chopping up that little pay jump.
I will say that blue hoodie looks so comfortable.
It is. A lot of the chat really loves it.
Yeah, it's like fluffy.
He was saying that he went out to the sea for a swim before the day started. And I was like, well, that looks like the perfect thing to dry off on. A huge fat towel, you know? But let us play some more. Ribeiro, ace, queen, jack, 10. Joe Twen.
Joe Twen is now free. It's no longer constrained by the ICM.
You know what's funny? It's a small thing I just thought of. You know what the queen, how you say it in Chinese, is actually Chuen. So it's almost like Chuen Chuen. That's how they would say it.
So this is his hand.
This is his hand, is what I was trying to get at. So he is going to try to take a flop in the small blind. When Chuen is busy in Robeiro's hand, and 2 kings now for Weissman.
Ooh.
Dynamic, of course, a little different now that they are in the money, so Thomas's range is a little bit different, but he is going to repot the 2 kings.
He knows he's always ahead of Zhou Chen here, and I guess he's just willing to take his chances that Ribeiro's opening wide enough. See how Ribeiro decides to respond to this. Ace, queen, jack, 10. Might decide his hand is good enough to call.
Does have a suited ace to go along with the ace, queen, jack, 10, and he does call.
What about Zhou Chuen now? With the Chuen.
Chuen going out.
Nope, he's out.
Makes sense.
All right, now this is a big pot, ladies and gentlemen.
940 in the middle. It comes 10-9-6 rainbow.
The rest is about to go in the middle. We got top 2 pair versus top pair and open ender. And you can see they're
the equities?
flipping.
It's a coin flip, 51-49. Double check those cards.
Yeah, there's not much to think about here.
Yes,
No,
yes,
no.
we
Top
played
2.
this huge pot.
Top 2.
Why are you freaking out?
Hold
on.
Ace, queen, jack, 10. Pair the board.
Give him a set.
No. Pair the board. Pair the board.
Give him a set, you know.
Pair the board.
Let us both make 2 pairs at least.
No. Pair the board. 9.
Ooh, and what a nice card for
That's a
Dylan
good
that
one for you.
corrupts a
9.
lot of
That's nasty.
Tomas's outs.
Yeah,
Okay,
with the arrival of the spades.
Yeah, deserves to be the king.
River card is the 4, and Dylan gets the full double up to 2.35 million. That was a big dent to Ribeiro's stack.
Dylan now launches well above the average stack. Basically swaps place with Ribeiro here.
That's right. Slides him into the top 5.
Sick hand.
So those are to look at the chip counts, but we are on that table redraw that we just mentioned, which is ever so important with 12 players just remaining. Welcome back to the booth, Randy Liu alongside Brian Rass. What's your main takeaway of what just went down?
I really, it's about the bubble, right? I think we just got to see that a lot of people have kind of different theories about how to play poker on the bubble and PLO, and it was just really fun to watch that all kind of play out. You know, hear some of the players talk about it, analyze the hands, break them down here in the booth. So I think that was, you know, from this frame, kind of the biggest thing that happened. What do you think?
I do agree, and it did end up being Masashi Oya who kind of just set ICM on the side, went for it, unable to get there, and he was our eventual bubble boy. So we are going to go on a 15-minute break as we do the 2-table redraw, and I'll be stepping out of the booth. Griffin Benger will take it with Brian Rass to continue the coverage. We'll see you guys soon.
We're going to miss you, Randy.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Noma's shutting down. They're doing some pop-ups around the world. I'm not really trying to go to Noma. We're going to go to Geranium. That's where we're going to eat.
Isn't that like germs?
No, it's a flower.
Oh, okay, okay. Whew.
Yeah, it's this really high concept where you eat bacteria.
I don't know. You don't know about the fine dining. They do some odd things sometimes.
They do.
But Noma is kind of one of those places.
They do. It's too much pickled stuff on the Noma menu. We're going to go to Geranium, Randy.
Okay.
All right.
Geranium. I'll hold you to that because that was the worst
Stop! It
expensive
wasn't.
meal of my life.
It was.
It was the most expensive meal of my life, and it was the worst.
Really, it was the most expensive meal of your life?
I think so.
Boy, I'm here for it.
Yeah, but it was bad, and you took me to it.
I know, but it was just one of those meals that you have to check off the list. Anyway, Greco, limited involvement. King, Queen, 10, 6, trying to limp in here. Kronwitter with a finger wag. The reasons are understandable with double-suited kings. Greco in a bad way. Does come along. And flops himself 10s and 6s.
Top two.
Kind of a good board, too. Rainbow. Don't expect a whole lot of that 5-6 interaction out of Kronwitter.
Yeah, very good board for him. It's always nice when it's rainbow on a flop, knowing that no flushes will just come in on the turn. Wouldn't surprise me if Richard Grieco just comes in check potting it, especially against the 130K bet. You know, there's a lot in there. He's out of position. Obviously, turns and rivers can get nasty. It's a game of equity denial when possible.
And a check jam out of Grieco. This feels so gross for Kronwitter, who does have that 10 dangler, and he's going to need to counterfeit this 10-6. Only one king remaining for the time being. A 5, the only path to a counterfeit.
Yeah, not in great shape.
Any 5s in the deck?
Can hit backdoor diamonds.
Or just Jack of diamonds is fair.
Oh.
Did he just hit it? Wow.
Sweaty. Fun turn.
Yeah, but take a peek at the fact that it is a spade, so the flush draw's there, and instead it's 5s full of kings for Kronwitter, and he is eliminated.
Any 5s? Comes to 5.
Richard being told by producer James now, British pronunciation, Grieco from the field. On the outside of the money bubble, no less.
That was a brutal one.
That was savage.
I was just asking for 1, but I'll take 2. How many? Okay.
We're behind, or?
Yeah, 2 hands.
So GG Grieco will be able to join the next PLO. Alice asking Jonas, was it close? Kind of. Double suited with pocket 5s for Jonas.
Back at it to 75,000. Tolerine, double suited 10-7-7-5.
Yeah, Tolerine is looking for a spot. Double suited is very important. If it was single suit, he wouldn't even be thinking about it.
So Tolerine does call all in. Anybody that comes along at this point will be faced with the prospects of a dry side pot against the chip leader. Parson and Queen Jack 10-6 double qualifies. Suited ace for Martin Dahm. He can close the action with a call, which he does. So 3 players involved on the side and an opportunity to potentially quadruple up here for Ben Tolerine. 8-7-3 board.
How good of a flop is that for Tolerine?
Middle
4 ways.
set, incredible. With a couple of backdoor flush draws, both of which are clean. On the outside, a couple of ace-8s.
$125.
Kronwitter's the one to speak up.
Jonas looking to clear the field and try to get this heads up against the short stack of Tolerine, who he believes has the best hand against.
Top of range.
Top of range indeed. There we go, Tolerine. You can be back in it. You can fade the runners.
So both Parson
I
and
have a flush. I have a flush.
And
Folded 2 spades.
Okay, then I have a straight.
folding.
I folded a 6.
Kronwitter pulls back
Still
his
think I
bet.
have a flush.
Or ace.
Turn. 6 wouldn't work.
So
Nice.
Tolerine.
Yeah, wait, one more hand. Tomas, this is yours. This is mine? Yeah. No, that's Tomas's. This is mine, yeah.
Do draw your attention quickly to the bottom where only 16 remain now. So 2 for the money. We did lose Mads, where he had gotten in his Ace King 4-4 against Queen 6-8-10
When you go to
on the
Vegas.
turn. Laszlo did take
You're not going
his
early?
scalp.
Wow, and Dylan here.
Early. You're not going right away?
Aces.
With the aces and a suit. This is just such a clear pot. He's very happy to see it raised into him. He gets to put in more than half of his stack.
Okay.
In fact, yeah, wow.
Which 20? So you'll miss some.
3/4 of a stack or something.
Yeah, it's nice. Pretty simple to play aces when you're off the short stack, especially when it's raised in front of you.
I'm not getting there until...
Zhou Chen with a little bit of a decision here. I mean, double-suited queens kind of connected. You can see he's actually not a big dog against aces.
Yeah, 38%.
And he has he has enough chips to gamble. Will he?
Double suit, definitely important. When weighing that decision, he is going to look at Weissman's stack to see if he is getting the right price. Obviously, it depends on how strong Weissman's aces are.
He's going to gamble, which is not what Dylan wanted to see here, but he can fold some flops. I mean, if an ace comes on the flop, Zhou Chen can be out unless he
flops backdoors or
flops. No, maybe more. Probably more than well.
Depends on what it is.
Depends,
I suppose
yeah.
we'll find out. No ace
Oh
on flop.
my
But what
goodness.
about top set? Weissman does have a draw to an ace and a gut shot and backdoor diamonds to go with those 2 aces. So he knew instantly.
Ah, yeah. Got her. Ace, ace.
If Weissman cannot get there, we could be down to the stone
5
cold
or ace
bubble.
or no clubs. Or diamonds? Diamonds.
Yeah, this is a rough one for Dylan. Wow, and an even rougher turn.
Ooh, just 2 aces left in the deck for Weissman.
It's a diamond, but the flush draw not working because Zhou Chen has queens full.
Wow.
Who's ace?
Holy moly. Wow. 140. 140. Wow. Holy crap.
Weissman is stunned.
King 10-4, he's 42%. 42% with 9 high.
Because they are all in a call, we are going to finish this hand on the outer table before we resume and see the result of that one. Here we do have Jonas Kronwitter against Ellis Parsonen. Board does read Queen 9-7-2 spades, Queen 7, so double paired.
Wow, look at this table. Jonas, Ben 86, and Elis. This is a pretty nasty stacked PLO table right here.
So when check through the flop, check through the turn, and once more on the river, Ellis showing down the winner with 2 paint cards. King, King 9-4. Good for kings and queens.
It felt like a bluff.
And now,
Yeah, it feels like it.
back to the feature where Davies needs help. Or we bust the bubble.
Lazo, who are you rooting for? I thought so.
Laszlo's my boy.
Laszlo rooting on Seth Davies. Wouldn't mind to keep this bubble going on some more. Here comes a flop. That is all Seth Davies. Trip 6s, but Thomas has got hearts and kings.
Yeah, he has hearts.
A great flop for Seth, an even better turn.
Yeah, full house for Davies, cutting out the hearts outs. 2 kings remaining for Thomason. Doesn't get there. Flush no good.
Yeah, 8 came in handy because the flush did get in there on the river.
So Davies is going to 7x his stack.
70. 7-0?
Yep.
10K to 70.
8-0.
Hi, and welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series. I'm Griffin Benger. He's Brian Rast, and we are covering the 100K main event PLO, and we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here.
Oh, yes, we are. We're down. We just did the redraw. 12 players left, 2 6-handed tables. We're in the money, playing down to the final table, and yeah, I'm pretty excited.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the table that we're going to be covering here. Very exciting to see Danny Tang still in there, seemingly, maybe pulling away at this point for the Ivan Liao Player of the Year. We have Ribeiro there to his direct left. You can see Ribeiro in sixth place in chips. Martin Dahm, a little short stack there with just 10 big blinds. We have the chip leader, Buchtas, over there on the left. Dueck as well, really, really great. And Sean Winter, who is just such a presence there.
Yeah, no, this is a great table. If I was going to pick one of the 2 tables, I would basically instantly pick the table with Boitas, the chip leader, Laszlo, Omaha for rolls, one of the PLO legends, great player and chip leader, so want to watch him operate. But then amongst the other players, we got Sean Winter, another great poker player, really good at PLO. Danny Tang, kind of cementing his position for the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award now that he's cashed. Ribeiro, who we just saw play some interesting pots. Dueck. This is going to be a great table. And, if you want to follow the other table, it also has a bunch of great players as well. Do so on the app. Dylan Wiseman, Elis Parsonen, Christopher Frank. But that's not going to be us for now. Maybe at the final table we'll catch some of them because they're big stacks.
So there are the 2 tables. You can see the one we're going to be covering. Laszlo with a massive stack of 91 big blinds, 3.65 million. If you do take a peek at the other one, we do have the likes of Christopher Frank, Dylan Weissman, who's really impressed me over the course of this 100K main event. Jonas Kronwitter, been one of the chip leaders for most of the day. Ben 86, you know him. No surprise to see him doing well. And the short stack on the outer table is going to be...
Wiseman's a great PLO player.
Yeah.
Good that he's impressed you. Happy to hear that. He's definitely a guy to watch out for. So,
yeah, that was Joe Schwen at the bottom.
Maybe
there.
not because he's mostly just been a PLO player. He's just branching out to No Limit and mixed game stuff recently. So maybe not as well known. Obviously hasn't been out to Triton as much. Definitely a guy to keep your eyes on. Another guy at the other table, Elis Parsonen. He's been just taking down a bunch of PLO tournaments recently. But for now, we're going to be at this table watching these fine gentlemen.
Is Ellis wearing that amazing sweater today?
He is, yeah.
Again, okay.
I
love it.
The more I see that sweater, the more I'm like, man, I think I want one of those. Like, look how soft it looks.
Yeah.
Like,
as someone who lives in a country that has 6 months of winter, I feel like it would really suit me too. First hand we're going to get going here. Ace, King, 5-5, Ace, 5 suited for Ribeiro. Danny Tang defending the big blind with that Queen, Jack, 8-7. Not loving what he sees, but he does have a Queen High flush draw.
Yeah, Ribeiro here seems to have a pretty clear C-bet. Has an ace in his hand. Is really the only player that can have aces. Also has 2 5 blockers. Not only give him a gut shot, especially valuable against the big blind defend, who can have 3-5.
Tang is going to call here. Hope for that diamond. Is it tricky with the ace? I mean, Danny, proceeding here with the flush draw. Is it just sort of a situation where you just kind of have to hope that your diamonds are live with the price you're getting there?
Yeah, I think so. it's already dicey, but he's getting such a good price. It's likely to continue. I think Ribeiro has an interesting decision. I think he goes for a bet quite a bit here. I mean, aces now is locked down. You'd love to deny equity to both the diamond flush draw, the backdoor clubs. It's very hard, borderline impossible for you to be check raised.
Because you can have the aces
And they can't.
And maybe
So-
Danny doesn't have as many fours in his range with you having the 2-5s. Is that at all relevant?
Maybe not as many as the big blind, though. He can have some disconnected hands. That said, I think it's a spot where you bet, and there's no value betting the river if you're called, right? You just check down at that point and hope your ace-king is good. You are going to see a lot of 4x after you get called there, but you deny equity. You can get called by worse ace-x hands that also have a flush draw, or maybe like ace-queen, etc.
Oh, shit. City hits the crossbar.
You were on the outer table. It looks like there's already an all-in. Zhou Chen. He's all in versus Dylan. And Dylan has eliminated Zhou Chen, who made a nice run here, got 12th. He had a lot of chips going into the bubble, but just had a bunch of raise folds and kind of kept bleeding, and it looks like never really got things going after that.
And it looks like the vanquisher, based on those chips in front of him, is Dylan Weissman. He's going to be dangerous with more chips.
Yeah, he's up to almost 3 million.
Yeah, if you are on the Triton Poker Plus app, you can see how that affected his stack. He's now up to second in chips with 70 big blinds. And as we pick up the action here, and yeah, Danny's interesting to make it just 430 here. Oh, of course, he's just putting in the rest of the money against Martin.
I think that's kind of him coming from no limit. It doesn't make much sense in my opinion. You're not really going to click fold anything versus the big blind, but
yeah.
So Danny's 9-6 is wrapping around some of those straight potential for Martin Dom, which isn't ideal, but you can see the percentages still quite live
Danny,
at 37%. This is our other short stack, so we might be losing both short stacks right in the first few hands. And a pretty interesting flop. You can see the outs
Still
and his
could bust,
percentages. Yeah, gone to 48%. And he jack 10, 8, 7, 6. A lot of ways to win. That's not one of them.
yeah, Danny'd like to keep it low here.
Hey, that's
Very
how
low.
you get player of the year right there, Danny.
Is it, Sean?
Little playful jab.
That's how you
Danny
get player
Tang.
of the year.
Obviously, a lot of very strong play and a little bit of luck to win something like player of the
big
year.
for your ad kings. Didn't feel right. Did not feel right.
Things you say
Kings
in
and diamonds.
Omaha that you don't in Hold'em. I had
Yeah.
kings, but it didn't feel right.
Danny was giving off his hand. I felt Danny was giving away something there.
So Sean Winter, who here at Triton we know as like a no-limit Hold'em player, right? He comes and plays a lot of these no-limit Hold'em tournaments, had a lot of cashes, won a lot of money in no-limit Hold'em tournaments. Actually, if I'm correct, I think traditionally he came mostly from PLO for a while. Got into no-limit Hold'em tournaments, and now that there's more and more PLO tournaments, obviously playing these, he's a great PLO player.
Yeah.
Looks like in PLO he doesn't need to have a short stack to win, unlike Hold'em.
And utilizing that limping strategy that you've been preaching over the 2 days.
Yeah, we're going to see even more of that now. in this ICM heavy part of the tournament. Final table. Okay. This is an interesting board. In some ways, kind of like it most for Winter. He's got the overs and the clean open-ender. My guess is he checks this back in position.
Yeah, and you called it there. Despite the percentages actually having Winter slightly behind the other two, that ace, see how it changes everything. Winter hugely ahead, 81%, but is going to play it cautiously. The river can change a lot.
So I don't think Ribeiro's going to turn queens into a bluff. I do think Laszlo might turn his 7 into a bluff. He has 2 4s in his hand. The problem is that 4s aren't really the best blocker versus these other who aren't that likely to have 4-3. But yeah, this makes a lot of sense. He also has a 9. So he has 4-4 and a 9. So he's block a lot of cards that block straights.
And even with Winter having that single 8 blocker, going to let that get through.
3-4.
Yeah, and you can see how Winter just thinks that's got to be 3-4. No, it was 4-4. Cheeky smile.
Someone does have to have something. Winter had aces up.
I had 4-4-7. That's about it.
I had 1 pair.
4-4-7 black.
Sean Winter just called his hand. 4-4-7.
No, I think he was saying his hand.
No, yeah, he was saying he could have 4-4-7.
Okay.
No.
Oh, nice.
He
Okay.
called the bluff. Of course, he didn't do it in real time and put the money in. He'd said afterwards, like, if it's a bluff, it's got to be 4-4-7.
So, yeah, the only reason I had that gut reaction is because he did lie about his hand in a spot where he had folded that set of 10s on the Broadway board. Claimed that he called him down with just top pair when really he had a set. So definitely something to keep an eye on, the way that Winter uses that table talk to occasionally give some misinformation.
Another limp. All right. Dweck has top pair and hearts, which is the best hand right now. And the queen fills in Ribeiro's gutter, so he has Broadway and a bit of a hammer lock on this hand. In position here, he's going to be betting.
Yeah, and shouldn't find too much resistance in, the dry 9-high flush draw from Dweck, and next to nothing for Laszlo.
110,000.
Dweck is thinking about this, but this seems a bit too thin with just ace-9 as your high. And yeah, you have hearts, but I mean, those 2 5s are not very good cards to have in your hand here. They're not helping you in any way.
Could be already up against Broadway quite a bit. 5 not even live, so Dweck lets it go.
Yeah, these two tables have quite a bit different composition. Like, this table is kind of Laszlo as a clear chip leader. And yes, Thomas is sort of in second, but that clump of everyone else at the table is sort of way behind him. Whereas the other table, if you kind of want to look at the chip configurations, is 4 guys who all have around 2.5 million, and then Ben Tollerine as a shorter stack that's actually has about as many chips as Sean Winter at this table. So just very different clumpings. This is one guy up at top and the other 4 kind of clumped lower, and the other one's 4 guys clumped higher, though not as much as Boitas, and one guy is the short stack.
Family.
The rare 5-way. Yeah, family pot. It's
Tough
a family affair.
There will be no set for Dweck.
But there will be a 7 for Danny Tang. And Ribeiro with the dry nature of this board, hoping no one has a 7, thinking maybe I can get away with this. Also, with those 2 10s as backup, seems reasonable.
Yeah, this is a weird. I mean, he's only betting quarter pot, but he is clearing out overcards. He's maybe slightly blocking 7x, but it's not really too relevant. It's just really a cheap price. You're not really ever getting a better hand to fold with specifically 10s. But he is live when he's behind to improve. A 10, obviously, but then, you know, kind of wrapped, can make some hitting an 8.
That's going to fill up Danny Tang.
But we can see there's no 8s left, but yeah. Danny with the nuts right now. Deciding what to do. Looks like he's thinking about leading.
No, he's already checked. He's watching a football game, I think.
Oh, he's watching a football game.
Yeah.
Okay.
He mentioned about someone hitting a post. I mean, this is clearly invested. Maybe he could also be using it as a sort of fake tell or something, like he's not really that interested in the pot. I don't know. It's I can't speak to exactly what he's watching. I did hear him mention about someone hitting a post. So
now Ribeiro is turning his hand into a bluff. I think he thinks Danny has a big pair a lot, given that he was the first limper from the hijack. And he's actually correct. Danny does have a big pair.
Yeah.
He just also happens to have a 7 and a 4. And now Ribeiro is trying to get Danny to fold queens, kings, or aces here,
Right.
which Danny might, especially if he didn't have clubs. But Danny, well, we'll never know if he folds queens, kings, or aces. He's definitely not folding 7s full of 4s. The real question is whether or not he raises or not. Now, raising would have got Ribeiro out of there. Calling does give Ribeiro one more chance to bluff with 10s. Now, if you're Ribeiro, you're thinking, okay, maybe Danny's got a 7. Small chance, very unlikely he has a straight. But what if he has aces, kings, or queens, or even jacks with clubs? Those hands now missed, and maybe they'll fold?
So here's my question. We went family pot into here, right?
Yeah.
So can we then eliminate aces and a bunch of kings because...
No, of course not. Danny was the first person to limp.
Because hijack, cutoff, button, blinds. You're right.
I mean, you could if it was in Ribeiro or the button or someone else.
So I was thinking, I was thinking maybe there was one more spot and Winter had opened the limp and then over limp kind of thing, but clearly not the case. Yeah, nice.
Lucky ladies. Somebody's got to have something.
Can't blame Ribeiro for taking a couple stabs there, trying to fool the
It ain't
portion
easy
of the
being
range
Player of the year, boys.
that Ras mentioned, but
It ain't easy.
This feels like Sean's bit here. I wonder how many times you could play a drinking game. How many times does Sean bring up Player of the Year? Every time he does, take a shot. You're at 2 now. So
Should we set a line on this these two levels here?
I really have no idea. Like maybe he never does it again.
No, of course. That's why it's
Yeah.
I would say I think we can set the line at 2.5. He's done it 2. If he does it one more time. Or
Oh,
maybe
one
4.
more time?
Over
I would
over
take the over.
Okay, let's set the line at 3.5. What about that?
So he has to do it 2 more times?
Yeah, over the course of the next hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah. I guess I take the under.
But we want to bet this, so and I want the under.
So we'll just keep track now. Or we're just
okay,
on the same side.
how about this? How about this?
We're on the same side.
How about
It's
this?
fine.
Four times, so it's done 2 times already. 4 times you win. 3's a chop. And if he never mentions it again, I win.
Wow. I mean,
think about it. We got to get back to the poker
Yeah.
for now. We're 4 ways to this flop. You got to answer by the end of this hand.
Laszlo's
Top
got a
set, baby.
set.
Topset.net.
Dweck has nut clubs, so he'll be coming along. Don't think he has an option other than to call. Just his equity is just not going to be any good with one pair and nothing to go along with it. And the nut flush draw, if he gets it in.
Big turn card here. Even something like a jack or a queen.
Oh,
well,
that's-
king gives him an extra out. If he hits that king on the river, he will have kings full of 5s.
That's a really bad card for Dweck, kind of, because a lot of other cards he gets away from the nut flush draw, but this, I mean, he has the best hand quite a bit now.
Yeah, and that's why
He's
Laszlo
just gonna
sizes
ship
up
it.
here, right? Let's go. 400K.
Well, Laszlo's sizing up because there's a lot of draws on this board. So
Mhm.
Laszlo might have a set or something big, but he might also have wraps, flush draws, you know. I just don't think now that Dweck makes kings up along with nut clubs, he's not folding here. I think his decision is whether to
shove or
raise
to
or
call,
to
yeah.
call. He is in position. I think out of position, he's probably more likely to shove. But in position, yeah, he's just going to call.
Worth noting, Sean Winter folded pocket kings.
Oh, he did?
He did, red kings. So actually the king is dead, and he's drawing stone to that club that doesn't pair the board,
Oh,
doesn't
my.
hit it.
I mean, Dweck is, he's in trouble here. I think Laszlo just has a real clear value bet. Take your chances. Your opponent doesn't have 4-3.
Yeah.
And your set's still good. I actually wonder, if he checks it, he's checking in order to induce from draws that missed.
Yeah.
So that's what he's thinking about. But yeah, he's just going to value bet it himself. And versus Dweck's hand, that was definitely the way to get the money.
I mean, Dweck could still have 6s or 5s as well, right? You really want to get the money from that.
I think this is kind of tough to get away from as Dweck. He's going to have a lot weaker hands that missed here. The bet's also not as big as 1.2 million. It is only 720,000. It's for his tournament life, though. Dweck calls this, he's going to be on his bicycle. But feels like a really tough fold.
Yeah, and just 10 players remain here. We're at the final table bubble of the 100K PLO main event. That's the reason Michael Dweck is here.
I mean, you don't love having the 8 of spades, but it's nice having a king and a 5.
Been absolutely thrown into the locker here. Stuffed into it.
Yeah.
It does make the go.
King 5.
And an unfortunate finish
Yeah.
Michael Dueck, our 10th place finisher, for an impressive payout of 176,000. But you know,
called as
after
well.
2 days of work,
I would have called as well.
maybe a bit disappointing. So much promise. First place over $2.1 million. Sometimes you just have the nut flush draw that turns into 2 pair, and
the board runs out super dry.
yeah, I mean, you can't blame him for that call. Would have been
No, Sean said he would have called. Actually felt like Sean was being genuine in that spot. I mean, I think the standard thing is the call. Like, you know, you're going to be beat some, but...
PokerStake.com. Get out that phone camera on the QR code there, or go to the website. It's the exclusive staking partner of Triton. Rake-free, no transaction fee, and you can buy action from some of your favorite players here on the Triton Tour. Now, you've been seeing these guys play. Maybe you have some favorites. Maybe they're on PokerStake, and you can get a little slice of the action. You can follow along on the Triton Poker Plus app. Maybe they'll be on a feature table, and I'm sure it'll make your experience that much better. PokerStake.com. Laszlo getting frisky now with that very significant chip lead of 126 big blinds, raising the cutoff with the ace-7-4 deuce, 2 clubs.
Chat pros seem to think he should fold. Some guy listed off and said deuces. Listen, guys, Laszlo can't have deuces there, okay? How does he get to the river with deuces?
No, I disagree with you. And you want to know why? Because he could have had 10-10 deuce-deuce.
Okay. Yeah, true.
He could have already had, you know.
It's really easy to play when you can see your opponent's hand, I'll tell you what. But when you have kings up and every single draw missed, other than 3-4, but every other wrap in 3-4 he's not very likely to have.
How about
the
7?
Clubs,
how
the
about 7, 8,
spades.
9 deuce-deuce?
That hand was played at 31, right?
2 clubs.
That's 5 cards.
Oh,
And he's not playing that hand.
2 hands.
The same clock.
With the
So
same
I'm doing this all for
30 seconds left.
fun win on YouTube.
You're getting 3-1 on the river, and every single draw missed other than 3-4, you know,
I just want
it
this
is what it
situation
is.
to be an example of that I'm willing to fight for you, YouTubers. Even in the face of Brian Rast's incredible knowledge of Omaha, I will fight for your right to be a chat pro. So have you thought about my offer? $100 if he doesn't say anything about the player of the year to Danny Tang in the next these 2 levels, I win. If he says it once, we chop. If he says it twice, you win.
I pass. Yeah.
All right. Just gotta find a better one for you.
It's a reasonable offer, but
how about a
it's like
friendly
they're
bet?
Yeah, I don't know.
I consider you more a colleague, Griffin. I'm not really interested in friendly bets.
If it comes up organically, it comes up. I mean, you know, we're even now.
It's true.
It's not a big deal. I'm sure it might come up. There'll be some hand, and
I mean,
say something, and you disagree with
either
it.
way,
or the other way.
Either way, even a failed bet, one that we couldn't find, it will make it more interesting if he says it again.
Yeah.
You know? So we do have a little pause in the action here. I would assume it's for balancing or catch-up purposes.
Looks like our table has 4 players, and the other table has 5 still. So, wow, Laszlo just adding to that chip lead.
Yeah, remarkable chip lead. 5.15 million for 130 blinds. Next closest still in Weissman on the outer table with 2.9. The short stack now is going to be Tollerine with 22 blinds. Still plenty of chips to work with. I mean, if Winter at 19 big blinds or Tollerine, they double up, they'll be, you know, in the top 5.
Wow. all the 8s out again, this time in only 3 hands.
And on the flop, we get bottom 2 pair for Thomas Ribeiro. Open-ended straight draw for the 6-5 of Laszlo.
Laszlo has kind of flopped the best hand here, so to speak. Now, we can see Ribeiro has more equity with bottom 2, but it's hard to be excited about bottom 2 in PLO, whereas Laszlo has a pretty clean wrap. So it does hurt him quite a bit that 2 8s were just folded in his opponent's hand.
Yeah, we all play cards, but these things just happen. No. You misjudge one card doing this.
I randomly show one card, like in the middle of a hand.
It's not a ton of value as betting as Ribeiro, but curious to see how he plays. It's a tricky spot. He really caps his range by checking back. It's kind of hard for...
Tough game. Tough game to do that.
Still relatively clean with that wrap, despite the diamonds.
Yeah, and versus half pot, Boitas is getting 3-1. He has immediate equity to call.
And all of a sudden, the ace comes to the river. The 10s are going to be now what plays for Ribeiro. Laszlo seeing how live he truly was.
Wait.
The 10s play.
Oh, the 10s, yeah.
Jack.
Yeah, I forgot Ribeiro had a pair as well. Okay.
You want to change?
Sure.
25K, 50K. The blinds are up, and that means the shorties are a little shorter. Winter, bottom of the 9-player leaderboard with 18 big blinds.
Huh? Is your phone on your sleeve or not? Are you watching? I thought you were watching something on your sleeve.
Yeah, I'm not watching the stream or anything. I'm watching the football.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious. Yeah, watching the stream would be a bit,
of course,
of a bit strange.
Of course. I mean, we're stopping like every 3 hands, so I might as well watch the game.
Yeah, true.
What football game is playing right now?
So the chat was a little active about that, and I'm sure they'll be able to tell you, but I want to say it's something to do with the Manchester. Maybe Man City versus Man U or something to that effect. Let's see if I can scroll back up here and find out for you. FA Cup final, Man U, Man C. Goal! GG Man United. That was the extent of the discussion.
The FA Cup. So that's the inside England, like where the English teams play in a tournament.
Who's winning?
It's not my sport. I can't tell you. FA Cup final.
Fold.
On Danny. Let's go, the double suited hand there. Pretty good hand.
Getting like listed on
from the small blind.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Do you think they're curious?
You know what's kind of interesting, and tell me if I'm misunderstanding this time warp in my head. Normally, the players are like an hour ahead of us because we're on delay. But in this case, he's watching something that we already know the result of because they're all saying what the final score was. But he's watching as if it's live.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It's
Yeah,
kind of
true.
trippy, man. Ace, Queen, Jack, 8. but no suits to speak of, and it goes into the muck. The iconic puzzled look of Sean Winter. He knew it was a fold. Ace King 9-6 though. Tri-suit, as Brian likes to call it. Gonna find a raise with that Ace King as he peers over at a screen.
150.
And Laszlo, not scared.
Laszlo, not just an Omaha guy, does play a bunch of the big hold'ems. JJ, we had 3 caches, 2 of which in the Omaha, so maybe that is a bit of a specialty. Yeah, if you look at some of his big results, Monte Carlo, 4th place for 300K in the 30K PLO bounty, 4th place in the PLO in Cyprus for 117,000. But has had some hold'em success as well. 5th place in Madrid for 387K in the 75K. And he won his only title in the 8-handed turbo in Madrid for 630,000.
So they go to the final table with 7, right? I think
7 or 6.
Usually they go with +1, so you don't play an odd amount. It's like what happens with 8. They go to the 9-handed, so it'll probably be 7
as well.
So we still have to bust 2 people.
Can't be losing the board there, man.
9 left. 9 left, though. There's a jump every spot. And this is actually the first time we get like a big jump. 221 to 298K. It's not insignificant.
Attacking the limper, something that you were remarking on yesterday, Brian, something you expect to see sometimes in these blind-on-blind battles. Sean Winter has the hand to do it. Ace, King, Queen, 10, and folds the relatively live hand of Laszlo.
We thought he was going, right? Yeah. Really? I thought he was limb shoving. We thought he was limb shoving.
Yeah, he never has limp folds there. You think he's that tight? Anytime he plays a hand, he just has it?
No, it's just, no. We just think he doesn't. He's like going.
Yeah,
he's going with
the vibe was he was going to go.
Yeah.
Vibe check.
They're not very good vibe checkers.
We're always expecting Laszlo to go, you know.
He's always in a hurry.
Depends on the hand.
King, Jack, 3 deuce, try clubs.
Oh, sweet.
And then
didn't want to go.
Oh yeah, I mean it's normal because we have 4.
Oh my God.
When do
2 hands for them?
like how long to go? I mean,
hold.
I know it's random, but can it be like 100 hands? Okay.
There's an event 15, the 50K 400 Omaha. Hands are up and raise the blinds to 1,000, 2,000, 2,000 big behind.
Oh, hey, I like this. Some max value, max in the chat. Vibe theory optimal. There we go. Might steal that if I remember.
Yeah. You want me to write it down for you?
No, that one's not making the to-do list. But we'll see the next time there's a VTO spot, if I recall and bust it out. It's hard to recall in the moment sometimes, you know? I mean, were you able to do your specialty last night, or is it still on hold for tonight?
It's on hold for tonight, yeah.
Okay. See? This one will remain a secret, guys. But as we close tonight, Griffin will likely be closing us. You might want to check that out.
John Eats Glue says on YouTube, my vibes are always polarized.
Yeah.
Could be very good vibes, could be very bad vibes. Outer table action here. Appears to be a pot between Jonas Kronwitter and Christopher Frank, squirreling those chips over there. Packing away for Winter. Not Sean Winter, but he is in the tournament, so maybe we can call back to that if Sean Winter takes a bunch of chips from him.
Yeah.
It's more just a squirrel joke, but it's funny that I use the word Winter.
Yes. Christopher Frank is squirreling away over there. He's very hidden. Boy toss. It's hammering it. Winter's out of there. Danny doesn't defend his blind.
More like Boy tossing around his chips.
He is. And quite a lot of chips to toss for that boy. These guys are maybe going to play four-handed for a little while, so can't just let Laszlo win every pot. Got to bust two people before the final table redraw.
Let the boy eat.
Oh, he's eating.
One second, penalty kick. Danny gonna have a little fight in him with the ace, king, 10, 6, 2 clubs. And Ribeiro, maybe a little reason to flick in the 75K. Is double suited, pair of sevens, 8, 7 interacting well with each other. That deuce is kind of on an island by itself, but it is sparkly. It is a diamond.
Oh, yeah. Well, kind of a bad flop for everybody.
Please finish your yawn. You don't have to. And yeah, everyone has a little slice here. 50% of the time, it's going to work every time for Thomas Ribeiro. The other two players sharing the exact 25%.
A semi-bluff here from Danny will work. Yeah, he's got the king 10 and even the 10-6 working for him against everything but Jack 10.
Yeah, no flush draws to worry about. It's going to fold out Ribeiro, which had the best percentages somehow there.
Nice find from Danny.
Go, Danny. Go, Danny. Go, go.
Where was Sean saying that's how you become player of the year?
Yeah, I know. I'm telling you, sometimes you don't even need to bet the money. You're invested. I know what you really wanted. You wanted that over.
Because that pot is more like how you become player of the year.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that. He didn't show his, like, you know.
What a sweat, man. But still, United will defend. I mean, they have such a shit team.
No, but it's weird because we have the ball, we boot it up, they come back.
Why they boot it up?
We cannot control it.
Just hold the ball.
Cannot.
Get fault.
Cannot. See, we go kick.
It's really a bad team, man.
We boot it up.
I feel bad for United fans, honestly. Such a bad spot.
Oh. Outer table action on Weissman. And as table boss, going to be raising up the cutoff a decent amount here. And he pots it at 50K big blind to 175K. Gets past Kronwitter on the button. And the other German, Christopher Frank in the small, all up to the great Ben 86 in the big blind. Hidden under that hat like some sort of Triton detective. He's going to call. And this is pretty relevant for Benjamin Tollerine. Is one of the short stacks left in the event. King, Jack, Deuce, 2 hearts.
This is a board which theoretically should favor Dylan. Really depends on how wide he's raising, but a lot of hands that Ben has that smash this board 3-bet pre.
Yeah.
Some kings for sure. Stuff like ace king, you know, like 4 broadways, or 3 broadways and an ace.
Yeah.
Ben 3-bets a lot of those, so yeah. Dylan, while his range might be wide, he still has all those hands in it.
Well analyzed, B-Rast.
Oh,
It
we're
looks
moving.
like someone is...
We're getting Elis Parsonen?
Ooh.
Is that what's happening? They're moving Elis Parsonen to the feature table? Lucky us.
I did look up that sweater to see how expensive it was, and it was a pretty nice nice sweater. Nice expensive sweater.
You looked at, how do you look it up?
Ali posted it.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, I clicked on the link.
Okay. Who makes it?
Burberry?
Oh, it's a Burberry sweater.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, it probably is expensive then.
Yeah, it's pretty expensive. Because I was thinking, I think I might be able to pull this off, you know? And then I was like, eh.
Like,
You know what I'm saying?
800?
Stoke. Thank you.
Yeah, around there.
Yeah.
Stoke is.
You put your AirPods there as well, sir.
Alex, your
And Parsonen taking those 50 big blinds, and he is an absolute beastly threat in this event, and it's going to, you know, make things a little bit interesting against the chip leader.
What up?
We do love our fashion here at Triton. These are often some very trendy and
2 minutes left.
affluent, wealthy
You fluent in
individuals
Spanish
that
now?
have good taste.
Not a great seat draw for Elis. He slides in here directly out of position to Laszlo.
Yeah, and you can see that reflected in the chip counts here on our feature table in the 100K main event. Laszlo just a smidge under 100 big blinds and the significant chip lead of the tournament. Parsonen 51 big blinds. Danny Tang,
If you wanted.
good vibes, enjoying his little football game, enjoying the all but certain Ivan Liao Player of the Year award that may be coming his way, but would certainly like an official final table finish and potentially even better than that. Someone who is very open and I think really shows a great deal of commitment to wanting to improve his game and not really caring what people think, in that, you know, was
1 minute
asking
left.
so many questions on day one to
2-0,
Andres
right?
Nemeth about certain
No,
spots
2-1.
and how that sort of learning on the fly a little bit. I'm sure he's played a lot of Omaha in his life, but when you're up against these mega pros that might help you out a little bit, that was really cool to see.
Yeah, definitely.
No way.
I remember that.
Yes.
Sean Winter with a pretty big hand here.
Yeah.
Let's see how he decides to play it. I mean, feels like pot.
Pot.
Yeah, I like that decision.
Yeah. Prepared to potentially play for it all
careful.
here.
I don't think
I was
he.
already peeling like
Well, you
this.
never know with Sean. Well, I guess we're gonna find out whether Sean plans on folding,
7-10
Yeah.
behind.
because Elis will be potting this. And now we get to see what Sean wants to do.
Yeah, doesn't just want to
I
wave
had a
the
bad
white
feeling
flag
when I
and
looked at
give
my
up.
hand.
And you might be right. Maybe this can be a fold.
It's pretty close. His cards really interact. He does have a suit to the ace.
Yeah, I fold. I don't have a fold, but I just like had a bad feeling when I opened. Nines.
You're too good.
Hmm?
You're too good.
Ace, king, jack, 6.
You?
You. Even if you're, I had a bad feeling I was gonna lose.
Parsonen saying, "You're too good." I think that did have a sort of genuineness to it. I think he probably understands that he folded quite a big hand.
And Danny blocked your bluffs.
So I don't know if you caught that, Brian, but that was a reference to him saying that he might have seen like Danny's cards when he was lifting. He was telling him, "Watch out when you're lifting your cards." So he was joking that like he saw a bunch of bluff ones that would have been bluff cards.
Oh, okay.
Have you tried?
What?
Oh, I did miss
lamb
that.
chops, yeah, great, right?
Super good.
Top notch, yeah.
What's super good?
Lamb chops.
Lamb chop.
Yeah, that's all I eat now.
Mm-hmm.
Really nice. With the olive oil and stuff, it's amazing.
It's very good.
They don't have lamb chops every day at the buffet, do they?
No, I think this is probably a VIP menu thing.
Oh, yeah, when they're playing the menu when you order at the table. Okay. Oh, it's probably the same menu up here. Yeah, okay.
We're not VIP though, we don't get it. I really want some lamb chops now.
I mean, why not?
We could ask for a favor, I think, and get it, you know? We're friends with some of the players. They'll get us some lamb chops.
I don't. It feels like it's not worth it.
Yeah, it's just to lower yourself. Hey man, do you think you can order me some like how far you've fallen? You won a $2.8 million pod, and now you're asking someone to order you lamb chops.
Here
yeah,
we
Winter
go.
Deciding to use those 3 clubs as a mini click bluff on the flop to get Laszlo's air out of there. Unfortunately, Laszlo had a king.
Stack, unless you have like top pair, top kicker, and weird in 2 cards. Thank you.
How about them chip counts? I think the graphics team was just so excited that Laszlo got over 100 big blinds. Like, we got to show it.
Yeah.
101 big blinds, over 5 million for Laszlo. Ilis Parsonen, 57 blinds, 2.8. Probably going to have to play, you know, not snug, but be very wary of the man directly on his left, which is the chip leader Laszlo. Danny Tang, 41 big blinds, hanging out, chatting with people, enjoying it. Thomas Ribeiro with 32, and Sean Winter getting into that danger zone. Danger zone! 10 bigs.
It's a numerical
You're a hard guy
palindrome.
to stack, actually.
What is?
You're harder.
5050?
101. It's the
yeah.
same
And-
forwards and backwards, and they
the
were
amount of
excited
chips
about it.
the amount of chips he had was 5050.
You don't just get player of the year
That's
by
not a
just
palindrome.
getting stacked left and right, you know.
5005 would be.
God, you're good. You're right. He's right. He got me again.
Yeah, it's hard to stack.
Oh, Danny with a
quite playable. Ace Queen 9-8.
And Boitas is just going for it now. He's looking at these guys. Sean Winter's trying to figure out how to make big folds. Danny Tang's playing pretty tight. And Boitas is just opening up. I'm the chip leader. These guys don't want to play big pots. But I think Danny wants to play a big pot now.
Yeah. I just think like it's one of those things where it's like he's going to keep on eating from everyone's plate until someone, you know, bites.
Yeah.
I mean, he has so many chips to do it, and it's been working out so well that, you know, this is obviously quite an aggressive open, but also on the button, I think, you know, what are you going to do? You have all these chips, you're going to fold 4 cards as close together?
It's very reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
As the chip leader. This hand is actually quite bad at short stacks because you just really like having big cards. Like, I think it's probably overvalued by people who play deep stack PLO when you're, you know, playing 30 big blind stacks or whatever. But it's going to be hard to pick up a way to win, and that certainly isn't it for Laszlo. Danny's got a hammer lock on this.
He's locked it so hard that we're actually going to go out to the outer table because there's a big clash here.
Double suited aces versus ace 10, 9, 6 double.
Yeah, and that looks like it is bricked out.
Aces wins.
I don't know. I think the aces were in front of Kronwitter. Actually, Kronwitter is going to be eliminated.
No, aces won. Ace 10, 9, 6 didn't make anything.
No, it's fucking hard, dude.
Yeah, so Chris Frank had the aces there. The way they were placed was a little confusing there, but held on the Jack 8-6. Kronwitter with a wrap there and a pair of sixes.
Oh, and we're going to balance again. Let's see, who are we losing? They take the big blind usually, right? So who's our big blind?
Just got that much easier for you, Ellis. Jonas busted.
Let's see if the turn went check here after the check raise on the flop, and Laszlo hit his best card to potentially lose that extra 110,000 here to Danny Tang's river value bet.
Pretty smart little bet here. You can see the pot is now 785, which means Danny has bet 110 into 675. So a nice price, and it's gonna cost Laszlo. Really nicely played. And maybe Laszlo feeling a tiny bit foolish for continuing on the flop, but really wanted to protect his range there by bet calling the raise on the flop. And Danny wins a nice pot. I think in a lot of ways won the max.
Yeah, definitely. And now
little things these guys do, huh?
Who are we taking? Is it going to be Tomas Ribeiro, the next big blind?
By the way, such a good spot for Sean Winter to say the player of the year comment there. You know, that was a real nice little river bet.
Oh, yeah.
Getting max value. He had a full
I think
house.
you forgot about it.
Nines
That's
full
why
of aces.
It's not coming back.
See, you knew. And as we sort this out over here,
Taking the mic.
we're going to get a little more action from that outer table.
Hand for hand for the rest till the final table.
As we join with Benjamin Tallerine playing against Christopher Frank. On a board of 7-5 deuce rainbow, and Christopher Frank.
That's the most emotion I think I've ever seen you ever have at a poker table.
As soon as Ben started reaching for chips to c-bet on that dry flop,
and that,
Chris didn't want to waste anyone's time.
In your hand are also the ones that make that happen really honestly. 4 big cards.
I made him laugh yesterday for how I played a hand.
Oh, fuck yeah. Who are we getting? Sorry? Who are we getting?
We're getting Thomas Ribeiro.
Okay.
Whatever.
Yeah, we're not going to use it.
You cannot bring them home, sorry. They're no gadgets.
That's okay. Hello, my friend.
Ribeiro has been moved to this outer table. But we're going to get to one table pretty soon. I got a feeling.
You have to out ICM Sean Winter.
That was a funny joke. Did you hear that?
No.
Dylan said, you've got to out ICM Ben Winter, obviously to, sorry, Sean Winter to Ben Tallerine, and Ben just immediately, it's not going to happen. Because Sean's here on 10 bigs, and it looks like Ben actually has him covered. He's over there with 750, 15 bigs. So.
Yeah, Sean quite famously, I would say, maybe the toughest out in the game, right?
Yeah.
I don't need
He just will scratch, claw, kick, scream. He finds a way to stay in the tournament when he's short stacked. And we might be getting another clinic here with 8 remaining. in the 100K main event.
So this table over here, got Laszlo in first, Danny and Elis really close there, around 2.5. Laszlo's 4.6, and then Sean just really bringing up the rear,
They should be dealing
610.
too if we are, right? We also played a hand. Oh, slow down. Okay, now. You got to be synchronized, right?
Sean's really getting
It was a
carried
little
away
off
here.
Hmm? No. It's always my fault. I've learned to accept that it's always my fault.
Thank you, says Luca.
That sounds like the joke from a married man. Sean isn't married.
Quite a nice little ace 6-5-3 double suited. The quick check back from Laszlo with the ace 10-9-4. Technically ahead is Laszlo's hand, but you can see the percentages have flipped. What with the 6-high flush draw for Elis.
Gutter.
The gutter, now 2-pair. Laszlo also with a gutter, but he, yeah, playing sort of by the rules of just not really wanting to play any big pots with the chip leader at this stage with the ICM considerations.
Interesting here. Laszlo went for the delayed C-bet. Does have an ace, but Elis isn't going anywhere.
Ace.
Super. Ace 5.
6. Ace 6. How do you miss that?
Small pot. Goes the way of the Finn. If you're wondering what to expect from Parsonen when it comes to Omaha, well, he came out to Monte Carlo in 2023 and proceeded to play 3 Omaha events, bricked the PLO 30K Omaha bounty, but got 12th place in the 50K for 72,000, then second place in the 25K Turbo for 262,000. So definitely a specialist in this format by trade.
That's fine.
One of the most feared players in this field.
Just don't look this side. Don't look this side. You keep saying something wrong with my... There you go. Right.
I eliminated Queen, Queen, 7-4.
Yeah.
Hey.
Good memory.
You can.
Well, you're just referring to my under the gun limb.
175? Danny, I won my outs. Oh my god, that's a pretty hand. Should have gone set minding.
Who would you take? Sean to final table or Tollering to final table? They have the same stack right now. All day, right?
He doesn't believe in
it.
me.
It has to be like 1 to 6.
Ellis doesn't believe in me.
Tollering does have 100K more chips. Like 13 to 11 blinds.
Best short stack player in the world.
I just wish this was golf right now and he'd choke. He's a big choker at golf.
Little shot there to Ben 86.
Actually, he's
No, he's
not.
talking about Elis. He's talking about Elis, I'm pretty sure.
I think he's talking about Ben.
What's a choke? What's a
Oh,
choke?
he doesn't believe in
You
me.
lose the holes that matter.
Talking about Elis.
How much?
Yes, but then he said the golf thing. I'm saying I think it's about
Yeah,
Ben.
but he didn't say anyone's name, and he's still saying he.
It's unreal
So
how well
why
you
would he
play
change
with me every
subject?
time.
Because they're
More
talking
25?
about
I'll bet
who's
you.
going to bubble the fun. I'll bet, yeah, $100.
I
You got it.
know, but
Locked in?
Locked in.
I'll explain to you why it was Ben. You can pay me my money.
oh, you got
Just ask
you got
Sean.
better, huh?
We will.
Yeah, that's the...
But I'll explain to you why I think you're wrong.
Okay.
So I think you're wrong because the discussion was who is going to make the final table between him and Ben, the two short
Yeah.
stacks. And then he was asking Parsonen, and then he said, Parsonen doesn't
I'm
believe
looking
in
forward
me.
to playing.
Then he said,
How was,
I hope Ben
the
chokes.
How
Like,
big?
chokes
The golf
like the
8-9?
way he does in golf.
Oh, he
chokes.
said Ben chokes.
I hope he chokes, like he. He said
Oh.
he, but in the, why would he say I hope Parsonen chokes? Because he doesn't believe in me. He was saying I
Oh.
hope he chokes so that
What more do
I
you
make
want?
the final table and he doesn't.
Well, I like
What
your
more do you
side.
want,
but
You like my
let's see.
side?
Yeah.
What do you think, chat? You think you should just pay me out right now?
No.
You wanna
Pay
know
him
exactly
out.
what I'm
Pay
defending before 8-9.
Ooh, John says he's talking about Ellis for golf. Oh wow. Elis. Very, very interesting.
I
We
do
might
think
have a
it's
good-
more
we
likely
might have
he
sweat.
plays
Did you
golf with
back golf
Elis as well. Ben
No,
doesn't
they're both
strike me as a
American.
golfer.
Yeah, you might be right. So going to the outer table here, see Tollerine, the golfer, fold, and Weissman dragging a pot worth just 200K on the 8-7-4 Jack, 2 diamonds.
I don't actually have Sean Winter's number. So,
It was like a good Paduki hand.
No, not Budva.
Good.
I mean, it's going to
Good
be easy to
Paduki
find out. We
one-draw
just see him and say,
Yeah.
we had a side bet on the
Yeah.
stream. Were you talking about golf with Elis or Ben?
yeah, I'll see him. Between today, tomorrow, I'm playing the 30K. I'll run into Sean.
Greg Berardi
These
on
yours, or
YouTube.
mine?
They're mine.
Nice little info about Elis's name.
I think they're
Says,
Thomas's.
Elis is such a unique name. It means God promise. Awesome name.
Oh, this isn't the most to first of all time in appeal. It's the second most. Or
Which
third.
one was the
It might be
biggest?
third.
Which one is the biggest?
The 50K WSP was 2.3 and change this summer. And I believe 25K was around the same. They're around the same as this.
I don't know if you're reading the YouTube comments, but they're actually quite invested in our bet. It's a real split down the middle. I got my people on my cult side, and there are RAS believers out there that think it's Elis. We found
They're
a good
in your
bet.
cult. You hear that, guys? Listen,
You're in the
never be
Griff
a
cult.
cult member, okay? You already know you're on the wrong side when you're in a cult.
Danny, Queen, 6-4. Shooted to the spade. Laszlo, King 9-7, and being a little selfish about that fourth card. So nice that he wants to keep it to himself.
I mean, his cards are splayed out over there. It's definitely the reader's fault. Ooh. It does matter what that card is here. 10, spade. Danny's got a big old hand.
Big old hand. Top set hand.
Along with queen high spades.
Oh, I see it. I see it, baby. But Laszlo has just enough of a non-piece, I think, to probably get away here.
Well, I mean, we don't know what his other card is.
Oh my God, you're right.
But
I
yes.
actually forgot.
I mean,
Could have King 10.
Is it a queen? Is it a 7? Is it a 10?
I don't think if it was like a really low lame card that he would have continued. Although if it's the 4 of hearts, he would have continued pre-flop.
Oh, it's got to be something interesting.
It's something, yeah. So how about a little sweat with Laszlo here?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, now he's got it straight
Mm-hmm.
with the cards we can see.
Needs to still play it passively out of position in case Danny has something like an ace-king.
I wonder what Danny will decide to do here. Top set and spades.
Just be such a disaster if he bet 300 and got raised to like 1.3 or whatever, right?
I mean,
but do you still need to get value from?
You have a bunch of outs still, but yeah, it's not fun.
300.
Oh.
I mean, you call the raise.
See me cold call that amount?
Yeah. I mean, my guess is Laszlo won't check raise king 9 if that's what he has, but would at this depth do it with ace king. So let's go ahead and say that last card isn't an ace.
Mm-hmm. That's another thing. It could be. Could be an ace. Is the board or spade? The board pairs.
Yeah, I don't think it's an ace. It also makes it less likely on the flop that he calls there.
Good point.
Unless, well, I don't know.
Unless it's the ace of spades.
Well, yeah, for sure, but ace of hearts. Well, now Danny's loving that river. Second best hand possible.
Money,
so, can it be a jack under there? Flop bottom 2 now has a boat.
Not, it could be a jack.
Right.
Could be a 7.
Could be the jack of clubs. Right.
Yeah.
But it wasn't.
No.
So that was a pretty exciting pot, and Danny Tang wins a...
Flopped it, turned it, rivered it.
Say it. Player of the year, say it. Say it, you coward. He wants to say it.
He's totally forgotten about it, Griffin. It's over.
This is why this was a good non-bet by you, because he's such a space cadet.
Yeah, and they're both in the tournament with chips. Obviously, if either one of them busts, it's just over as well. So
that's not bluff. That's chips.
Danny Tang up to 3 million. What an incredible season at Triton.
Let's see how Elis plays this on the button. It's Winter's big blind, so I guess he's probably potting it because you just don't mind getting it in versus Winter. I would be curious if everyone was deeper, if he would limp ever.
Queens.
Aces again.
Okay.
So I'm seeing a Happy Gilmore reference on YouTube from Go to Your Home Ball. He said, Griffin couldn't break 120 on the golf course bet. I'll have you know I consistently break 105. As we go to the outer table.
All right. I'm liking my bet even more. You know what? I saw Sean Winter. I think he was eating with Elis the other day.
No.
They might golf. Like, I bet him and Ben don't golf. Ben doesn't look like a golfer.
Well, this guy didn't think I was a golfer, and I just proved him wrong.
Why don't you pay me now?
So this hand is between Christopher Frank and Thomas Ribeiro. The board reading deuce 5, jack 9 with a deuce 5 of spades.
Frank is stacking out here. He's got a lot of chips in front of him now.
Yeah, he's been having a great level.
Yeah, he's the chip leader out on this table now, not Dylan Wiseman anymore, although Dylan still has a lot. 3.8 million.
Ribeiro on the button here. Frank in the big blind. After the raise pre-flop to 125K, there was 110K C-bet from Ribeiro, and now he gets out the big boy chips. How about 270? take that, he says to the German. And Chris doesn't like it. Going to give him a little look. But nice pot for Ribeiro, who chips up now. Ribeiro now with 1.6 million, very, very comfortably in 6th place. There's a big sort of drop-off. It's like, you know, Winter's got 8 blinds, Tollerene has 11, Ribeiro has 32, and then everyone else has 60 or more. So really important for Ribeiro to get some more separation from those bottom 2 stacks. Those are important pay jumps. If you want to get out your Triton Poker Plus app, you'll see the pay jumps. 8th place will get 298,000. 7th, 391,000. So
because he's like 3-pipping 100 from the bottom, you know.
100?
Maybe 150 if there was 150. If there was 2 jokers in there, he's playing with 2 guys.
That's an interesting strategy. You know.
Sean is blinding away. He's down well under 10 blinds now.
You opened in the deuce 7?
Maybe. Depends. His big blind, no. My big blind, probably. He'll just put one card aside and, you know, whatever, you know.
So, do you have a bracelet?
No.
Danny had a
You think I'm going to get one this year?
pretty self-aware breakdown there.
What,
He's
you
probably
know,
opening the deuce to deuce-7 on his
until the
big
last
blind,
2
but not
years, I didn't
Elis's.
I only played 5 tournaments
might be
this summer.
true.
yeah.
Why?
Because this guy was playing PLO cash.
Got to be pretty annoying to peel the ace, jack, jack, and then the other card is a jack.
Yeah. You
That's
don't
an
even have a
obnoxious
suit.
peel.
No suit either.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Danny.
I might have had the winner.
Limped pot here between Danny's double suited Queen 10 7-5 and Parsons 5 deuce 4 king, which I read out of order for some reason. %. Danny T, baby. Elis. Yeah, deciding.
Just going to give this up.
I don't really care about this. You can have it, Danny. Go
Queen
for
10.
it. Show me.
Seems like I had the winner, but I don't know if I have a shove. Weird hand.
I think Sean probably shoves that if he has the ace-jack suited with it.
Yeah.
But
back to the outer table, and we see some cards on their backs. All in pre-flop between the ace-ace 10-9 for Dylan Weissman and the ace-king-jack-10 for Tollerene. And they found the chop on the king-8 9-7 jack.
also ace, king, jack, 10.
Oh, both playing the jack high straight.
Yeah.
The jack 10 for Tollerene and the 9-10 for Weissman. A bit confusing when you look at the board, but it is going to be a chop.
Ace, king, jack, 10 had the nuts on the turn and then got counterfeited to chop on that.
Wow.
From Vegas or from?
Vegas, of course.
That's the real race.
I don't want to. I'm not at all putting down the rubber.
So I have a bit of a development in the in our bet. This is the last I'll say, Anna. You ready? This comment is not good for me on YouTube. his name is That on YouTube, says he was talking about Elis choking in golf in reference to Ben bubbling the FT.
Yeah, that was the
That's
way
what
I
you thought,
understood
yeah.
the conversation.
Yeah. Elis limping in. Laszlo finally attacking with the double-suited jacks, 7-5. And yeah, just going to get a fold.
Wow, and Elis just gives up the blind with a king 8-6 deuce. The double-suited hand, pretty
together, look again.
ugly.
Now, whoop. Helicopters. Sick.
We are going to be combining these tables when we get down to 7 players, so that it won't be uneven, like a 4 and a 3. That seems silly, doesn't it? We've been playing 6-handed all tournament, but similar to how we will merge with 9 in a no-limit hold'em event, we will do it with 7 here in the Omaha. King 7, 3 deuce, kind of similar to that sort of 7-7 deuce joke earlier, but does have the suited king, so not the worst hand in the world. Sean,
ooh.
Yeah, I think it might be enough for him. Single suit.
Don't show your hand.
Yeah, Sean found a pretty good one here, and he's in really good shape against Laszlo's hand. Laszlo got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, so to speak.
There is top set for Sean Winter. Pretty good start, 96% to 4. That's hard to find in Omaha. So this is interesting, actually. Normally, you know, when it's all in, 2 tables left or whatever, you sort of wait to put your cards in the back. But he technically wasn't all in, so they had to deal the flop, right?
What is Sean waiting for? Just being dramatic?
And now they're saying don't reveal the cards.
I think you're gonna win this one soon.
Back to the outer table, and it looks like Thomas Ribeiro is locked into a hand with Christopher Frank. Once again, this button and big blind dynamic between the 2 players. After a raise pre-flop, the board came 7-3-4 rainbow. The turn was the jack of diamonds. Ribeiro bet pot on the turn with the 2 diamonds.
Frank Donk led the flop.
What?
Just out of the note, and then check folded turn versus pot.
He just slow rolled you. So we need a 5 on the turn first.
Is it only king? No.
3, 3, 5, 6, ace 5.
King.
7, no.
Yeah, king as well, you're right.
10.
Thank you, Danny.
Ooh. One of the cards he needed. Suddenly, 20% equity, and they all find it hilarious. Any ace or 6 gives Laszlo a straight. Oh my gosh. And it came.
I mean, it's funny till it isn't.
Incredibly, 4% of the time, Sean Winter is eliminated in that hand. Just incredible scenes here. I know it was just his last 267,000, but that is pretty incredible stuff. What a bad beat for Sean Winter to be our 8th place finisher, bubbling the final table. And yeah, big deep breath for the legend walking out of the room.
Yeah, that was a pretty disgusting run out from the flop. Oof.
Even on a turn,
you can see the remaining chip stacks here at our feature table, just 3 players there, because we are going to be merging into that final table here at the 100K PLO main event. Laszlo, 92 big blinds, 4.58 million. Danny Tang, great couple of levels there, up to 59. He's really impressed me, showing what he's learned in Omaha. And then, of course, Elis Parsonen with 59 big blinds of his own. So a lot of pretty sizable stacks left over at that 3-handed table. They really sort of cleaned up everyone around them, and now we have our final table.
Oh, yeah. Excited for it. We have a bunch of great names that have made the final table, great PLO players, and, you know, there's a pretty good distribution of chips if you take a look at it. There's no clear runaway chip leader anymore. Laszlo was in that driver's seat, and he's still obviously doing great. He's the chip leader, but, you know, Christopher Frank is right on his heels. Dylan Wiseman up there as well. Really curious when we get back. When you guys come back with us, we'll take a look at the table draw and break that down. So for now, I guess enjoy the break, and
we'll see you in 20 minutes. 20-minute break for you guys. So go get some food, walk the dog, whatever you need to do. But definitely come back for final table action here at the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton Series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
normal, man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
6 outs.
No, 2 outs.
No, on the turn, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. 6 out on the turn.
So 5 big blinds for Davies in the
I have
small
the
blind.
10%. I diamonds also.
But
This
in your hand
bubble's
is like
been
50.
quite interesting.
Depends on the week. Today, yeah, today it is for sure.
It's also quite fun to see because you can see a bunch of the different players seems like they have different perspectives on the bubble as to like how tight they're playing. Like some people are playing extremely tight and other people are not.
Yeah, let's just still get involved.
So
and it's at both tables,
I think this is kind of fun because it's a lot different. I feel like when we are doing these no limit tournaments, there might be people with different, but it's much more uniform. You know, I think much more consistent agreement in spots. Whereas here, you can see these players have pretty different
different approaches,
opinions.
different risk tolerance. 6-3-3. Both players with trips.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Oya's got a flush draw with the trips, but the worst kicker. Thomas with the queen kicker. Chips could go flying in, couldn't they?
Yeah, we'll see how Oya decides to play it. I mean, again, you might think that on the bubble he'll just check call, but Oya has shown that he doesn't mind gambling on the bubble, so, you know, he might decide to check raise as well. If he does check raise, then this is probably getting all in because they're not very deep, and Ribeiro has a 3.
Pot.
Yeah, oh.
All in.
There we go. So, wow. Masashi is all in.
You can see this is basically a flip because not only does Oya have hearts, if he hits an 8, 9, or 10, Tomas only has 1 overcard to that, a queen, so it's pretty definitive outs right there. But Tomas does have the best hand right now with queen 3.
10, 9, 8, 3, 10, 8 of hearts.
Davies has front row seats too to maybe slide
Thomas
into the
holds
money.
Queen 7, 3, deuce.
1.45 million in the middle. This is a massive pot that could bust the bubble.
Turn, please.
Turn is the jack.
Of clubs.
Oh yeah, needs to improve.
I believe.
And the river. The
river card is the king, and that is the end.
We lose Masashi Oya.
Of Masashi Oya.
Place.
Masashi. Unlucky, buddy.
Went for it.
I bet I'm gonna be
We'll be
invited
going
to all the
home
private
with
games
nothing.
after this showdown.
Seth, how'd you get in?
Knock right in there, man.
I would have folded
So
every hand
Davies.
with you. I don't think I would have played it.
12 players full redraw, I'm told. So the next player that busts, and it probably will happen kind of soon. There's, you know, 12, 13, 15, 16, 18 big blind stacks. And, you know, we just made the money. Again, there is some ICM because it's not a big field tournament really, but
19 big blinds.
still the payouts are kind of flattish until you get down to the final 9 or 8.
Okay. 18 big blinds.
This is PLO.
I don't understand how this works. Is that fine?
Michael's first featured table, I assume. As he didn't know how to put the cards on a reader, but did get it correctly. Queen, Jack, 10-8 in the big. This is Michael's first Triton stop. Only here for the PLO. Ace, King, King. Got shot for Michael. Well, Queen, Jack, 10. To be precise. But it is Ribeiro who is going to fire out a min bet.
Ribeiro's hand is in super jail here and now just dead.
Broadway.
I wonder if he decides to bluff here, just having no pair and a queen.
The queen is relevant to block the straight.
Yeah. So if you're going to find some hands to double barrel with, this seems like an interesting one because of that. Because you have nothing. Good time to bluff. Your bottom of your range. And he actually has nothing with a relevant blocker. So yeah, and especially like it's rainbow flop with a rainbow turn, so there's no flush draw. And Dweck, he's just got a straight, so he's going to call. I mean, that's about that. I mean, for Dweck, the interesting question's on the river.
Right.
Not
if
here.
One more bet comes in,
Yeah.
what do I do? So we do have 480 in the pot. River card is the jack.
Now I think Tomas probably doesn't follow through most of the time, and I don't really have a good heuristic to tell you why he will bluff here if he does. But let's see. I do think on that card, Dweck is very likely to call. I mean, he has a jack along with the straight. He's basically just losing to full of houses, and
the jack blocks the full house.
Yeah, he's blocking full houses with the jack, but he might fold. He's still not beating any value, right?
Yes,
so,
I agree with that.
You know, he's not really beating any value. I wonder if he thinks he can ever chop. Maybe not for pot, actually. For pot, probably not.
Makes the call.
Yeah.
Nice one from Michael. Sees the queen 9-6-5.
Yeah, I just don't think he's probably folding that one with the jack. That would have been my bet.
The jack is the key card.
He
was saying that he went out to the sea for a swim before the day started. And I was like, well, that looks like the perfect thing to dry off on. A huge fat towel, you know? Well, let us play some more. Ribeiro, ace, queen, jack, 10. Joe Twen.
Joe Twen is now free. It's no longer constrained by the ICM.
You know what's funny? It's a small thing I just thought of. You know what the queen, how you say it in Chinese, is actually Chuen. So it's almost like Chuen Chuen. That's how they would say it.
So this is his hand.
This is his hand. Is what I was trying to get at. So he is going to try to take a flop in the small blind. When Chuen is busy in Robeiro's hand, and 2 kings now for Weissman.
Ooh.
Dynamic, of course, a little different now that they are in the money, so Thomas's range is a little bit different, but he is going to repot the 2 kings.
He knows he's always ahead of Zhou Chen here, and I guess he's just willing to take his chances that Ribeiro's opening wide enough. See how Ribeiro decides to respond to this. Ace, queen, jack, 10. Might decide his hand is good enough to call.
Does have a suited ace to go along with the ace, queen, jack, 10, and he does call.
What about Zhou Chuen now? With the Chuen.
Chuen going out.
Nope, he's out.
Makes sense.
All right, now this is a big pot, ladies and gentlemen.
940 in the middle. It comes 10-9-6 rainbow.
The rest is about to go in the middle. We got top 2 pair versus top pair and open ender. And you can see they're
the equities?
flipping.
It's a coin flip, 51-49. Double check those cards.
Yeah, there's not much to think about here.
Yes,
I
we
thought
played
so.
this huge pot.
What? Top 2. Why are you freaking out?
Hold on.
Ace, queen, jack, 10. Pair the board.
Give him a set.
No, 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 no. Pair the board. Pair the board.
Give him a set, you know.
Pair the board.
Let us both make 2 pairs at least.
No, pair the board. 9.
Ooh, and what a nice card for
That's a
Dylan
good
that
one for you.
corrupts a
9.
lot of
That's nasty.
Tomas's outs.
Yeah,
Okay,
with
I'm
the
gonna-
arrival of the
I'm sorry.
spades.
Yeah, deserves to be the king.
River card is the 4, and Dylan gets the full double up to 2.35 million. That was a big dent to Ribeiro's stack.
Dylan now launches well above the average stack. Basically swaps play. Zhou Chen. He's all in versus Dylan. And Dylan has eliminated Zhou Chen, who made a nice run here, got 12th. He had a lot of chips going into the bubble, but just had a bunch of raise folds and kind of kept bleeding, and it looks like never really got things going after that.
And it looks like the vanquisher, based on those chips in front of him, is Dylan Weissman. He's going to be dangerous with more chips.
He's up to almost 3 million.
Yeah, if you are on the Triton Poker Plus app, you can see how that affected his stack. He's now up to second in chips with 70 big blinds. And as we pick up the action here, and yeah, Danny's interesting to make it just 430 here. Oh, of course, he's just putting in the rest of the money against Martin.
I think that's kind of him coming from no limit. It doesn't make much sense in my opinion. You're not really going to click fold anything versus the big blind, but
Yeah.
So Danny's 9-6 is wrapping around some of those straight potential for Martin Dom, which isn't ideal, but you can see the percentages still quite live
Danny, I
at
could've busted
37%. This is our other short stack, so we might be losing both short stacks right in the first few hands. And a pretty interesting flop. You can see the outs
Still
and his
could bust
percentages. Yeah, gone to 48%. And he jack 10, 8, 7, 6. A lot of ways to win. That's not one of them.
yeah, Danny'd like to keep it low here.
Hey, that's
Very
how
low.
you get player of the year right there, Danny.
Is it, Sean?
Little playful jab.
That's how you
Danny
get player
Tang.
of the year.
Obviously, a lot of very strong play and a little
That-
bit of
that
luck
was- that
to
was
win
big
something like
for-
player of the
big
year.
for your Ag Kings. Didn't feel right. Did not feel right.
Things you say
Kings
in
and diamonds.
Omaha that you don't in Hold'em. I had
Yeah.
kings, but it didn't feel right.
Danny was giving off his hand.
I really have no idea. Like maybe he never does it again.
No, of course. That's why it's,
Yeah.
I would say, I think we can set the line at 2.5. He's done it 2. If he
Unless
does
you're
it one more time. Or
Oh,
maybe
one
4.
more time?
Over-
I would
over
take the over. Oh.
Okay, let's set the line at 3.5. What about that?
So he has to do it 2 more times?
Yeah, over the course of the next hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah. I guess I take the under.
But we want to bet this, so and I want the under.
So we'll just keep track now. We're just
Okay,
on the same side.
how about this? How about this?
We're on the same side.
How about this?
Fine.
Four times, so it's done 2 times already. 4 times you win. 3's a chop. And if he never mentions it again, I win.
Wow. I mean,
Think about it. We got to get back to the poker
Yeah.
for now. We're 4 ways to this flop. You got to answer by the end of this hand.
Laszlo's
Top
got a
set, baby.
set.
Topset.net.
Dweck has nut clubs, so he'll be coming along. don't think he has an option other than to call. Just his equity is just not going to be any good with one pair and nothing to go along with it. And the nut flush draw, if he gets it in.
Big turn card here. Even something like a jack or a queen.
Oh,
well,
that's...
king gives him an extra out. If he hits that king on the river, he will have kings full of 5s.
That's a really bad card for Dweck, kind of, because a lot of other cards he gets away from the nut flush draw, but this, I mean, he has the best hand quite a bit now.
Yeah, and that's why
He's
Laszlo
just gonna
sizes
ship
up
it.
here, right? Let's go. 400K.
Well, Laszlo's sizing up because there's a lot of draws on this board. So Laszlo might have a set or something big, but he might also have wraps, flush draws, you know. I just don't think now that Dweck makes kings up along with nut clubs, he's not folding here. I think his decision is whether to raise or to call. He is in position. I think out of position, he's probably more likely to shove. But in position, yeah, he's just going to call.
Worth noting, Sean Winter folded pocket kings.
Oh, he did?
He did, red kings. So actually the king is dead, and he's drawing stone to that club that doesn't pair the board, doesn't hit it.
I mean, Dweck is... He's in trouble here. I think Laszlo just has a real clear value bet. Take your chances. Your opponent doesn't have 4-3.
Yeah.
And your set's still good. I actually wonder, if he checks it, he's checking in order to induce from draws that missed.
Yeah.
So that's what he's thinking about. But yeah, he's just going to value bet it himself. And versus Dweck's hand, that was definitely the way to get the money.
I mean, Dweck could still have 6s or 5s as well, right? You really want to get the money from that.
I think this is kind of tough to get away from as Dweck. He's going to have a lot weaker hands that missed here. The bet's also not as big as 1.2 million. It is only 720,000. It's for his tournament life, though. Dweck calls this, he's going to be on his bicycle. But feels like a really tough fold.
Yeah, and just 10 players remain here. We're at the final table bubble of the 100K PLO main event. That's the reason Michael Dweck is here.
I mean, you don't love having the 8 of spades, but it's nice having a king and a 5.
Been absolutely thrown into the locker here, stuffed into it.
Yeah.
Oh, it does make the go. And an unfortunate finish. Michael Dweck, our 10th place finisher, for an impressive payout of 176,000. But you know,
called as
after
well.
2 days of work,
I would have called as well.
maybe a bit disappointing. So much promise. First place, over $2.1 million. Sometimes you just have the nut flush draw that turns into 2 pair, and
the board runs out super dry.
yeah, I mean, you can't blame him for that call. Would have been
no, Sean said he would have called. Actually felt like Sean was being genuine in that spot. I mean, I think the standard thing is the call. Like, you know.
Welcome back to final table time here in our $100,000 pot limit Omaha main event. Ali Najad back at the desk, Griffin Benger alongside. And my goodness, a bit of breathlessness took the room as we got to this final table in quite violent fashion. 96% was Sean Winter. Yikes, 4%er. ends up showering him. On the outside, looking in is Winter, getting the Triton Poker Plus app set and ready to go for a quick glimpse at these parties that remain. And that glimpse shows us that Benjamin Tollerine in 7th with 495,000 in chips. Laszlo Buitash, finally, from the man himself, figured out how to pronounce it. Sits with the chip lead, not far behind him, Christopher Frank. A look at the payouts, 391,000 guaranteed as Winter collected 298, and of course a whopping, almost world record-breaking 2.187 million up top to the eventual champ. Now, Griff, I know PLO, not your specialty per se, but the more that you sit up here, whether or not it's a game that you play with deep regularity or not, the more you come to appreciate how absurdly good the people that we're watching play the game right now are.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, they're amazing. You know, a lot of people watching at home, you'll have played a little PLO, you know, maybe at the casino, maybe you play some tournaments. But when you watch these guys play, the way that they clearly understand ranges, the way they can use bet sizing to their advantage, the limping that we see, the different strategies in that form, it's been a real treat to watch.
Yeah, no question about it. And as we do look at the final table, going to zoom in on it right here, this is the way things are constructed. You don't want to be to the right of Buitash, and that's exactly where Ribeiro finds himself. 33 bigs deep. Wiseman, of course, one over from that. Also deep stacked. Parsonen. I mean, these guys, this is just... And let's not overlook, by the way, Danny Tang, Ivan Liao, Player of the Year award, leading right now. Nobody else who's in the top 5 still remains in this one, so he's going to build some buffer. Again, plenty of storylines, plenty of pay jumps. Very eager am I to get a look at how these guys are going to navigate. 7-handed action here, which is the exception, of course, as we get to our FT. Don't want to play 4-handed and 3-handed, not really fair. But if you had to pick somebody right now, is it going to be the Laszlo show? Is he just going to pummel? Is he just going to take it?
I mean, with the amount of chips he has, it's hard not to pick Laszlo. But the other players at the table are, you know, incredibly experienced. You think about Dylan Weissman, who is, you know, really a specialist of PLO, did decide to play some 2-card here on this trip. Christopher Frank, just an absolute beast when it comes to Omaha, and of course Parsonen, you cannot count out. You know, we've watched him play some hands over the course of this thing, just amazing.
All right, let's send it down to Luca Vivaldi for the final table intros.
Another record-breaking event here in Triton. This is the biggest 6-figure PLO event in history with 83 entries. We're down to a final table of 7. They're going to compete for more than $2.1 million. This beautiful oversized main event trophy and the Jacob & Co. watch. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. Scene number 1 from the US, 495,000. Please welcome Ben Tollerine.
In spite of having played a few PLO events, none of Tollerine's 4 career Triton cashes are in PLO as he hunts his 2nd career Triton title.
2.9 million for a seed number 2 from Finland. Please put your hand together for Ellis Parsinen.
First caught a glimpse of this man in Monte Carlo where he came out for the PLO events, finished 12th and 2nd, 2 for 3 in cashes. Didn't cash the 25K, but he's making a deep run here in Montenegro.
Seed number 3 with 3.8 million from the US. Please welcome Dylan Weissman.
No stranger to the 4-card streets is Dylan as he works his way toward the stage. TBD how much he's going to add to his 226K in career Triton earnings.
Our seed number 5 is from Portugal with 1.7 million. Please welcome Tomas Ribeiro.
Ribeiro only has played Pot Limit Omaha events with us, Monte Carlo and Jeju, as well as here. This is his first career Triton cash.
In seed number 6, we have our chip leader from Hungary with 4.6 million. Please put your hand together for Laszlo Buitash.
All hail Laszlo. Did not cash in the 25K, but here he is, deep stacked and ready to hunt his 2nd career Triton title.
Seed number 7, 4.3 million from Germany. Please put your hand together for Chris Frank.
Just 1 career Triton cash coming in Vietnam in a 2-card event. This will be Chris's first career PLO cash at Triton.
And last but not least, with 3 million in seed number 8, closing down a final table from Hong Kong. Please welcome Danny Tang.
You see him holding a photo of the late Ivan Liao, after whom the Player of the Year award has been named. He's your leader in that race.
Our button has been drawn to seat number 2. We still have 20 seconds remaining, so we're going to play the last hand at 25K, 50K, 50K. I wish you all the very best of luck. Alex, shuffle up and deal, please.
And as she does, one footnote to Danny Tang. That's a man with 5 career Triton titles. 2 others share that honor, Mikita Batsikowski and Phil Ivey. And then it's all the way up to Jason Kuhn with 10 titles. $16.5 million in career earnings for Danny Tang. This is his 35th career cash. Running 4th right now with that $3 million in chips, and obviously ICM pressure is not something unique to Hold'em. It's just a tournament poker concept, and with Ben Tollerene lingering off of 10 big blinds. Mind you, this is a guy who was down to 2 or 3 big blinds at one point. One has to be keeping a keen eye on how things take shape for him in terms of looking to capture the first pay ladder. $391, the guaranteed payout, $104,000 printed. Make the top 6.
Yeah, I think that the Danny, pardon me, Ellie, the Danny Tang storyline is obviously, really intriguing with the Ivan Liao Player of the Year. But just as far as this table in general and where he's seated, it's very interesting to me how he's going to be reacting to, the chip leaders to his direct right. He has a good opportunity to really battle with them and see if he can chip up. But, we were discussing it when it was 2 tables. He was even discussing it openly, saying that he thought that, Laszlo was opening 100% of buttons because it was into his big blind. So there's a bit of a dynamic already brewing where, he's aware of how these super PLO players, might perceive him, and let's see how he reacts to it.
Danny, double suited, 9s, spades, and hearts. Here's Tollerene, double suited himself. A little 3-card rundown. 7 dangler, facing the open to 160K.
Thank you.
One would imagine he would prefer to be opening with a hand such as this, maybe capturing a little bit of fold equity.
Quite a pretty hand for Tollerene and his 10 big blinds. Is this the last stand? And going to find the call.
160.
Can I use your classic?
I have in the room. I can get.
Thank you.
Paused upon Ribeiro. Not sure what those other 2 cards are. The queen and the deuce have been read. No matter, as he bins it, 445 in the middle to the flop. King, Jack 5, nut spade draw for Danny. Open-ender and jacks for Tollerene.
Danny not completely thrilled with just the nut flush draw here, just no other connectivity. But with 445 out there,
$200K. Tollerene deliberates. Note that this is well over half of his remaining stack. Gonna jam it. Take his chances. Of course, Danny not gonna be going anywhere for the added 135 on request, and we're gonna play an all-in pot here early at the FT.
quite a nice result actually for Ben to see Danny doesn't even have a king.
3-2 favorite is Tollerene with 2 to come.
Can I have white rice?
Now he draws dead. A spade rolls right off on the turn to vanquish Ben Tollerene. The river is no matter.
Second stake today, bro?
Yeah. So a bit of an anticlimactic
At least
tenure at the FT for Tollerene. Bit of a Triton enigma. First joined us Cyprus 2022, where he won a title and finished 4th in back-to-back events.
Super helpful.
And then disappeared until this Montenegro Festival, where he's got 16th in the 25K 8 max, 5th in the 50K 8 max, and here he is, your 7th place finisher in the 100K PLO main. And that finish is going to be good for $495,000 to be added to Tollerin's almost $2 million in career Triton earnings. No fifth title here today, or second title rather, but a fifth cash.
No, but you can be
Also known as Ben86 online, very, very respected by his peers. Some consider him one of the online goats.
He's in very good shape.
Yeah.
We see him at the beach, see him at the gym. He's just.
210,000, says Christopher Frank. Jack high diamonds, jacks, and an ace. Laszlo, double suited, 3-card rundown, deuced angler. He'll play it in position. King 10-8. So it's an open ender, or two-way straight draw rather, hearts and a pair of tens for Boitas. For Chris Frank, got the Broadway gutter and jacks. He's gone deep into this hoodie, by the way. That's the kind of tension that normally you got to be on the wrong end of a cat to kind of observe. You know what I'm talking about. Little starfish. Ace of clubs on the end. Now 2 flush draws for Laszlo. Chris has hit this ace.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly too, Christopher Frank does have 2 jacks in his hand. So, you know, does make it less likely that his opponent has something like a queen jack and is reaching for chips. This is going to put a great deal of pressure on some weak 2 pairs, something even as strong as King 10. Also creates some, you know, protection of that ace a little bit. But in general, I think this large size comes from the fact that he blocks the nuts and can expect to fold out some better hands. But, you know, Laszlo, too many ways to win.
That's not one of them, though. This dusty 3 of spades, deeply disappointing. And you see Buitas with one final check. 750 was so chunky.
Yeah, Christopher Frank doesn't think he has the best hand here. Most of the time, he's going to expect he's up against 2 pair better, maybe even something as strong as like a set of 8s. I mean, he is raising under the gun. What's the difference between, yeah, but does give up, and then we'll be surprised to learn he's won. Yeah, and Laszlo shakes his head.
Check, right?
Might he be sensing lost opportunity? Would have been a tough barrel. Well, that's a good start to this FT for Christopher Frank, who now, after that exchange, I believe, pausing for the app here.
Yeah, I mean, that's giving him a very significant chip lead. That was chip leader on chip leader crime right there, all the way up to 5.6 million. Laszlo will drop to, you know, more sort of mid-pack. Just waiting for the app to update here, but if my math is correct, yeah, Laszlo dropping to 4th place for 3.285 million. I mean, they're all jumbled up together between 2nd and 5th now.
Yeah, the log jam mid-pack broken by the standalone new chip leader, Christopher Frank. Ribeiro inheriting the short stack after the departure of Ben Tollerine. Parsonen, who in conversation seems to be the one guy that a lot of people are eyeballing as a real threat out there. Laszlo, a bit more of a known commodity in terms of the PLO streets, perhaps, but anybody that's in the 4-card arts knows that the fin is a killer. Here he is with the overpair and the gut shot straight draw up against 9s and 5s for Chris Frank, who defended his big for the 150K. Has checked it. Note that Ellis does not have a diamond in hand, nor does Frank for that matter, but Parsonen doesn't know that.
Parsonen has that baby straight draw as backup.
How about a set of kings on the turn? An awkward variant, given that the diamonds have shown up. Second check back from Ellis. And given that, let's see if Frank has something blocky on his mind.
Some consideration here from Elis. And Frank knows he's getting milked here, but it is a good price. You have pretty much the worst two pair you can have on board, save for a 4-5 or 9-4. You know this looks exactly like what it is. I mean, it can be as weak as Jack 10. Jack 10 would be checking back this turn card with the 3 diamonds a lot of the time. So you're only beating pure bluffs, no value. You know, in no world is this an ace king or something, right? So Frank is working it out. I think he'll get there. I don't think he's going to pay him off.
Look on his face certainly suggests discomfort, and he does find the bin correctly. So no payoff for Parsonen in that one. He found a winner on the turn. There it is in all its splendor, the extra large Triton trophy, along with that Jacob & Co. Epic X watch. Good to see Weissman get involved. And I got to say, at some point when he does, we are going to explore exactly what this
I saw your bottom card when you did that.
sort of nomadic,
Yeah. Yeah. No,
dare I
it's
say,
like on this side.
desert-dwelling piece of headwear is that he's brought to this FT.
Yeah, it's not great. It's the second time today.
Little sportsmanship from Dylan Weissman. Letting Ribeiro know that he can see the side of one of his cards when he's peeling up.
Ace, king, king, deuce.
How much is the pot? 510? 480.
Buetas.
480.
Made it 150 and immediately finds the muck after Tang pushes back.
So yeah, he's going to play back a little bit, but it's early filmography Tom Cruise out there for Danny Tang out of position against these guys. Risky business.
You know, it's interesting. Danny's gotten involved in a number of conversations kind of throughout his time playing Pot Limit Omaha at Tritons with the guys, I think, in particular, that he recognizes to be well-established veteran players of the game. And listen, if they're willing to answer questions and give you free intel, help you make your game better, by all means, have at it. It's my take. Ooh, boy toss, kings and spades. He makes it 150. Chris Frank double suited. Yeah, not quite enough. Danny, king jack 10-7 here with spades in the small blind and expecting Laszlo to be opening a wide variety of hands, one would imagine. You saw he was able to 3-bet and get through moments ago. Plays it as a flat. Parsonen hopping in.
Pretty nice hand. Ace, queen, 9-5, double suited to the high cards.
Indeed. Oh boy. Top two pair for Danny Tang, but as we can see, he's got himself real issues on the horizon. Up against top set for Wojtas.
Yeah, and should play this passively. You don't really want to start getting into large bets, I don't think. Yeah, and Danny's well aware of that. Just going to call. Going to have to play defense. Hope that you boat up or back into some spades. Now he has the triple pair.
He's drawing dead. Little does he know it. Just check called 170K. And I'll tell you what, this is not a card that's supposed to improve Laszlo's range here. We're blocking kings. We're blocking jacks. Heck, for that matter, we're blocking sevens. Not that that's supposed to be going on.
And let's talk about how big this pot is going to get after this near pot size wager, if not full pot from Laszlo. Yeah, he bets the full thing, and we're going to be up to, 2.4 in the middle. And they're going to, have under pot left. So,
boy, I mean, this texture here really beckons for some potential equity denial. Danny does not have hearts in his hand. And there could be some of that Broadway rappy stuff. Yeah, he check pots it, and Laszlo loves to see it.
Yeah, looks back at his cards. Do I have the nuts? I sure do. And Danny's going to see that he's drawing completely dead.
Showers.
Wow. Can't take back those chips. They're gone.
Confirmed.
And Laszlo with a bit of a smile on his face because that is worth a lot of money.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to honor Danny Tang's stack.
I mean, 4 pair should at least chop with the set, right?
I know PLO's not really, your thing, Griff, but 3 pair, 4 pair, I don't care how many pair it is.
Yeah.
It's not beaten top set.
No, topset.net, baby. Hard to beat. So, yeah, it does maybe feel a little shell-shocked here. Going to be left on fumes.
Look at Buita. She's, in between stacking Danny's chips. She's just like, let me wolf down a couple calories. I'll be honest, I actually caught him on the break down at the spa. Took a quick dip in the jacuzzi. Hopped in the sauna.
Wow.
He's on a routine. And whatever it is, it's working.
He does seem like he has good pores, you know?
What are you, an esthetician, Griff? Are you friggin'
I'm just saying, he looks
dermatologist
like
in here?
he, you know, does a lot of hot and cold.
Yeah, is that what it is? The hot and cold? What do you got to read on when people are doing the hot and cold in here?
I got reads. I don't tell you everything that I got going on.
Fitness, of course, has become such a thing amongst the high-stakes community. A lot of guys engaged in weight loss prop bets and then, you know, just trading ideas about how to live a healthier lifestyle that helps to mitigate the stresses.
Protein before carbs on your plate.
Right, yeah, this was the most recent hot take that Griff was sharing with us. Claiming that it came from Jason Kuhn. I'm going to, you know, give you the benefit of the doubt there. This is a direct from Kuhn.
Wait, did I say protein? It might have been carbs before protein. One of the two, he said.
Oh, well, I'm sure, you know. What difference does it make? Flip a coin, right?
Yeah.
That's great. It's going to leave me staring at my plate for hours without embarking upon a side of it. Thank you for that. Ace, queen, queen, 9 as Frank embarks on pursuits. Danny down to 675K.
So difficult when you're blocking all the pairs on the board. You're just thinking, okay, so this guy's just barreling here with his big combos, but then when you start to consider ICM and how much of a disaster the spot is, maybe
join dead in PLO, huh?
Very.
Maybe it is just a fold on the turn.
Sometimes I feel like
Maybe it could be a fold pre-flop, probably quite close. I'm sure it's a hand that Danny's going to be doing a lot of looking into afterwards.
I mean, listen, once he
That is
called
a
in
cruel
pre-flop,
spot.
there was just no escaping, especially on that turn, which just isn't going to leave kings and jacks uncomfortable. Anything 9 up through ace that didn't pair the board, right? Anything that fills in the straight wraps, that's the kind of card that might leave him with an escape hatch, but just the way it played out, I don't think there was much in the way of salvation for Danny, who's going to flat with queen, queen, 9-6, and hearts here against this Chris Frank open. Double suited. Danny does cover the hearts. Weissman, 4 card, 1 gap to run down. Just lets it go.
Something like that.
So it'll be heads up. 570 in the middle. Chris Frank going deep into the hoodie. Ace 8 deuce. All he's got is bottom pair here. Now, not the greatest board for Danny, in particular, without diamonds in his hand.
Chris might be thinking, though, maybe I can just bet a small amount here. Because, you know, the big ace combos that Danny might have, especially pocket aces, would have put all the money in pre-flop. So is going to probably fold out the best hand right now.
Yeah.
Button move.
You can't blame Danny for being disinterested in continuations there against the bet from Frank, although it was just 90K into this 570.
Yeah, but why not, right? I mean, if you start breaking down his range, surely he can have something like an ace, queen, jack 10, 1 suit or something, but
Danny's hand lacks any real direction from that point forward on the flop. Let's say we find a set of queens, it puts a diamond out there. You know,
It's a turbo-ish.
yeah, it's just a case of kind of future street. Where do we go from here? Now, granted,
are you
these
saying
are
that flat might have been
murky? What? No, I'm just saying murky water, not something that these PLO vets are shying away from. But even they know certain spots just are not inviting, no matter what kind of price is being laid. Now, Chris Frank actually has it. Badoogie aces, meaning no suits. Played as a flat.
pretty brutal aces. Some, obviously some wheel possibilities, but sounds like I'm saying real possibilities, but I'm like a kid. Some real possibilities. No suits for Frank, so instead of raising and you don't want to get re-raised, let's just limp. Be all disguised with our aces.
So four-way affair, king 5-3, 2 pair, top 2 for Tomas.
Open-ended for our man with the aces. Kind of a weird wheel wrap.
Double gutter for Weissman, by the way, with the ace-4-7. No diamond on board for the backdoor. He's out of there as Chris Frank does lead with 2 checks in front.
King's up pretty strong here for Ribeiro. I mean, he only has 1.4 million, 24 big blinds. Hard to get it in much better than top 2. He said, ironically, after what happened to Danny. And he does pot it. And an easy fold from the aces, despite having all those straight draws.
You did.
Got me excited, man. Huh. Like, oh, sweet, 150K.
Do you have player of the year? Is it locked enough for you?
I wouldn't call it locked, but
close.
So Ribeiro.
I mean, if Jason goes and wins, like top 3 this and then win something as well.
Making it 600, taking it.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not saying it's locked until it's locked.
Yeah, until it's locked, for sure.
Sportsbet.io is the perfect platform for every punter. The complete and one-stop shop for every type of sport and event. Experience ease of deposits with a wide range of digital currency support. Smooth crypto betting at all times, no lags, a user-friendly site, and even an app that allows you to place wagers on the go. Their comprehensive sports book covers a wide range of sporting events, ensuring that there is always something for everyone. Pay them a visit today. Sportsbet.io. Fun, fast, and fair.
Currently Daniel Dvorak, but he's not here. He left already.
Wow. He's really a rich guy.
He had a wedding to attend.
Also, there's some insight on why it is that we didn't see Dvorak at the back end of the program here.
Dan? Very good.
Despite being in the hunt.
Very talented. Very intelligent. Yeah.
In number 2 for this Ivan Leal Player of the Year award.
Wedding schmedding. He's a quitter, if you ask me.
Did you do like the wise guy accent thing?
Yeah, see?
Like okay.
He had a chance to be a real star.
1950 called. They want their newscaster back. King, Queen, Queen 7 here. Danny makes it 210,000. Ribeiro has some medicine. Announce his
Danny
pot.
has put in
Here we go.
half of his stack.
Yeah, spin cycle
Ladies.
engaged.
Do I need to hit?
Diamonds are cleaned, and yes, confirmed.
Some ladies, or diamonds, or 2 kings. At least I don't need the queen of spades. That's good.
Diamonds are live. Ladies are live. King, queen is live. Can Danny
Red
double up?
A queen of heart and 2 diamonds.
Or do we have our 7th place finisher?
I feel good about this
6th place
one.
finisher?
Black.
6th place
I actually
finisher.
feel good about this one.
Black as Gambia.
The 10's a good start-ish.
Ace 10-9, top set. Now, Danny hunts one of 4 jacks to stay alive.
Just a jack will do.
Just a jack.
Jack of hearts.
Finish him!
Good game, Danny.
All right, good game, guys.
Good game.
Good luck and have fun.
So the 10 on the river, not the needed jack. Danny, always demonstrating proper sportsmanship, but obviously we know he's disappointed.
Yeah.
Even with the buffer that he's able to obtain in terms of the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award. There were some bigger payouts.
Pretty impressive run from Danny Tang. I mean, we saw him on so many of the feature tables. Played such a beautiful hand earlier today. That small bet on the river, getting value with that ace-9.
The way you hit the ace on the
and Yeah, just got quite unlucky on
I
the
like
final
the
table.
ace on
Just
the
a
ripper
spot he
for
couldn't
more
get away
drama,
from.
You know what I'm saying? Ace on the ripper is like got the blood flowing, but on the
I
flop,
should have learned with you, yeah.
I mean the flop is.
Should have been queen 6.
Danny, going to be adding to his 16.5 million plus in career Triton earnings, courtesy of this, his 35th cash, but one that he was hoping to do better on. 635,000. Now what he leaves behind for the remainder of the field as he collects 495K himself. Nice pay jump of 140,000. The spoils. Next pay jump is 160K. Chris Frank limping the small blind. Parsonen says, let's see, 3994 board. Ellis, with that 4, has the lead. Both players check, queen on the turn, now a gut shot for both players.
Really don't have much though, do they? Really rare pot where between the 8 cards, no one has much of anything. But the pair of 4s for Parsonen in the lead.
Still no betting. Believe it or not, Jack 4 is a winner at a showdown here. $180. Frank says, if you don't want it, I'll take it.
And Illis looking a little suspicious, but boy, does he not have a very good hand. Ooh. Frank adds to his chip lead. Pardon me, Laszlo, of course, actually slightly ahead. They both just have so many chips.
Yeah, about 10 big blinds north of Frank is Puitash.
We have been used to having some short stacks, but now no one less than 40 big blinds.
Right. Ribeiro was that kind of clear shorty at 26 bigs with the midfield pack and then the lone chip leader. But having polished off Danny's stack, he's now got clearance and is only 7 bigs back of Parsonen. No cause for concern as 40 big blind deep FT PLO with 5 remaining is heaps of chips. Chip leader double suited, doing his thing. Ace King 8-7. The ace is offsuit here. Parsonen mulls.
Those are calling chips.
Coming along. I think just identifying also that you're going to get high VPIP out of Laszlo, wide variety of kit. Weissman.
Yeah, awkward spot with the unsuited kings and the ace. Might just be able to take it down pre-flop if you squeeze, but if Laszlo especially decides to continue in position, you just feel so handcuffed. So just calls instead.
And looks up at King, Queen 3, top set. Ellis looks down at just top pair. Case card on the board. Note that the pre-flop raiser, Laszlo, has the 10 high heart draw. Knuckled around the 9. Could be a potential issue, given that top set is no longer the nuts. Second check in front of Weissman. He's deliberating with just north of $500,000 in the middle. One would imagine that he's going to want to protect this set.
300.
Doing it to the tune of 60% pot. Laszlo. Not into dusty flush draws. Swipes left. Take it down, sir. Now, you know, I'm of Persian heritage, and I do recall that particular print adorned on whatever you call this weird sort of detached hood situation was beneath the dining table in my home growing up in rug form, if I'm not mistaken. But that could just be a misread. Color palette similar. But really, this is for like when you want to wear a hoodie, but you don't want the hoodie heat.
Yeah.
You just go with the hood portion. It's a deconstructed hoodie.
So you remember stepping on his hoodie, basically, growing up?
I mean, we would be seated at the dining table. And
so it would only cover the dining table,
just underneath, you know.
Yeah, so your feet were nestled nicely in that beautiful pattern.
Yeah, it has some Mesopotamian vibes to it, a little Fertile Crescent.
So there's something a little nostalgic going on here. It's like you're remembering your childhood.
I mean, listen, if this man calls me up and says, let's herd a camel or two, I'm ready. You know, I'm going to need one of whatever those things are, just because I don't want to be left out. But Laszlo, not one to be left out as a chip leader, but it's going to cost more. If you want to take a look at flops while this man is in this gear.
Royston, on YouTube, will do you a favor and answer that question. I believe the brand of the sweater from Parsonen is Burberry.
Yeah, no, I've already established this. The
I know, but he
Burberry.
just asked. There's someone asked on YouTube, so I was just letting
Oh,
him know.
he's asking.
Yeah.
Yes, forgive me. I thought he
That's
was
okay.
volunteering the information. Did you get the link that I sent you to buy the sweater?
I did, and I might buy it. It's just such a...
Here's the thing. You know what this is? This is one of those deals, Griff, where we're looking at this image, right, of Parsonen. And we're thinking, if I buy that sweater, maybe I'll look that good too.
Right.
But then we buy it, we go home, we look in the mirror, we're like, it doesn't, I don't, you know.
You got to get, well, you might have to go into the store and stuff, but I just feel like I'm going to have a lot of, it's also a weird time of year for me to buy it because the utility of it's going to be like a nice wintry kind of sweater to have, you know, a
Vegas
little
is on
cuddle puddle
broil
situation.
already.
Yeah.
My whole bankroll has been depleted while I was gone. I forgot to reset my thermostats and true icebox.
I just think that I could pull it off, and I think that it would be a hit. And I saw the one link that was a nice discount down to 800.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe I'll pull the trigger.
Here's the thing, though. I'd rather take that 800 and just have some experimental, like, finished stem cell transfusion. If that'll get it done for 800, I'm just, you know, I don't need accreditation. I'll just go to any old clinic. Here's 800, do it. You know, maybe I'll get good at PLO. Maybe I'll have more cold temperature tolerance. I don't know. Something good's going to happen.
I also have to decide if I truly love it or if I love the idea of having it.
Yeah, a little bit of that too, no question. Top pair here, along with a gutty. Check from Ribeiro. Same story for Boitashu. Just has threes. Nines. Not much else to speak of for Chris Frank. We've seen some limp strat from him already. On this occasion, same story pre.
Yeah, Ribeiro with the lion's share of the equity here, going to want to continue. Top pair, backdoor spades, bottom gutter. It's not thrilling, but it's not nothing.
Two-tone texture as now Ribeiro picks up spades. No second barrel out of Frank. And how about a 7 high straight? Tomas?
It's the nuts. The nuts out of nowhere. The nowhere nuts.
Well, they find themselves in a 400K pot. $140, and Frank looking down at this hand like, yeah.
Looking down at like I'm beating Queen, Jack, 8, King, 2 clubs.
Properly into the muck it goes. Ribeiro talked about it during his final table intro. Playing under the Portuguese flag. João Vieira, the only other that comes to mind that has paid a visit to some Tritons from that nation. This is his second ever festival. Hadn't cashed until this one. 0 for 7 coming in, playing exclusively PLO. This was his largest ever buy-in. Of course, largest ever Pot Limit Omaha event ever run at a Triton.
Okay.
King, King, Jack, Deuce with diamonds. Captures the interest of Parsonen, but only with a fold, with a limp rather. Forgive me. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Broadway aces with hearts for Ribeiro.
No card below a 10. Nut hearts. The highest pair you can find.
$210,000 more. The requirements.
Yeah, it's going to be good enough to call, but this is just, you know, a great example of the utilization of the limping strategy and how it can keep pots, prevent them from really bloating out of control. You can see there's 690 in the middle here. Had he come in with that standard 3.5x open, as he does get flopped, you know, near dead. I mean, 14%, just looking for those queens.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. The limp with the King, King, Jack, Deuce isn't because all of a sudden he thinks this is a hand that can't stand heat or can't apply it, but rather it's the form of heat that is associated with pot repot that it can't really tolerate. So by playing it as a limp, when pot comes in behind us, we still have enough to fight.
So I will say, with this small sizing, right, it's not that small, but he's drawing to the nuts and he can represent spades when it hits if he wants, right? That king of spades is relevant. I think it's going to be a consideration for Parsonen. He's going to expect, does eventually fold, thinks it's a bit too murky. And I mean, I'm inclined to agree, but those blockers do have some weight.
175 and take it, sir. Been a nice little couple of orbits, I want to say, for Thomas, who's no longer the short stack. That honor now belongs to Parsonen. Honor's a bit rich of a way to describe it. Sort of a unwanted designation.
Yeah. Our first orbit of 5-handed. The last one was Danny Tang's Obituary.
Wow. That was, I've never heard that. Do you want me to tell you why? No, I'm kidding. No.
For once I finally got your approval, and then you're just like, just when I thought you couldn't get any dumber.
No, stop. It's strong. 8943. 2 suited connectors rolled into one. Clean diamonds and spades, the latter of which have turned into a flush draw here for Chris Frank. Limped pre, top and bottom pair for Parsonen, the development. Note the quick check back, and let's see what comes on the turn. Obviously unwelcome is the queen, but for different reasons than Parsonen realizes. A 4-liner on board, any king and Broadway card.
Is one of my best clients, one of the best clients in poker.
Leaves Ellis in a bad way. Frank does have the queen high straight, and now that's no longer good. 10's full on the end for Parsonen.
So not an extra chip put in this pot. And now Frank goes for that thin value with that bottom straight, 8-9, 10 jack queen. And Parsonen's just been sitting there in the cut with that boat. He's coming, Chris.
Well, it wasn't quite seaworthy until the 10 rolled off. But now, let's see. Whoops. Frank has this look on his face like a man placed in a round room and told to go stand in the corner.
Sorry. He said that when I had water in my mouth.
See, it's just like, well.
What do you mean when you say corner? You mean $40.80. Let's up the stakes.
It's interesting you say that, and yet as I look upon the stack depths here, granted, one reigns supreme, and that is Laszlo, but they're still, even with this jump, pretty deep. Especially once we see added consolidation, provided that we don't grind away 5-handed for multiple levels, this should really set the stage for deep stacked heads up and 3-handed action.
Yeah, but Omaha ultimately is different, right? I mean, we've seen what can happen, the way that coolers can develop, the way that pots can get bloated, 2 people just feeling like they have to put a bunch of chips in the middle. We saw it happen to poor Danny Tang on that king-jack flop with the king-jack against the kings. I think he was pretty deep stacked to start that hand, you know? I think he had 50 or 60 big blinds. And you can see how quickly they get in the betting pre-flop. Suddenly one pot size bet, and it represents 33% of his stack, and he's thinking, okay, I guess I'm all in, and suddenly he's out. So things can move quickly.
Well, the movement on this flop is away from the queens and toward Dylan Weissman, who's got bottom 2 pair. This is blind versus blind, limped pre. Ellis with those queens checking over. Politely placed 100K chip. Parsonen makes the call, and now the 10 on the turn. Counterfeiting Weissman. Ugly card, but perhaps one that he could be representing. Remember, as a check back in the big blind, a lot of the disjointed holdings that would be inclined to bet on this particular flop could blast through. Obviously, we block a 3 and a 4. Maybe we expect Parsonen would be somewhat inclined to just take a little shot with a 10. Not necessarily, of course, as a lead, but...
220.
Yeah, look
Wow,
at Dylan
you called
Weissman,
it.
half pot here.
That was nice, Ollie.
Listen, it's Dylan that's doing the nice stuff. I'm just speculating.
I really saw you lean closer to the TV there when it was a close-up of the little hoodie thing. You were just like, yes, this is the one from my childhood. Oh my
Look
God.
at Ellis, man. He's got such sniff on him. Makes the call.
You've come
Obviously
to the wrong place.
Considers the queen clean. Now 3's full on the end for Dylan. Diamonds show up, though, and that could be an exit for Parsonen, who checks once more. What a fortunate river card this is.
I can't imagine him betting here. I mean, Parson could still just have a 10.
Well, Dylan we can see betting.
Oh, because he has a full house.
Right.
My goodness.
Right. Now, Parsonen,
Touche.
I can't imagine him calling necessarily, but you see him looking for maybe a little live read. Not much coming off of that image. From that angle, he looks like a man who's dressed for a joust.
Yeah.
You know, back in the day, the chainmail sort of thing, the armor.
Oh, yeah.
That's the vibes I'm getting here. And Lancelot drops a sword with 880 on it.
Oh, you want to see?
Snap fold from Parsonen. Dylan does have more than a few PLO titles on his resume. Not here within the Triton walls, but his accomplishments not hard to come upon for anybody doing their homework.
200.
Unmove.
Laszlo, raise and take there. It's 10-10-5, the responsible kit. What if Chris Frank took a nap? You ever seen that? FT?
Never
100K buy-in?
No.
He's still thinking about spots. He's like, how long until the delay catches up and my questions can be answered? Or maybe he's still trying to find the corner. I can't really get a read. Like, is he deep in thought? Is he tired? Is he bored of looking at dusty hands? It could be any of the above.
Is he looking around to see if there's corners in this room?
Well, I mean, listen, he's unaware of my little quip.
Oh, shiny.
Ugly.
Just need one more diamond, and then he has a flush.
No, this is spoken.
Am I
like a
showing
man
my
who's-
inexperience right now?
No, you're
This is-
showing your addiction to video poker. That's what you're showing. Monotone stuff, not generally what we want to move forward with, but Weissman, button, plus the 4-card rundown nature, says, let's take a peek. Both blinds involved. Somehow a diamond finds its way to the board. Singular. As Ribeiro has 3 in his hand. Wojtas with 1. 9 of 13 present and accounted for. Two checks in front of Dylan. Checks back. Trip 3s now for Wojtas. Ribeiro still with a 5 and an open ender. Two-way straight draw, I suppose, given the presence of a 7 in his hand. Oh, look at this. He's deciding to try to lay claim to this 320, and the number he dials up with which to do so, half pot.
Yeah, hard to blame Tomas here. It's just, you know, so many cards wrapping around these. You have the 5 blocker as well. You just got to hope that no one has a 3, and you're probably gonna scare out some cards, but Laszlo's got it.
Flat from Wojtas, and an opportunity perhaps for Thomas to try to blast his way out of this one. Unclear. He has a 4 in hand. Yeah, whether or not it would be deemed a good spot with which to do so. And you see Laszlo just mindful of the potential straights that are wary of full houses. Happy to check back.
So here we are, 5-handed. The winner's going to get $2.187 million.
Thank you.
Are they going to get anything else? Or just the money?
No, come on now. Not just the oversized Triton trophy, but courtesy of our good friends over at Jacob & Co., the Epic X Watch, worn with pride by all those who have won a Triton main event, and it's far from the only stuff on offer from our official timekeepers who make incredible timepieces, not just about the jewels, but into poker and gambling-themed gear. You'll find them to be the perfect watch brand, especially given their Astronomia Casino piece, which has a functioning roulette wheel inside it. That's the one on the right there, that Bugatti. I'm telling you, that thing was a marvel. It has a legitimately working W16 motor modeled exactly after the Bugatti, all polished up inside the watch case. I mean, it was, watching it like go, it was
watching it
silly.
Nice.
Oh well, no pun intended, but I mean it was
nice. Speaking of nice, Dylan Weissman. Whew.
Kings and a suited ace, Broadway and wheel prospects, courtesy of the 4 dangler.
$240.
Laszlo with a quite playable ace-jack 10-3. You know, I struggle a bit when I see Laszlo's name because I'm reminded of What We Do in the Shadows. You know that show?
I do not know that show.
I think you would love it. Watch, there'll be some people on YouTube that know all about it. It's like a mockumentary where they're all vampires living in New Jersey.
Oh, interesting.
It's on FX. It's really good. And Laszlo talks like this.
Not the real one. Queen H6. Note the wrap for Chris Frank. Just the gutter for Laszlo, who checks over. Frank happy to check alongside. Weissman over pair. Pretty damp texture versus a couple of blinds.
Yeah, no diamonds in play.
Does play it as a check back. Turn pair is the queen. King's performing well.
Yeah, that is a really great card for Weissman, even though he's going to be a little concerned someone is holding that lady. There's 2 of them left.
Boy, this is the nut flush draw and the 2 kings. You know you're not drawing dead unless you're up against the quads, just given the presence of these 2 kings. Let's observe how Wiseman wants to respond to the 350. Just lets it go.
Wow.
And you see the power of the barrel from Frank on display there. And it's not that Dylan thinks that there isn't some frequency with which his hand is actually good, but the inability to sort of deduce, you know, we remove nut hearts from our opponent's range. We don't have a queen. This one was a limp and, you know, just a check back from the big. Small blind involved as well. It's just...
Yeah, Dylan knows that sometimes his opponent's going to have some sort of a wrap like that, and he's making a quote-unquote bad fold. But the times that, you know, Christopher Frank is already boated up or has a queen and can get boated up on, let's say, a river heart, how hard it is to just river a king to get kings full. I mean, it's hard not to be a bit results-oriented and think, how could he possibly fold that? But I guarantee you that he knows exactly what's going on in that situation and ran the math and just was prepared to be making a fold that was against a hand that was very slim against him.
Yeah. Not that math is the only thing that these guys are running against one another. They're looking across the felt and getting live vibes to varying degrees, or doing their best from some tough customers, 5 of whom are on the hunt for north of $2 million here in this 100K PLO main event. Frank has been really keen to limp into Parsonen when it's blind versus blind. Queen, Jack, deuce, top and bottom pair for Ellis. Just a little gutter and an under pair to the Queen, Jack for Frank. Deuce dangler connects. Stabs.
Queens and deuces here. Pretty significant. I mean, it's not a hand you necessarily want to put additional chips in with,
right.
But I feel like you're going to have the best hand at this stage a lot of the time. That doesn't get much brickier.
Yeah. Really nice card for Parsonen's purposes. Frank checks.
How much in there?
Another check back from Ellis. Keeping things clean.
And if Christopher Frank thinks that Parsonen is going to bet hands like Queen Jack on the turn, most 2 pairs for protection, maybe he thinks this ace has potential as a bluff card. You know, what if Parsonen has something, let's say, Queen 10, King 9, or something like that, right? Something that has a queen in it.
Well, I mean, King 10's Broadway.
Sorry. Yes, thank you. You get what I mean.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he's looking to rep the nuts here, is Frank, with this bet. There's no question about it. The polarity of full pot on the end.
10 in hand.
And the thing is, full pot, I think, begins to remove aces up from the equation in Illis's mind. And if we can do that, then the queens and deuces really perform well as a bluff catcher.
This one is going to be a separator. The difference between falling to 1.8 million and being all the way up to,
Makes a believer out of Illis. An immediate question is, did you bluff?
And Chris kind of admitting it there with the sheepish grin.
Yep.
Little exchanges like that, even though it wasn't explosive, really kind of give us some insights into the depth of knowledge and levels that these guys are invoking in these PLO streets on the latter portion of this Triton Montenegro Festival. Best in the world have made their way out here. Aces raise and take it. I have a confession, Griff.
Do it.
When I was 6 years old, no, I'm kidding. Earlier today, for the first time, I got into the ocean. Went down there with James Chen, Andras Nemeth, Henrik Hecklin, who I missed. I had to go up to my hotel, grab my bathing suit, and come back down there.
He wouldn't have gone in the
swim.
water anyway.
You know, so you say that, but he did it.
No.
I swear.
Wasn't he just
came
saying
down
the other night to me? He
That's
was like,
exactly
"Don't
what
go
he
in
was
the
saying
sea."
to everybody. I came up and I said, Henrik, we're doing it. We're going in the sea. And you know, he's like, no way. And then he was asking, what's the bottom like? And at one point, he was advised it was like pebbly and rocky. He goes, no, I don't stand on pebbles. And I'm like, why would you give him an out? But proud of him. He was already in his swim shorts.
Oh, you were proud that he just went there, that he got there.
No. He got in the water.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
So I got it out of the way a bit early. I went in there for the first time. But now I'm realizing that it's ridiculous I only went in once.
Well, we've still got a little bit of time left.
We have one day.
Parsonen, 3-betting the aces here. Water's getting a little deeper. Too deep for Laszlo's taste. Nice little pickup.
I'm just suggesting I could have managed my time a little bit better to spend more time at the beach. And you know.
I think lack of proximity for me, because we're staying slightly off property, was the big dissuader.
So am I, yeah.
That and my affinity for REM cycles, because before work is really when it's time to get in there.
Yeah.
It's not quite that warm yet.
No.
You know,
Yeah,
in the morning, but that 5 o'clock sun beating down.
I'm so good at staying up late and just doing nonsense on my computer. And it's hard to wake up a little earlier to go in the
I've
water.
torched a chunky quotient of my life off doing nonsensical things online.
I mean, I was watching the new X-Men cartoon this week, and it's so good. But that could have been ocean time.
You know, Griff, just because I've made confessions doesn't mean that you, too, need to make unsolicited ones, such as the fact that you were watching cartoons instead of going for a swim.
Come on, did you watch the X-Men cartoon when you were a kid?
I didn't watch anything X-Men related ever. Now, Randy's your Huckleberry in those streets, just so you know. You talked to Randy.
I think I recommended it to him, actually, yeah.
Chris Frank limping the King, Queen, 10, 5 with spades. Queen, Jack, 9, 8 for Weissman. He's not interested. Thought perhaps on the button. You get on in there. Both blinds coming along to the 8-7-4 board. It's Second pair in a gutter for Ribeiro. Dust for Laszlo, and now it's checked over to Frank, who has an even dustier hand.
Pretty big advantage here for Ribeiro with just 7-6, but he can't possibly know it. You know, that's third pair on board. Frank now with that Queen 10, gonna take the freebie, trying to that Johnny. He's on the river.
2 streets of checking. And now aces and 7s for Ribeiro are a winner. Laszlo Hunt showdown with ace-king. I mean, what would be a credible rep here in position by Frank? I mean, feels a touch ambitious. Oh, but he's going to go for it. 115K. It's just a card that doesn't complete anything, and one would imagine if we had any form of straight on the turn, we would be inclined to maybe pose a small question at minimum. So Ribeiro just recognizes as played. This is too tempting a situation for Frank. I believe he just tossed his hand straight into the muck. With good reason, Laszlo having done the same right before him. In the YouTube chat, Dylan Lind is currently watching.
No.
And he stepped in to advise, by the way, Griff, that he was blasted by a jellyfish on the first day of this festival and hasn't gone back to the sea since. Now, had I known that the Smuckers of the Sea was
a concern
out there, you know, a Montenegrin man of war, perhaps, you know, I would not have entered that sea. I didn't realize the perils that were just offshore. And I swam all the way out to the buoy. By the way, it was a somewhat barnacle-laden buoy. Probably not placed in this millennium. But nevertheless, it's a good swim. Chat, swim back. And I'll tell you, I'm sore. I didn't time it right with the tides. Going back in was a little, had to traverse. I got to get one of those e-foils that they keep advertising on the video monitors.
Ooh, some lightning going. I don't know if you'll hear that in the stream, but there's some lightning going off outside.
Well, so far nothing thunderous.
I'm just saying it happened as soon as Parson entered the pot.
An omen, perhaps. Jack 10-3 here. Wrap for Laszlo. He knuckles. King high spades. Not much else. Doing the same. Top pair. Bad gutter.
How much is it?
Parsonen asks for a count. Note the top set, by the way. The last of the hands to be addressed, along with an open-ender, that which is being bet into here by Elis.
Somehow a 4% chance bet here. Top set is something here for Ribeiro. Gonna be pretty happy to get more chips in. So Dylan Lind is also claiming David Yan also got hit with the jelly.
Wow. Well, Ribeiro, he's got his stinger out. 450, if you do. Of course, Elis does not. You know what's interesting? I'm hearing in the background, and it would be through the players' mics, of course, the sound of the rain that is coming down outside on the building. Are you catching that?
I'm catching the
rain. Ever so faintly?
I'm catching it. Hope you brought an umbrella, because I don't think you're getting the car home. Well, it's actually, I'm getting a bit scared now. I'm hearing the little thunder outside.
Tell you what. Ace, King, Queen, 3. Ribeiro, fresh off of that last one, activates the nutted spades. 3 Broadway cards, little wheel dangler. Parsonen wants to take a peek with unintrusive 8864 and small diamonds, none of which interacts with this board. Can't say the same for Ribeiro, of course. He's got top pair and the Broadway gutty, backdoor spades. You know, we talk often in No Limit about the concept of pot control, as we see on the turn aces and queens, the development for Tomas, and it sort of feels like a balancing act between both pot control and equity denial out here in these PLO streets.
Yeah.
Second check in front of us. Again, a check back from Ribeiro. Deuce pairs on the river.
Yeah, perhaps just expecting Parsonen to be pretty light here and maybe thinking bluff catching is going to be the best course of action. He is, of course, right, as we can see, but will be coming out to play now.
.240 on the end. Getting it done there, and our brief absence is courtesy of what would seem to be a real uptick in what was, you know, a shower, now a bit of a deluge taking place outside.
That's how I would have described it. A deluge is the word?
That's the one.
That's what I was going to say.
I am a useless thesaurus, if I can get it out right. I mean, really, just years of trying to come up with different ways to say the same old thing. Chris Frank limped the button. Laszlo coming along from the small. Ace, King, 10, 8. Parsonen. 3 little letters. Now it'll cost 400.
Yeah, and this is a pretty significant move from Parsonen here. You know, doesn't have the hugest hand. Nice to have 3 cards over 10. The ace, king of spades. But it's not like he has, you know, aces, queen 10, single, double suited, whatever it is.
Behind.
Yeah, look at Frank.
Yeah, he's going to be willing to play with this.
It's a durable hand. You know, when that overcard stuff shows up, a lot of times we're interacting in the form of a straight draw. Or we just rip off trip jacks here. Out of position. Having inflated this one is Elis.
Yeah, just has, you can see it's easy to calculate the stack to pot ratio because in the pot is about 1 million. Parsonen's with 1.2, so 1.2 to 1 stack to pot ratio, and he's probably going to feel like he needs to put something out here on this board like he were to have aces or kings. Certainly a lot of jacks in Frank's sort of range of hands that are calling around the jack. Something like exactly what he has. But could just as well not have it, especially with 2 out there. So wants to bet something. So a bit quite unlucky here for Elis. Flopping so little equity, but completely justifiably feeling like he needs to bet something.
$160 what he came up with, and on the turn he
0%.
hits an 8, but yes, as we can see, he is drawing dead. When we do get called by Frank, we're asking ourselves, what is it that Chris would open limp button with, but then call the extra 320K? Not only that, but call the 160K c-bet on such a dry board.
Yeah, pocket pairs are definitely in that range too. It could be 2 8s, it could be 2 9s. I think Elis is just probably finding a way to wiggle out of this hand. I guess it's made a bit complicated by having the 8 in your hand, Ali, because it makes it less like he has something like pocket 8. So, yeah, he could have a jack, but it could have just been a float. But, you know, does come to the logical conclusion that Christopher Frank did just flop a jack, and now, bit short stacked, his Parsonen, pardon me, 14 big blinds. No one else has less than 45, so really gonna have to make it go to work now.
All of a sudden, he has lost contact with the peloton. 14 big blinds. Aces, double suited.
Very nice.
Pot announced. Parsonen would be delighted to get it in here. Unfortunately, no patrons available, so he'll have to settle for the blinds and the ante. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't walk home in this rain if I were Elis. I mean, that is just an absolute spongy-looking deal there. That was just, it's like throwing your poodle in the sea. They're just maximum absorption levels. Parsonen going to be looking to absorb some more chips here, sub 20 big blinds. Already has locked up $635,000, 140K pay jump. That is what the field hunts right now with the ultimate prize, $2.2 million. Look at this. Frank trying to limp in there again, not with the most durable hand. And Elis, ace, king, 10, 8, announces pot once more. The double paired jacks and threes into the bin. By the way, Jeffrey Klein in the chat, drink. Double suited king, queen, jack, 7. Also folded.
360, right? Par. This 29, 17.
Ace King 10-8 with diamonds for Parsonen. Frank with the King 8 7-6. Hearts.
I really didn't anticipate him
Maybe.
looking to square off with Illis again.
Cards don't
Who
have
says it's
memory.
my turn. He's got himself the diamonds here.
Did you hear Christopher Frank's response?
What did he say?
Cards don't have memory.
I mean, so what a utilitarian response. I love it.
Yeah, Parson says, my turn. He said, cards don't have memory. It's a great villain answer.
You were right. 5 looked promising.
Deuce, no good.
Yes, dude.
Well, he's scrapping his Parsonen.
Oh, yeah. You back this fin into a corner, he'll just fight harder.
Our official friends over at GG Poker got themselves a little promo. Get yourself a $50 Global Millions ticket with a minimum deposit of $20. If you're a new player, sign up using the code Triton_2024 and get in on the action at the world's largest online poker room, official partners of the Triton Super High Roller Series.
You know what I liked about the promo you did there?
Talk to me.
I know what you meant when you said it. You meant like they're the official sponsor, but you said they're
friends.
Our official friends.
Yeah.
And I was just thought to myself,
I left it alone.
I'd like to be Ali's official friend one day.
Careful what you wish for, Griff. You know, this is more the tame side of me that you're experiencing here. These can get real wild.
You know, you spend 2 weeks in paradise with someone and they won't even call you their official friend.
I'll tell you what. You may want to next one we come to. You may want to just fly with your boy. That's where I do my damage. Ace King Queen. Laszlo. Betting 80K. Limped blind versus blind. He's got the queens and a little Broadway draw.
Is it in a? Yeah, we'll just share it.
With the ace.
Yeah, thank you.
Wants to take a peek
Can I
at a
get one?
turn.
Yeah.
Clubs arrive as does a king.
Penny on the side.
Once we get called on that flop, all of a sudden, we don't like it so much. Laszlo checking over. Unclear how Frank will respond.
Frank's pretty tough, huh?
You feeling a bit sick? You feeling a bit sick? Yeah.
I'm really enjoying and appreciate
Do you need like hot drops or anything?
the eccentric nature of his mannerisms, and is just clearly seems to really be on point. Know what's going on. Well-studied individual.
Yeah, I mean, every now and again, maybe Laszlo's got a trap, but we do kind of tell ourselves maybe as a chip leading kind of stack in particular, Laszlo would be more inclined to put a raise in. Of course, Frank does cover him.
Thank you for your help.
Once he checks on a card such as that, sopping wet. All done. Peek at the updated chip counts here. Tolerine and Tang, the only two casualties thus far on this 100K main event PLO battlefield. This glimpse brought to you by PokerStake. We play 50 and 100,000. Dilution comes every 45 minutes. See the 140K pay jump and the 2.2 million up top. That look brought to you by betacr.eu. Final 7 distributions of 14 in total of this $8.3 million prize pool. It was funny, I think we were about halfway through day 1 of the stream, and I got a text from Josh Aryeh, and all it said is, when is the next Triton? And I thought, it's no coincidence that all of a sudden, halfway through day 1 of the PLO main, Josh is watching and thinking, FOMO, I want to be out there. He's a big fan of 4-card. Plays all the games, does Josh. Pretty damn well. Final table of the Poker Players Championship. Did he win that bad boy once? I can't remember. Could have sworn that's where I saw him put that nasty beat on Bryce Yockey. Ace, ace,
Thomas
king,
Ribeiro, let's go. I'll take this one, Ali. This hand excites me. Ace, ace, king, queen, 2 hearts.
This definitely qualifies as one of the most
This hand
desirable sorts of hands
Ribeiro
pre-flop.
for your pleasure.
Oh. Frank decides from the button to play it as a 3-bet to 450. Seeking privacy, blinds oblige. Remember, this is under the gun from Ribeiro. He's 33 bigs deep coming into this one. Repot to 1.5.
1.5?
1.5.
Yeah, and that's going to represent about 45% of Thomas Ribeiro's stack, and Christopher Frank quickly calling with a hand that can certainly do damage against the likes of ace-ace,
1.8.
no matter what the other 2 cards are. So we have a pot in the middle of 3.25 million. I mean, to put into perspective, and this is what we were talking about, Ali, about how these things can escalate. 2 people can get 2 huge hands, and suddenly there's, what, 32 big blinds in the middle pre-flop? I mean, Elis Parsonen only has 17 big blinds, and he's just sitting there with 1.7 million. Look how much is out there. Wow, very interesting. 10-6,
This is
queen
wild
10.
all of a sudden.
Yeah, he has to call there with the double gutter.
We're playing a big one.
42% for Frank. Got backdoor diamonds. He has backdoor clubs. He has the immediate 7, the immediate jack outs.
3 of hearts.
Lot of ways for the German to win.
Oh, can't be done. 6 of clubs. That's a good sweat card.
I don't want to switch that much.
6 of clubs. You want that?
You're the best.
3 of hearts.
Yeah.
3 of hearts.
You always know the best cards.
Yeah. 6 of clubs. That's
bad, man. King. Give him a king, okay?
6.8 million chip pot. Thomas feeling a bit more relaxed than Chris Frank for obvious reasons in a 7. Rolls
hearts.
right off.
Okay.
So the 10-6 gets there, but as you can see, Ribeiro has the flush draw, draws live.
It's coming.
Yeah,
Gotta have some heart.
And the river is a 10, a jack rather, and it does not
Sure, thank you. Good game. Good game.
rescue Thomas, who's taken it in stride here, but that was an incredible.
I said see you on coin poker.
Yeah. See you on coin.
Out of nowhere,
No, you did good.
sort of pot, a bit of breathlessness in the room.
You're really good at getting the ladder from 54th in this spot. It's happened to you multiple times. I did it one time.
What just happened?
I've seen it. You got it a couple times.
Massive,
It's a really good
massive
skill to have,
pot.
actually.
It is.
By far the biggest play in this tournament. I mean, Christopher Frank is up to 10 million chips, 100 big blinds. And if we look at the leaderboard on the Triton Poker Plus app, Christopher Frank with those 100 big blinds, Laszlo with 60, Dylan Weiss with 33, and Lee Payson with 16. There he is, Ribeiro.
Thomas finally able to capture a cash in these PLO streets here at Triton on his 8th attempt, and a handsome cash it is.
And I gotta say, the glasses really grew on me.
Yeah, 635,000. The glasses may be ahead of their time.
Yeah.
$795,000 on lockup now.
Frank, happy to get super activated now. The pot size pre-flop raise.
You're welcome.
Laszlo might have a hand good enough to call with those 3 connected broadways. That 5 is certainly all by itself out there, though. Not getting picked for dodgeball.
6-4 deuce rainbow.
And even when the board wants to play with the 5, he's useless. He just can't contribute.
Frank.
They
Has
look-
it
they
checked
look
over
good
to
on
him?
you.
Just
They fit your face really well. You should steal
look
them.
at that stack in front of him. 10 million
That's what
in
I-
chips.
So these were my fiance's. and
Those
I
are
think
actually pretty cool.
They're sick, right? I've been wearing them to every final table, but now they're too big, so they don't fit her anymore. So they're just mine.
I actually have similar ones, but
There's
they're,
some-
they're from Oakley.
These are French. I have no idea. I don't know the actual brand. I love them. They're really cool.
What do you think about Montenegro? Love it here?
Oh my god.
It's the sickest.
Actual nuts, dude. On our dinner break, we went on a walk. There's like a forest thing on top.
Flop one, check, check.
The sun was actually
Trip
unreal.
4s, the developments for Chris Frank. Not that he needed them. The 2 queens were good.
I wouldn't mind if every single poker set would be here.
Me too. 100%. It reminds me of where I went to college. I went to college in Santa Barbara, and it's like very similar with like green and ocean and like foresty.
The players do love Montenegro.
1 million?
And so do the commentators. At least this guy.
For this tournament.
And you know, I did have that whole bit about that, 5 having no use, but you can see how Laszlo decided, I'm going to take my ugly stepchild and use it to represent that I can be around this. I can have a straight. If I have a 5 in my hand, couldn't I have a deuce? Couldn't I have a 3? Maybe I could have a 4.
Well, that stepchild is in very precarious waters against Chris Frank. Was facing 1 million into 1.35. I don't think fold is on his mind, but let's see. Remember, Boitas defended his big, Boitas, rather.
No flush draws, having been in there on the turn, have missed, so difficult to put your opponent on that. Chris is like trying to work it out here. I mean, he has a pretty nice pair.
Yeah, Chris pictured here, having been told in a coin flip duel, heads I win, tails you lose.
I mean, this would be a really impressive call. And he can't afford it. God, is he going to do it? Oh my gosh.
Got him.
Sick. Wow.
Nice hand.
So, yeah.
That was
Taking
just
that 5 of spades to the ball did not work out after all. And Christopher Frank extends that chip lead to a quite staggering. I mean, he must have, 11.5 million now, dropping Laszlo right around 4.5.
It's the fact that he's done it at Boitash's expense in particular that now makes things really cozy for him.
Yeah. I mean, Laszlo almost looks a little, a little annoyed, but I think maybe even a little impressed.
Game recognized game.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, you're the big blind. You raised that one out of the gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Such a good hand.
Queen, 9-4. Was it single or double?
Double.
Double? Yeah. Oh, that is a good hand. It's not even sarcastic.
Queen Jack 7-6, just suited to the queen. Wiseman happy to fold it. Some ICM considerations for him, surely. I don't think he's playing any close spots with Parsonen having just 16 big blinds.
Folding it.
And the story continues. The Laszlo Frank narrative.
That I maybe could have played. Maybe 2 hands I could have played differently, but they're both also like fine.
Advantage Chris so far. See if he can find a bet and clear out some equity.
Did you have it on the 10, 10, 3, 4, 4?
Most-ish.
I didn't have a
Oh, reaching for chips with that 5-3. Yeah, why not, right? Why not? Deuce, you do make the nuts. It's got the backdoor diamonds.
Oh, that board? Oh, that one was spicy.
Triple coverage isn't ideal. There's another straight draw. Now King Jack can make Broadway with a 10. Frank does not improve. Might be difficult to find a turn bet.
The pair of 8s is actually in the lead right now.
You'll see it.
Technically, yep.
2 straight draws for Laszlo.
And a significant percentage, actually, advantage, 70 to 30.
Mm-hmm.
Laszlo doesn't have as many outs as you might think. The deuce, king, jack, or 10. 3 won't do it. And now Laszlo finding himself with the bottom of his range. Can he ever find a bet? He just, you know, the narrative developing between the two of them, you know, Chris Frank picking him off there with those pocket queens. Does he have the stones to put out a bet here? And does. And this time, yeah, you can't just call with an 8 there, even though in this particular situation he would have been right.
What do you have to be aggressive about, right?
Nice activation from Laszlo. Those chips might look a little familiar given the big chunk of them were lost.
Grateful to be in the spot, but there's still a lot of pressure, you know.
To Frank not long ago. How much is the kid loving the moment, by the way?
Yeah, that was a great comment.
I said it
Grateful
right.
for the moment, but it is a lot of
Hell
pressure.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Looks like Dylan has recruited Parsonen into the Shades and Hood
Your first name always is weird.
Fellowship.
Howdy.
Ellis.
Ellis.
Ellis. I know that it has like the weird thing, like my American mouth can't make the finish sound.
Yeah. Check.
Three-way limp pot. Laszlo's kings with clubs. Open from the button, and a set of 7s for Parsonen. Blocking a 10. Way the best of it. Round of knuckles. Gut shot acquired for Frank.
$300 from Frank. And technically just 17% to win this hand, and that's why Parsonen is taking pause. He's got that bottom set. And it could be another situation where Christopher Frank really uses those blockers to his advantage. If this comes a brick on the river, he is going to be able to credibly represent 8-9 and put Parsonen in a world of hurt with just 1.1 million back.
Well, the credibility, obviously, in terms of the blocker effects of the 8s is one thing, but the limp the button range may be on Parsonen's mind, and I think that could certainly contain some of the 8-9 combos. And look at the max pressure application now.
Chris is in the small blind here, right?
Small blind
As opposed
versus
to
big
limping the
blind,
button.
forgive me.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, I agree. It's like Parsonen's pretty high up in his range here.
Yeah, Laszlo limped the button.
Mm-hmm. Worth noting, 6-8 has also come in. 3-6 has somehow snuck in as well. We're not just worried about 8-9 anymore. Can Parsonen... Wow.
Yeah, he folds. He has no 3, 6, 8, or 9 in his hand, and just forced out of there. It would have been such a meaningful pot to pick up if Parsonen could have found the call. And now the wrecking ball that is Christopher Frank is being wielded to maximum effect.
I'm grateful for the correction from some of you on YouTube in the hand where Christopher Frank, what I thought that he called the pocket queens on that board, apparently he had a 4 in his hand.
Yeah, trip 4s are pocket queens, though. I mean, we're bluff catching against the 4-liner on board in that spot.
I would really say it's like, I don't know, half my fault, half Ollie's. Like, he should see it too. So it's, you know, I know I was saying it, but
Right.
like maybe we could like both take it on of it.
I really do appreciate you
60-40?
backing the Benger bus directly over me, by the way, which is generally speaking not the path toward being an official
I'm
friend.
just saying, look,
you know,
I
Griff,
mean,
if that's your aspiration.
He's been doing this for like 25
You know
years.
what
I
I
just think
mean?
he should have seen it
Right.
as much, you know, maybe even more so than me.
How's this career treating you, Griff? This has been, you know, everything
It's
going
been a
all
real
right?
great experience.
450 says Chris Frank, finger wagging in the face of this Laszlo limp. And a lot of these limps, of course, are with recognition that this option is so readily available to Frank.
Wow, that's a pretty looking hand, right? 9876 double suited in the way that they're suited and they're lined up.
Queen
Just
7-3 makes it
aesthetically, I mean, you know,
slightly less attractive. Just the pair of sevens. Interacting, of course, is the 8-9 of spades. He is ahead of Chris Frank Cantno at 1.1 plus in the middle.
Yeah, Chris is just completely whiffed, and that's going to give him reason to just bet the large 1.15 million. You can see the pressure it puts on that second stacked Laszlo Butas.
Buitash. But you know what? Even Laszlo would forgive you.
Say it again?
It's a minefield of consonants and
yes, it is.
Vowels. Now, this is direct from him.
Okay.
And it's the first time I think I've actually gotten it right. Buitash.
Buitash. Oh, I can do that.
Okay.
I was just saying Laszlo because I was too embarrassed to get it wrong, but I can do. Oh crap! What was it?
What are you gonna do?
Buitas. Buitas, right?
Nah, SH on the end.
SH on the
Buitash.
Ooh, I could get used to saying that. Wow, and look at this hand for Christopher Frank. This is almost getting a little unfair. 125 big blinds, no one else more than 42, and gets the double suited ace queen 10-5.
The thing is, everybody just expects at this point, with Parsonen sitting out there, 11 big blinds deep in the ICM of what is now a 190K pay jump, let's call it, between fourth and third. Why would Dylan or Laszlo look to get involved until they figure out what's what with Ellis? Ellis. I think that's how.
Ellis.
I heard him. Dylan asked him, how do I pronounce it? And then he just copped to the idea his, quote, American mouth wouldn't be able to do it. But, you know, next time contract renegotiating comes around, like, if I have to navigate these Euro-laden PLO tables, you know, just, there might have to be like a
I do appreciate, though,
bonus.
how random, you know, the German's name is. It's like we get like Elis Parsonen and Laszlo Buitash, and then it's just like Chris Frank.
Okay, some contrast. I don't think Dylan Weissman is particular sort of minefield. That one's
No, he's
cozy.
got your standard American name, but Chris is, you know, two first name guy. Love it. Keep it simple for us. Two first names, but going for one first place. Christopher Frank, 13 million chips. And yeah, you're not getting any walks from Chris Frank right now.
No, but he's not putting in a raise here with the 7-6-3-3. Parsonen, double suited with tens, immediately pounces. Says pot.
Quick call from Frank.
Yeah, shot that call out there. Less than one SPR for Ellis, and he's got middle set here up against a spade draw.
You have 700, right?
A little less by our count, 630.
670 or something?
Yeah, just under.
Pot.
700. How much is it?
700.
Do you have more or?
You have less.
I have less. Are you sure?
I believe you have slightly less.
I'm just counting.
Yeah.
I'm not folding. I was just thinking if I have some chips left.
Yeah.
So Chris Frank decides to put max pressure onto Ellis, of course. With a set, he will go nowhere. So we play for 2 million, and Ken, the chip leader,
Almost got you off the set.
find another victim.
What a 5.
Almost got you off another set, Chris says. He is just in the zone.
No.
5 of clubs.
I don't think we're going anywhere. Well, you can see a slightly contemptuous look on Parsonen's face.
Ooh, the 9.
6, 7.
in,
The
yeah.
gutter slides in. Something I'd overlooked. And now suddenly Parsonen needs to find a pair on the board.
GG, Ellis.
Again, guys.
Oh, it's showers.
Nice playing with you.
Knuckle bumps.
Your
from
turn
afar.
game is on point today.
Your turn game.
This is a full-on steamroll.
These are mine.
Yeah, he has been a complete war machine, just destroying this FT.
One big
He's
blind.
starting to look like the floor man that sits at the center of a craps table with every single denomination neatly stacked in front of him that makes change for like the croupier and the other people. I mean, this is too many chips.
Yeah.
This is starting to get out of
That's how you win
hand.
poker tournaments.
$795,000.
I'm very grateful that you keep
going to Ellis.
I've V-pits like 2 hands this final table.
Aku, his compatriot, coming over to give him the fist bump. Man plays lights out. Don't let a 4th place finish somehow lead you to believe that he's not capable of a Triton trophy in this PLO streets. Something tells me it's going to happen, and it may not take long. Definitely at home with 4 cards in hand. Parsonen dispatched. And the road cleared a little bit in consideration of that departure.
No, 3.
It does?
Oh, it still counts? Okay.
Well, he took out the one from the Water Tribe. There's the Earth Tribe guy right there.
What is this, Survivor?
Avatar: The Last
Is there any
Airbender
immunity
reference.
idols available out here?
Listen,
I'd
the
need one
the kids
right
are going to
about
love
now.
that one, all right?
Nitty fold.
Okay.
It's very popular,
Yeah,
The Last
try.
Airbender.
Okay.
Maybe. I'm probably.
I got a
probably
buddy
supposed to
that was
defend
in that
but it's
movie.
fine. Nitty fold.
Avatar or The Last
No,
Airbender?
Last Airbender.
Oh.
It kind of it didn't do so well.
No, it was really bad. It was bad, yeah.
Was it?
It was M. Night's big bomb. Yep.
I mean, I remember there was a GoFundMe to put M. Night Shyamalan back into film school, which was pretty savage, I thought.
That's pretty funny.
I mean, he's had some good ones. I watched
No,
Old.
he's
I kinda liked
he's
Old.
back to form a little bit, actually.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't
What was
say
his big one? that he
Sixth
had?
Sense and Signs were his like big ones. And but recently he's been banging them out. He did that old one. He did the cabin one, and now everyone's really excited about the new one about the what's his name? It's like a serial killer who goes to this guy goes to a concert with his daughter. This is in the trailer, and you just think it's some cute movie, and then they block out the concert because they're trying to find a serial killer, but he's the serial killer, the main character. So you're in the perspective.
Did you just stone spoil the entire movie?
No, it's in the trailer. It's literally the it's not out yet. It's like this is the pitch. It's called like you're supposed to know when you watch the trailer. Don't accuse me.
I'm
You
just
come-
saying, it
you
did
come
seem
into
like a
my
big
studio.
reveal, Griff. You know?
Anyways, can we focus on the poker?
We can try.
I'm gonna try to get the title for you. Trapped. It's called Trapped. Yeah.
Wow, I can see how that one eluded you.
986 deuce for Weissman.
Boy, the title is that which eludes at present for all but Chris Frank, as Laszlo and Dylan have their work cut out for him. And it is going to be a little bit of a war of attrition, I would imagine, unless Weissman can find his way back up into Laszlo's territory here. 27 and 37 big blinds, respectively, for those two. So with so much to be printed, call it $500,000 by just punching your ticket to heads up with presumably Chris Frank as it stands. I don't think Laszlo's in a rush to get involved, and the pressure sort of falls upon Dylan depending on how Frank approaches things. And so far, he's certainly done so to great effect. You just see just a calm, casual, it is what it is, pot. If we end up spinning, so be it.
I mean, worth mentioning, you know, the quickness in which Laszlo folded a double-suited three-liner there. You know, 10-8-7 deuce, double-suited. It's like, this is a hand people usually like to play to some extent, but he's just like, yeah, blind us out, good, please. Let me get the pay jump of, you know, what is it, $500,000.
He's looked very up to the task. Has Chris Frank, just 29 years of age. He has been a windshield in a swarm of bugs so far. Just mashing with impunity.
And what a rush for that kid. I'm telling you, he works quite hard when it comes to poker. Has been going at it for many years. He's someone that I used to play in the online streets with in no-limit MTTs. And he's really become something.
Double suited queen 6-5-4 here on the button. Dylan can get eaten alive by these blinds.
Yeah, but just folding it.
Now again, Laszlo isn't looking for excuses to tussle with Christopher Frank, who can apply so much ICM pressure right now. He does limp, and note the snap before the call was even complete. Declaration of pot from Chris Frank. Attached somewhat, of course, to the ace-king of clubs, which does cover Laszlo's flush prospects.
Yeah, and people that have, you know, kind of run these ICM simulations, it's like they just kind of have to go through the motions of this is like, yes, you're going to limp this combo. I'm definitely raising this ace-king suited combo. You're going to limp call, and this is probably where you limp fold.
Let's just see what Chris Frank has in store. Look at this, man. This is just Super Mario on the star.
Yeah.
Accelerated music. Just, right? It's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Full speed ahead.
Thank you for your help.
Pluto!
Do you have more to add, Griff? Why
Yes,
don't you take a swing
I
at this?
love talking about Pluto. Are you kidding me?
Why don't you pay some bills?
It's very exciting news for all poker fans. Triton Poker, we're launching a 24/7 subscription-free streaming channel on Pluto TV. Fans can tune in to watch wall-to-wall coverage of this event here in Montenegro. You may already be doing that. You can now enjoy your favorite Triton events like never before. More than 400 hours of live high-stakes action every year, plus hundreds of more hours of curated tournament replays, highlights, and expert analysis. Oh yeah, right here. That's me. That's Allie. That's Pluto TV.
Allie. Who is Allie? Is that a female friend of yours that's here in Montenegro that I don't know about? Gryphon?
Okay, Allie.
To be fair, I think I butchered your last name a bit before going with the J instead of the G. Frank has been the butcher here, three-handed.
And one of the first
Weissman?
emails I had with Triton, I was called Griffin Banger, but I didn't say anything because I just
that's great.
Kind of thought it sounded
made
made me look
full
cool.
Name. 10-6-6-4. Defense from Weissman here.
What?
Top pair. Queens and deuces, rather, for Frank. Just This is so much fun when you've got Christopher Frank stack, and so not fun when you're either of the other two out there just looking for the opportunity. And by the way, some have found themselves with plenty of kit up against that guy, all in for their tournament lives, and it hasn't gone so well. Consider middle set.
I agree and disagree with you, and I'll explain why. I agree with you because, yes, it was so much better, so much more fun to be the chosen one, the one that just like gets all the chips and puts up on all the ICM pressure. But at the same time, it's like, this is just how this thing works, how these FTs work. And if someone has a boatload of chips and you don't have last in chips, you need to just let them do their thing. You need to let them get out of the way. And they haven't really played a ton on this FT. We haven't seen a lot from Dylan, for instance. But look how much money he's made. When he came to this final table, you know, there were 7 players left, and 7th would have gotten $391,000. Right now, he's guaranteed almost $1 million. That's an extra 600 grand, and still has the potential to leapfrog Laszlo and get to second. And then, if he runs well, can even get that top prize. So I think they're very grateful for the amount of money in there and the fact that they're in this top 3, even if they're not the boss of things.
Well, Laszlo is the boss of things in this particular pot, it would seem. They both share a 7 and a deuce, Doohy and Wiseman. Although,
150.
in quite key fashion, Laszlo has himself a 10 to go with it. This was limp blind versus blind as Christopher Frank, the rare sit-out on the button. Not sure what these 4th cards were for either player, but of no matter. Just doing check folds. Chip
Wow,
counts
wow.
with 3 left, and well, this is the haves and the have-nots. Like an Indian billionaire's towering property in the middle of a Bombay slum. 155 big blinds for Christopher Frank, Laszlo, and Dylan. Just accessories at this point.
Check. All right.
Christopher allowing the limp here with Queen 8-6-3. He has flopped a pair of 8s. Is ahead of the set minor. Check fold. There's a familiar sight. Christopher Frank stacking chips. Well, just when it seemed like perhaps Christopher Frank was throttling down a little bit, back he comes after Dylan Wiseman. Laszlo loves to see it. This is what he would prefer ensued each and every time he folded his button. Dylan digging in, showing fight over here, recognizing that he's going to have to win pots
About, yeah.
at some point. In order to avoid finishing in third, Laszlo unlikely to give him a break in that respect. Ace-9-3, 2 hearts. Frank. An air ball wrapping around the 9, but good enough to just continue to knife his way through pot after
Do we want
pot.
to break, actually? 15 minutes?
I don't
know.
know.
I would like 10 minutes.
Yeah, whatever.
A few minutes to cool down is good for me right now. Like I need a few minutes to relax.
fine. Take your
Yeah, like
minutes.
2 minutes for sure.
10 is
Toilet
good for me.
break or something.
You want 10 minutes?
10 minutes would be fine. You guys want shorter. 10 minutes is fine for me, but I don't want like no break or something.
Okay, let's do 10. I was thinking 5. 10's good to me.
Yeah, just
Some understandable break.
Just
Politics.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Seem fairly
players don't really
diplomatic.
want one. But Frank, I appreciated that vulnerability, just saying I need a little time to cool down, just the 10 minutes.
We're going to shorten the break.
Obviously been on a crazy rush here. It'd be nice for maybe just a moment of reflection and
So, like 5-10 minutes you wanted? 10?
Yeah, let's do 10.
Well, the break is
Whenever
actually
we
getting
all back.
shortened.
We can start, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Sounds good.
By the players. I believe they're negotiating it to be just 10 minutes in length. So they're on their feet, they're out of the room, and that'll give us a chance to give all of you a break as well, although Christopher Frank has not been cutting any breaks whatsoever. Just look at that stack. 16.2 million, almost 4x the two other stacks combined. Blinds will be going up to 50 and 125,000. That peak there brought to you by Poker Stake, Tallerine, Tang, Ribeiro, and Parsonen, the dearly departed here as we began this FT in this 100K PLO main 7-handed. So then, I don't really need to say much.
No.
It's just been the Christopher Frank show.
yeah, to be frank, would be pretty sweet because he has all the chips here.
See, I don't think it was an accident, Griff. I'll allow it. But this is a, this is a snug courtroom over here. Go on, counselor.
It's really incredible what he's been able to do, obviously, over the course of this entire final table. I mean, even when we had 2 tables left, we were going out to the outer table, and he was just so involved and winning these incredible pots against his opponents to come onto this final table with a bunch of other players that had big stacks to really utilize that position against Laszlo, who, obviously was one of the most skilled players on the table. He's just done a phenomenal job. I mean, if you think about, one of the biggest hands we saw was between Danny Tang and Laszlo. How did Frank get all these chips? Well, he's just been able to chip away at Laszlo, win some other big pots, and he's been so in the zone. That really nice call there with that trip 4s against Laszlo, for instance.
Sure.
So, I mean, it's no secret he's the favorite to win this thing, but he still has to close the deal. And like he said, he needs a couple of minutes to sort of cool down and before that can happen.
Well, I don't think cooling down is what he's got on his mind, at least in terms of the poker. However, we will step aside and see what ensues as I cede the booth to Rast. Griff is going to hang tight. Come back and join us. We're going to crown a champ in this 100K PLO main event tonight.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in.
In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it. Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Welcome back. You know why we're here. We just took a quick 3-minute break there. We are three-handed here in the Triton Super High Roller 100K PLO main event. Almost 2.2 million up top for the winner. I'm Griffin Benger. You're Brian Rast. We're very excited to see how this is gonna play out. Of course, it's been the Christopher Frank show. You look at the big blinds, quite a significant lead over the rest of the players. 16.25 million for the German. Laszlo with 2.95 there, 24 blinds. Dylan, just 12 bigs. So we're seeing a VPIP right now from Frank. You know, he's playing pretty much every hand. We did see him fold one button there, which was a little surprising. But yeah, I expect him to be in a lot of pots. And Laszlo in particular really just has to kind of bide his time and wait for, I think, Dylan Weissman to be eliminated.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, when you look at the chips, it looks like Laszlo has about double what Dylan has, so he can be pretty patient and wait and see what happens. Dylan can't be too patient here. You know, definitely by waiting, there is some chance Boitas gets a good hand, gets in trouble, but he's so much shorter that, yeah, he's going to have to play hands when he gets a chance, try to win some chips. And yeah, Boitas will probably wait for that. Now, certainly he won't pass like real premium hands at this point, but yeah, he's going to be tight.
Yeah, but all the same, even with those premium hands in Omaha, right? I mean, the percentages, if Boytosh even gets a hand where he might be, 65, 70% ahead of Christopher Frank, it's a big risk to take when we're talking about the difference of $500,000 between second and third. So, I saw him fold a 10, 7, 8 deuce double suited on the button, just not even think about it. You just have to stay out of the way.
That's not a premium hand.
No. Yeah, I know, I appreciate that. But, hands that you would normally see maybe players consider playing, they're just, he just needs to get out of the way. So, really been enjoying Christopher Frank in general. Some of the things he's said on the table, saying how at one point when he was really building that lead about four-handed, he was saying, I'm very, very grateful to be in this spot, but it is a lot of pressure. Just saying that, it's so interesting. And there, needing that break, when they were talking about, let's just play through, he said, you know what, guys, I need 10 minutes to cool down a bit. Because he's playing, he's in every single pot. Every single pot is so important to build that lead, to make sure he gets that first prize, the $2.18 million, and that beautiful Jacob & Co. watch.
Okay, so it was a break that was scheduled, and they were talking about skipping
Correct,
it, and he didn't want to.
Yeah, no, and then he said, guys, can I just get, just 10 minutes, and then we can get going, and they were obviously very understanding with that as well. So, yeah, we'll see how this shakes up, but it's looking like all Franks so far, but we'll see if they can, build something back here. There are the chip counts again, just to see the staggering lead that Christopher Frank has. 130 big blinds, Laszlo 24. Dylan, he's really impressed us with his PLO all week. Someone who was playing the two-card game, sort of new for him here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, but this was always going to be his bread and butter, and I think this is really working out exactly as he would have wanted. Looking at minimum 982,000 for any one of these three, 1.488 for second, and there's that big 2.187 for the winner.
Listen, everything can change on the deal of the cards. Yeah. Yes, he's down right now a little more than half of what Boytas has, but he doubles. He's ahead of Boytas. He wins a few pots. Thing is, if he just wins a couple pots and gets to, let's say, $2.5 million, and Boytas still at $3 million, it's a new game at that point. It's like Boytas can't really wait anymore. Now it's a weird game at that point where they both can wait for each other to a certain extent. But
deuce, 8-10, single.
What you gonna do?
Oh, exist. Enjoy being here.
Existing in tournaments is underrated.
Confirms.
Especially when you're $1 million guaranteed.
Yeah, confirmed underrated.
Sorry, yeah.
I was supposed to bubble this thing, so.
Yeah, you were. I mean,
I didn't do anything wrong. It was just.
You got 80% of his deck in with aces to then want to do a set.
Yeah.
Pot.
Oh, it's the best hand in Omaha High-Low. Still a pretty decent hand
he
here.
Had pot. I said what? Like how much is it? Like 125 or something? Sure.
125.
Well, this is the spot we were just talking about.
Has potential, but not that good.
It's not all in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't mess up.
Very, very live cards for Chris. 42% to go to the flop.
I have king and I have cards.
Okay. Fair fight.
That was good.
Yours is double suited?
Yeah. I think so, right?
But only one suit working.
I think an ace is a good turn card. 300 more, Chris.
All right.
Let's put a 5 maybe.
What's a 5?
5 of clubs.
No.
Clubs live?
5 of clubs, yeah.
No.
The vector flush live?
Just an ace.
I fold Jack 4.
This is where your turn game is going to start.
I fold Jack 4, so it's good.
You folded Jack 4?
Yeah.
Oh.
Dylan has been saying that his turn game has been really good.
Okay.
Yes,
good.
Complete break.
Pair the board. If you get there, you get there.
Yeah.
King 8, 6, or 3, and we have our third place finisher.
There's that 5 of clubs they were calling for.
All the cards I need.
Nice. 300 more.
I would have won.
That was sketchy. See, you just wait for aces.
It's unbelievable.
a good strategy in PLO tournaments, right? You just fold until you get aces and go all in.
Just wait for aces. That's the people who pay our win rates. Wanna wait for aces.
You know me, I'm very weak tight. This final table I've just folded.
Because you were supposed to.
Huh? Because I'm supposed to?
Yeah.
I am.
You're supposed to be aggressive, you're aggressive.
I had the worst seat by far. You too. It was not good.
Being quite open about, you know, the value of the chips they've had and the positions.
Frank is no longer buried in his hoodie where he was earlier in the tournament. He's now, hoodie's off, he's talking, his legs up. He just feels a lot more comfortable, doesn't he?
Absolutely. And Dylan Wiseman's going to be very comfortable with this King Jack 10-8 double suit.
This is a pretty big pot here because it's the two guys who are short. Whoever wins this pulls into second. And obviously it can get even bigger than just this. Oh, Dylan really flops the world. Jack 10 with the redraw, double backdoor flush draw.
How much is in there? Thank you. $275.
Laszlo has a 9 and a gutter, backdoor diamonds, which are dead. And this feels like one of the lightest hands he's going to float with. Great card for Dylan because it gives Laszlo a dummy flush draw. I wonder if he just checks it here. His hand is so robust. Like, how can he lose? I mean, the only way would be is if Laszlo has two pair or a set. A set's definitely betting as Laszlo anyway.
And this pot is getting pretty big here with the 1.425 in the middle.
Will Laszlo make a move here? If he does, it's not going to work out very well for him. This is exactly what Dylan was hoping for when he checks.
0%. I mean, this is a disaster.
That his opponent might bet hands that he would fold to a bet.
kind of even.
Okay.
Probably trying to attack those Queen X kind of hands that don't have a diamond draw. Yeah, and Laszlo. Oh, wow. Not what you want to hear.
No, I'm throwing the...
Yeah, and a dejected Laszlo. Very hard to get it in 0%, but he found a way. Wanted to target certain hands that might fold here. He had the diamonds in case he was up against it, but he was up against all of it here.
Yeah. Okay.
Our third place finisher for just under $1 million.
Yeah, Laszlo probably feeling annoyed right now. But, I mean, he's a great player. Another great result in the PLO tournament. Omaha for rolls. We'll be back, certainly.
Do you want to play the 50K or no?
I don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible run from Laszlo, really showing his prodigious abilities when it comes to pot limit Omaha. It was no surprise to see him at this final table. Bit of a disappointing finish for him there in third in the way that it went down. As you can see, now the heads-up chip counts. Christopher Frank, 119 big blinds. You know, Dylan Wiseman's going to have some chips to work with here. We've seen how
Man,
proficient
this
he
is
is in
deep.
Omaha. Yeah, this is deep. We're gonna have a have a little battle on our hands here. And,
Jesus, there's like
yeah.
almost 170 blinds between them.
Yeah, that was quick, and it was interesting to see. We kind of discussed as we came back there how maybe we expected Dylan to be forced all in pretty quickly there with the 12 big blinds and the way Christopher was playing so aggressively, but a quick double through the chip leader and then getting into that blind-on-blind confrontation where Laszlo decided to take the aggressive route and somehow found himself drawing dead on the turn. Pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I just came in the booth and we got things pumping, but these guys are deep heads up, so it could take a while. Well, let's. Are we going on break right now?
Yeah,
Is
we're
that
gonna
what's
do. We're gonna do eight, I think around 8 minutes. Let these guys get settled, and we're gonna see who becomes the 100K first ever Pot Limit Omaha main event here at the Triton Poker Series.
Grab a snack and come back and join us.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in. Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live Series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton Series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
Hey!
a good opportunity to really battle with them and see if he can chip up. But we were discussing it when it was 2 tables. He was even discussing it openly, saying that he thought that Laszlo was opening 100% of buttons because it was into his big blind. So there's a bit of a dynamic already brewing where he's aware of how these super PLO players might perceive him, and let's see how he reacts to it.
Danny, double suited, 9s, spades, and hearts. Here's Tollerine, double suited himself. A little 3-card rundown. 7 dangler, facing the open to 160K.
Thank you.
One would imagine he would prefer to be opening with a hand such as this, maybe capturing a little bit of fold equity.
Quite a pretty hand for Tollerine and his 10 big blinds. Is this the last stand? And going to find the call.
160.
Can I use your classic?
I have in the room. I can get it.
Thanks.
Paused upon Ribeiro. Not sure what those other 2 cards are. The queen and the deuce have been read. No matter, as he bins it, 445 in the middle to the flop. King, Jack 5, nut spade draw for Danny. Open-ender and jacks for Tollerine.
Danny not completely thrilled with just the nut flush draw here, just no other connectivity. But with 445 out there,
$200K. Tollerine deliberates. Note that this is well over half of his remaining stack. Gonna jam it. Take his chances. Of course, Danny not gonna be going anywhere for the added 135 on request, and we're gonna play an all-in pot here early at the FT.
quite a nice result actually for Ben to see Danny doesn't even have a king.
3-2 favorite is Tollerine with 2 to come.
Can I have white rice?
Now he draws dead. A spade rolls right off on the turn to vanquish Ben Tollerine. The river is no matter.
Second stake today, bro?
Yeah.
So a bit of an anticlimactic
At least
tenure at the FT for Tollerine. Bit of a Triton enigma. First joined us Cyprus 2022, where he won a title and finished fourth in back-to-back events.
Super helpful.
And then disappeared until this Montenegro festival, where he's got 16th in the 25K 8 max, 5th in the 50K 8 max, and here he is, your 7th place finisher in the 100K PLO main. And that finish is going to be good for $495,000 to be added to Tollerine's almost $2 million in career Triton earnings. No 5th title here today, or 2nd title rather, but a 5th cash.
Welcome back. I'm Griffin Brenger. This is Brian Rass. We're here covering the final table, well, the heads-up battle now between Christopher Frank and Dylan Weissman. 100K PLO main event. We're playing for almost $2.2 million. And I guess we should get started with the reveal of a little bit of a chop here. An ICM deal.
Yeah, we could hear them talking about it.
Yeah. So it is our first deal of the series. And it looks like Chris is going to take home 1.938910 as opposed to the 2.187 that would have been for first. And Dylan is going to take 1.666090. So about 1.6 million and 1.9 million, and they're going to be playing for $70,000, and of course the trophy and the incredible Jacob and Co. timepiece. There are the chip counts. Frank nearly 120 big blinds, Dylan Weissman about 47, and you know there's still a lot to play for here. The title is very, very meaningful. The watch is beautiful, and the extra money ain't too bad either. But these two, you know, chopping the better part of $3.5 million. Pretty nice payday. And there they are, ready to go.
Thank you. Pot.
Oh, and Frank is now going back into cover mode. Pretty interesting situation here. Dylan might check this one back. Yeah. Not only he has coverage over the nines in terms of the jack and 10, backdoor spades. It just seems like a real natural candidate to check here. Not much value to get. Don't need a ton of protection.
Ace of diamonds on the turn. Another check from Frank.
Probably another check back from Dylan. Pretty similar situation here. Really no value to get if his hand is good, and he can beat nothing. At this point, question is Frank going to bet his hand himself, go for a check raise? Wow, and Dylan snap folds.
And look at that, placing them on the table. The Triton trophy. The beautiful timepiece.
Pot.
Pretty playable King 9-7-7 here, suited to the king for Dylan. And we're going to see
If you put
three.
enough hands in a row, you might get aces.
I don't think that strategy is going to work anymore.
No?
It worked for a while. It really did.
And that 8 just pipping the 7s, but Dylan's hand has a surprising amount of equity here. I guess the 9 is good, the king is good, a 7's good, so is the 6. Maybe if he had backdoor diamonds, he'd be a favorite.
$550.
And going to play it as a raise. And might be quite effective against combos such as this for Christopher Frank.
No, I think Frank's going to call. This side thing's just way too small, and he has something. An 8, backdoor spades. I think versus this type of hand, Dylan would need to size larger to get it to consider folding. But this is not a bad card for Dylan.
It's great, right?
Yeah. Now, the thing that's going to get tough here, though, is that Dylan's going to really want to check because he's not getting better to fold And it's unlikely Frank has worse, right? Like, is he really bet calling the flop with a pair of 4s? The problem is Frank kind of has a hand that might want to start bluffing. So let's see if Frank decides to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you put yourself in Frank's shoes and you're expecting Wiseman to be, bluff raising sometimes with combos like a 9-7 something something, oftentimes won't be paired and therefore would just be check folding this turn. So Frank, could potentially have more pocket pairs in this spot as the aggressor pre-flop.
Yeah, and I mean, either one of them can have a 5, obviously.
Yeah.
So, Frank's blocking 8's full. He doesn't have a 5. It's a pretty natural hand. Queen high is not going to be good at showdown very often. And if it is good, Dylan will probably bluff you at some point. And wow, Dylan just got out right there, so that bluff was immediately effective.
Yeah, that does surprise me. It's so much easier, of course, when we're in the booth or at home and see what the actual cards were. But, that is also the power of, Frank being the aggressor pre-flop, having raised up the pot. I mean, he could just have 2 10s under there.
Yeah. 2 kings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all the
5.
pairs. Yeah, it's just a well-played hand.
So it's a tough spot for Dylan on the turn. I think he can call. The issue is that if he's good and your opponent is bluffing, he might fire another barrel, right? We'll never know. It's pretty hard for Dylan to call there and then call again.
Jack 10 for everyone. We saw what the damage that did to Laszlo to bust in third.
Wiseman hand is in super jail here. I mean, look at this. Jack 10-7 deuce versus Jack 10-7. Wiseman only wins on a deuce that doesn't hit their hand in any other meaningful way. No, sorry, a deuce and then pairing another one of his cards.
Yeah. No, it's a long climb.
Yeah, it was a parlay that is now over.
Yeah, basically now that remaining 20%, if you see that 80% equity for Christopher Frank, the remaining 20 is only represented by the odds of that straight coming in that they will then chop.
This was a pretty natural bluff candidate for Dylan after checking back flop. He has an open-ender, and he only has jack high. Open-ender to the nuts. And there it is.
Okay, so I have a question for you here.
Yeah.
There's 775,000 in there. I mean, I guess we'll just see 3 bets and all of it goes in, right?
Yeah, I mean, Dylan's going to raise, and Frank will put him in. Yeah. I think you answered your own question.
No, I know, but I wonder for the very nature of just like knowing that Christopher that Dylan Wiseman will never put the rest of the chips in without Jack 10 and is going to have Jack 10 so often when he raises that like almost for the novelty of it, for the fun, just call, right?
I think that happens in some spots. My guess is this won't be that time, and I don't think Frank is that guy. He doesn't strike me as the guy who's going to call.
Just call with the nuts.
Yeah, like knowing. That's more like you're going to see like
1.8 million.
Somebody
yeah, especially to this size that is just
Doyle
like
Brunson, or just like a live pro who's been around forever will make that move,
Call.
Yeah, see.
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah. And they go through the motions. Let us not stand on ceremony, Mr. Wayne.
The decision.
Just ceremonial at this point.
I have the jack of clubs. You have the 10 of clubs.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, when we saw the percentages,
power
Wiseman
for
actually getting
three
quite
clubs.
lucky there for the chop, just
Jack
20% of the time on the turn.
Jack 10 and 4-5.
Good hands.
That's
Most powerful is kind of a strong statement, but they're good hands. Oh yeah. I have plenty. I have 12.
A good point on YouTube from Sean Schneider. You'll see that in cash more often when rake is a consideration.
Yeah, and people are deeper. Like in a cash game, you might see it where after the 3-bet raise by Frank, but it doesn't put the guy all in, the other guy will just call. Because it's like, well, you're really going to 4-bet? At that point, it gets insulting.
Yeah.
Right? But maybe not here. Once you get shallow enough, it's kind of not a thing, you know? Because, like, maybe Dylan could be raising worse than Jack-10 for value, and there's not that much more that you're raising. Maybe you would do it with Jacks or 10s as a bluff, or at least want to pretend like you would. But, yeah, Frank has the better hand, but it's very brittle. It's very hard for this hand to improve in any way outside of hitting a king. And this is probably Frank's best card other than hitting a king. The brittleness of the hand doesn't really matter anymore. All the draw type cards that fill in on the turn are no longer there.
But Dylan gonna go for it. Gonna try to represent that 3.
This is a weird kind of mergy bet by Dylan, because he has a hand that you think like better's not really folding. He doesn't have any draws.
And really, look at the size of this pot and how many chips Dylan Wiseman has left. You know, this is a very, very important moment of this tournament. Christopher Frank with 15 million behind this 3 that Wiseman has. If Chris can win this pot, he's going to have a 5-1 chip lead here in the 100K PLO main event.
Dylan is pretty certain that his hand is no good here. Very hard to imagine many combos that somehow he's beating. Like maybe 9-10 Jack with clubs. Didn't bet the flop. Like, so, you know.
8. Not good. 2 kings.
Okay.
Would have loved to have seen what Christopher Frank would have done had he pulled the trigger and represented that 3 all the way.
You mean on the river?
Or maybe not. Maybe.
Oh, you mean Dylan, if Dylan had bet the river.
Yeah.
Would have been tough. Would have been tough.
Yeah, ace and king were the ones I wasn't potting.
And there's your answer. Happened to get a river card, one of the 2 that he claims he was not going to pot, and that was an ace or a king.
Yeah, it feels like Dylan would win on a bunch of, like, the flush hits, a 9-10 or Jack. He's probably winning on those. But I don't know if it's just like a 6. Pretty big ask to get kings to fold. Maybe he would have, but I feel like you want to, like, I would bet on call. All right, and Dylan
No, he hasn't checked.
has the ace of hearts and not very much, backdoor diamonds. Frank has another real brittle hand that can't really improve.
We're going to get that flop to you in a second. There she is. She was a little shy.
Hiding out.
Pot.
And a pot-sized bet from the man that has 8% equity.
He's got a 6 and a lot of heart.
Yeah, and Christopher Frank doesn't have much to do with that. So Dylan, clearly quite a tough customer, but a long way to go if he wants to compete for that title.
Dylan's been pretty aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Putting Frank in a lot of tough spots.
Pot.
Dylan's got a pretty nice hand to call here. Look, a double pair, pretty connected, just one gap, along with the suit. Both of these are pretty solid PLO hands. All 4 cards are working together pretty well. Well, so if you're going to check back a set here, this feels like one of the better candidates because you have a lot of robust straight coverage with the 10-9. You can see that 10-9 would even come into handy because it counterfeits Dylan's 7-5 straight should an 8 come.
Wow. Look at that, and induces the pot-sized bet on the turn here with the effective nuts and the open and the straight draw. I mean, Dylan with just 10% with all those 3s he could hit. That's it, that's all, baby.
All in.
And decides to shove. What do you make of that shove there?
I mean, I feel like on a rainbow 6, I guess I would have liked to see him just call.
Yeah.
And call any river, probably.
Yeah, easier said. Maybe you're hoping your opponent has something like queens and 6s and doesn't have a, river that could scare them off from the other 2 mil, but might call off there, right?
Sure, but I think Dylan's a guy who I think you just keep trapping with that.
Yeah.
I do think against a lot of people in PLO, his play is better.
Right.
But maybe not against Dylan because
But maybe he's not.
Dylan seems pretty comfortable, like just
Bluffing
potting
and potting
with hands
bluffs,
that he's
yeah.
clearly folding. Like we've already seen him do it 3 times in like the last 5 hands.
But
where he
maybe
just
we are
pots.
more aware of it than he might be because we've seen the recent hands and the bluff
These guys
hands,
seem pretty comfortable with each other.
Yeah.
But yeah, you never know. Maybe they're know less about how the other plays than we might think. That's a good point.
Two pretty nice hands for heads up here.
1.625.
1.625, thank you. It's an SPR2. Okay.
So I wonder what Frank's going to think about doing here. Just like to go check. His hand definitely, I don't think his hand can call a bet. Dylan's probably not excited himself to get this in, so I wonder if he ends up checking it back or no, okay. Just the strength of the 3 overcards on only an SPR of 2 is enough.
Yeah.
Maybe with like an SPR of 3. So if like instead of 1.6, Dylan had like 2.5 mil, maybe he checks that back.
Yep.
18 million to 2.5 million. Does feel a bit matter of timey, but if there's anyone that can fight back, I think Brian and I both agree that Dylan Wiseman is very capable of it.
Thanks.
Take a quick break from the action here. Tell you a little bit about GTO Wizard. It's the #1 app for poker players. It's a great time to check out the new ebook, Daily Dose of GTO. It's a free interactive ebook full of quizzes and short lessons to help you master GTO concepts in just 5 minutes a day. You can check it out now at dailydoseofgto.com. You can also scan that little QR code, which is always convenient. Queen 5-3 deuce versus Queen Jack 6-5. Six deuce does interact with both the 3-5 deuce of Dylan and the 6-5 of Chris.
Guys, just reading some of the chat, and when it's heads up and you make a deal, it's not an ICM deal. There's no ICM heads up. It's just a chip chop, where you take the remaining money and you divvy it up based on what percentage of chips you have. ICM is more complicated than that and only exists in tournaments once you have 3 or more players. But once it's 2 players, everyone's guaranteed second place, and you're just playing basically a sit and go with the remaining chips. For one guy gets 0 and the other guy gets the first place prize. So there's no ICM in that situation. Hope that helps.
Another pot for Frank.
Frank is definitely the more expressive of the two. I feel like when Frank's kind of chilling between hands, it feels like you can see a little bit more about what he's thinking on his face with his expressions. Dylan, I got nothing. He's just kind of stone-faced behind those glasses and doesn't...
Yeah, Frank's been a bit of an open book on his table with his emotions, and I found it quite refreshing, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's why he probably turtles up.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a bit aware that he's open with his emotions.
I mean, it's nice. He seems to be a pretty emotionally intelligent guy. You know, just the way that he's just able to feel comfortable expressing himself and just the language he uses. So
yeah.
I found it quite nice.
Oh, there's a massive chip discrepancy here.
Yeah, 19 million to 1.7. It's difficult to find more than a 10-1 chip lead in a heads up. 152 big blinds to 14.
Wow, what a flop for Dylan here. But with an ace on board, he's going to check it over. And Frank has a nice hand to bet with. The thing about the 5s is you have outs if your opponent has an 8.
Yeah.
And you like clearing out overcards. So they tend to be hands that get bluffed in PLO on these paired boards. So it makes sense that he going to c-bet this and probably c-bet very frequently in general on this board.
Call from Dylan. Turn is the 7, filling up the American. Get out of there, Frank. Frank,
Feels
you
like-
got to get out of there, Frank.
I think he's going to get out.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, look at his hand.
Don't you put a 5 out there.
The ace, in some ways, is a good card for Dylan, really, because he's still beating 3 aces. Right?
He is.
Like, because the opponent, if he has like ace, king, queen, 4 or something like that, is playing 3 aces, king, queen. Or, sorry, 3 aces and a king and an 8. Dylan
625.
actually has a full house.
Yeah, so just to clear up for those that aren't, you know, a bit more familiar with Omaha, of course, we have to use 2 of the 4 cards that we have. So let's just say that Christopher Frank did have something like ace, king, queen, jack. Let's just make it simple. Doesn't actually have aces full of 8s because he can't play those. He has to play 2 of the cards in his hand. So he's only playing that 1 ace, 8, 8, and then king. In this case, Dylan has 8s full of 7, so has an actual full house.
Yeah. So the only hands beating him are ace
How
8,
much is it?
ace 7, or aces.
So Frank,
And Frank
actually,
yeah.
considering this,
That was stupid, maybe.
So Frank is thinking here that Dylan,
all the misses, all the flush draws.
yeah, he's going to have just missed flush draw diamonds that bet, essentially.
So this is Emily, Dylan's fiance. Obviously very excited for her partner to be playing heads up for such a prestigious title.
Oh, yeah. I had lunch with both of them earlier in this trip, and it was quite pleasant. She's very nice.
Nice.
So Dylan's got the support right here.
You're always a genius or a donkey when you call the river. This time was clearly donkey. That was maybe bad.
Do you not have an ace?
Ace king, bro, but I had you on full house. That's why I tanked.
I almost checked.
Yeah.
I think Dylan didn't understand that real well, because when he's saying I'm clearly a donkey, he definitely doesn't have an ace.
Yeah.
Ace just feels like an auto call,
Yeah.
basically. Like, oh, okay, you have a full house, good for you.
Yeah. I have 3 aces.
Like, and then when Dylan didn't understand him, Frank immediately just rolled with it and told
Yeah.
like a lie. Like ace king, like he was like pondering ace king. I definitely was not
75.
agonizing over calling ace king. Ace king can actually beat value. Dylan can easily be betting 3 aces with a worse kicker than that.
Chris may be having a little difficulty.
Sometimes all this blocker and card removal stuff gets in your head and leads to stupid things. Yeah. It's dangerous, man.
Yep.
Hot.
Yeah, Christopher Frank's new online screen name is going to be Frank Blockers.
225.
I started with 2650, so now probably 225, yeah.
1 million in the middle. And a pretty interesting all club flop here. You can see big lead for Chris with those kings and the gut shot.
Dylan has Jack 10 7 deuce single suited yet again with one club.
Great card for Frank.
Yeah, when Frank has big pairs, the bottom card just pairs up. It's pretty nice. Will Dylan bet again in like the same spot? Last time he did this on Queen 8-3, paired to 3. This time he dodges that bullet. I think if you're Frank here, you just check it back. Just get the showdown. You have kings and 4s.
No, you don't.
No. That's...
I mean, you do technically have kings and 4s, just you're full of it.
This was not really a fair card for Dylan.
Oh my gosh, he has a straight. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and whatever he bets, he will just lose and not.
3? Wait.
1050.
Yeah, 105. It can't be 1.3.
I feel.
Okay. Sorry, is my clock still? Okay. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Sorry, that just.
Best in the business.
I don't
Give you a
know if
little
you
break
can
on the
really
timing.
bet. Pot seems aggro in terms of a size. I think with a straight here, you have to go smaller. But Frank is going to raise it. I wonder what Dylan's going to think about the raise. This is like a weird spot where Frank's not really repping very many hands, I think. But then it's like, how often is my opponent bluffing here? And that's a really hard question to answer in these spots.
But
Yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, he definitely could have slow plays as well.
But with the board pairing, it's like, you know, wouldn't you expect some chips to enter the pot?
On the turn, yeah, a bit. But that's what I'm saying. Maybe he slow played the turn.
Maybe he checks a set on the flop too.
Yeah.
2 million, yeah, 2.
Because of the 3 clubs.
That's what I'm saying, maybe. But like he could check 4s full on the turn and then now raise the river. If he didn't slow play anything, then really the only 2 hands that make sense are kings and king 4.
So he could, yeah. So he could have something like have turn trips with, say, even 9-4.
Yeah,
king
and then
4,
just checks back
to
9-4
to allow him to realize some equity in the form of something like this.
Yeah. Now it's hard to know how often he would do that. It's also hard to know how often is he just raising a hand like king 9 or queen 9 here. Right?
Yeah.
Like his bluffs probably look like queen 9. Something like that.
Interesting.
Yeah, or like maybe like ace 9 something something, but like with the ace of clubs that just didn't bet, or like ace queen something something ace of clubs.
So I understand the river bet size from Dylan, but I think maybe what might be going through his head is, you know, it kind of looks like I'm betting what I have, and therefore I am very bluffable here, and maybe that's what he's struggling with when it comes to whether he should
King,
fold.
No clubs. Or king. Out of it, right?
So tipping his hand of his thought process a little bit here, saying,
Yeah, like he doesn't think if he has ace king, right, it's no clubs. That's why when I said ace queen, ace of clubs, because now he's checking back the queen for showdown. Because some other ace of clubs type hands, he's going to bet. Wow, I thought he called. Some other ace of clubs hands, he's going to bet before the river, right? Because he doesn't have a pair.
Yeah, question from Diego Leon here on YouTube. As he does call.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Same.
And that's
I'm
pretty much going to be it. 125K
right?
back. I don't want to jinx it, but we may have our champion here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Just, I mean, wow.
2.1.
But I think you
Incredible.
were pretty much on it there. It's tough because
Sigh.
he kind
Actually
of
had
face
king.
ups that he has a weak hand a
you-
lot, and might have
50?
made him feel a bit more obligated to call.
Sad day.
And Chris is flashing a smile now. Can't help but hold it. He knows he is just potentially minutes away from being the champion of our first ever 100K PLO main event. You can see what Dylan is left on. Crumbs, 125K in chips. Obviously disappointed, but decided that he could be bluffing enough of the time in this particular spot.
Okay.
And they're going to be all in gambling this hand.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. You have 125? Or
yeah, 125.
Okay. One is my ante, and I only have to put 125.
This is it. They're just spinning on the first hand.
It's so tough to say. When I have the nuts, I think about Vegas and the Mirage.
Yeah,
and if I have the bluff, then I think, would I actually like, do I like the spot, right? So it's tough to say right now.
It's a good spot.
Can't give you a good answer.
Yeah, it's a good spot.
Good luck. Good luck. I got flip against any two. I got good.
The Rounders reference by Christopher Frank right
Double?
there.
No, single.
When I have the nuts, I think about Vegas and the Mirage, so it's hard to say.
That's
I
great.
like that response.
Oh, you're ahead.
I'm ahead.
Red cards are good.
Dylan's going to need a lot of help to get back in this one.
Yeah, and this might be it. Chris doesn't even want to look, even though it's all but over.
Wow. Yeah, it's over, fam.
Have a pair yet? No.
Wow, Dylan still has 20% equity somehow against this
Start
hand.
the car, Mom.
It's amazing.
Pretty sure practice is over. Deuce on the turn, though.
That's good.
4 to chop and 10 to win.
5?
87% to win,
5?
13
Yeah, 5
to chop.
GG.
Yeah,
Well
and
played,
that
man.
club is going to do it.
Yeah, very well played.
And Christopher Frank, what an incredible performance here on this final table in the 100K PLO main event, our first ever, and he's got a big smile on his face like he just won $2 million bucks. Because that's exactly what he did. And the Jacob & Co. timepiece. There's Ali Najad. And yeah, Dylan, an incredible performance himself. 1.666 million, discussing with his partner there.
King plus one club.
Yeah,
I had one
these
club.
spots generally
Sorry,
you
it's
build
plus
your
one
range
club.
out of
When I have one club in my hand, it makes
just
it
nuts that you raise, and then you raise fold some high card hands,
weird
and then you raise calls some very nice.
Appreciate you.
So there are the payouts. You can see Christopher Frank, our very deserving champion, just over $2 million bucks for first place. Dylan Weissman, 1.66. And let's not forget about all the talented players that were on this table previously. Laszlo, Elias Parsonen. We had Ribeiro, Danny Tang, of course, huge favorite for the Ivan Liao Player of the Year honors, and Benjamin Tollery, not to be forgotten, in 7th. So there it is.
There it
wow.
is.
What a performance from Chris Frank. I mean, he really showed us what high-level Omaha's about, and also, you know, how to wield that big stack. You know, just absolutely cutting through the field with about 5 players left, and it seemed like it was just a matter of time it was going to happen, and he finished the job. He did.
Oh yeah, this was a cool final table. A lot of great players. Definitely one I think you want to review back. You want to work on your Omaha game, look at some cool spots. So
yeah.
I think it was a pleasure and a treat for all of us. Yeah, I'm pretty happy about it.
Yeah, and I was seeing some great engagement, you know, on YouTube. People really interested in some of these hands, the way these advanced players are playing certain spots. So it was really cool. It was a really a real fun couple of days. And you know, we're not done with the Omaha coverage. Of course, you know, we have done our big ones now, but there's still the 50K and some more action as well tomorrow. So a lot to look forward to when it comes to the Omaha portion of the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward tomorrow because I think I'm hopping in the 30K.
There we go.
Super
the
Turbo
one
Quattro
day.
Bounty, whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna be in there.
I know you've probably been itching, and you feel like you're almost studying a bit when you're watching some of these players, thinking about spots and stuff like that. So not to suggest you can get any better than you already are.
Not
Brasty,
almost.
You know.
You get better every time you think about poker. It's not almost studying. It's definitely studying. So yeah.
So we're going to be with our winner soon, and you know, give him the trophy. Ali Najad, I know he's down there, has been talking to him. So we're going to head down there now. Head down to Ali and And in 45 minutes, we're going to be back with the 50K. So more PLO action for you guys really getting to enjoy it. Maybe have a little dinner, come back in, and you can look forward to that.
Well, tonight was a day of firsts. For Christopher Frank, his first ever final table at his second ever Triton Festival, 6th event ever played. And for the Triton Super High Roller Series, it was our first ever Pot Limit Omaha main event. Christopher, congratulations first and foremost. You seemed so authentically in the moment when you were there. Emotions all over your face. Even right now, I can just feel it bubbling out. How does this feel?
I mean, it feels pretty good. Very good. Very nice feeling, yeah.
Short and sweet. But genuinely, I mean, I don't know if it's a function of Pot Limit Omaha or if it's just a function of you as an individual. You weren't looking to hide too much. Now, granted, you went behind the hood a few times, but you were very, like, upfront and authentic about what you were going through out there.
Yeah, I'm always suffering if I play final tables because I'm like in my head and I want to play good and it's a lot of pressure. So I don't really hide it.
Well, listen, we've got over $2 million for you, courtesy of this efforts with which to quell the suffering. The hand, though, that I want to focus on, it didn't happen heads up, three-handed, four-handed. It happened when there were still 5 remaining. Of course, I'm talking about that King, Queen, 10, 6, the massive collision with Thomas Ribeiro. Walk us through that particular pot, because it feels like the one that propelled you to the mountaintop.
Yeah. I mean, these spots, you just sit there. It's not like I have a great answer. No one really knows, so I'm like there, what's his range? Does he have aces too much and I just overlimp, or do I ISO and hope he doesn't have aces? That's the decision I make. Once he limp raises, I have to call. That's just how Omaha works.
And then obviously the double gut shot coming in on the turn. That was when you picked up that big chip lead. And of course, this first ever Triton title. Given this experience here at Triton, which I want to hear how it's been for you, but can we come to expect to see you at more of these moving forward and perhaps more of the PLO?
I hope so, if my schedule allows it.
What else could you possibly be doing that would make you not want to come back and defend this crown?
I really like these events. I really want to come back. If there's nothing in the way, I will play the next ones. Yeah.
All right. Well, whatever it is, make sure I'll take care of it. We don't want anything in the way of you coming back over here. Just real quick, do you have the time? By chance? No? Well, let's get that fixed. Daniel from BizDev, come on down here. Remember, this is a main event. Our good friends at Jacob & Co., our official timekeepers, are going to be giving you one of your very own Epic X watches. Go ahead, right hand.
How convenient, man.
Looking good. And it doesn't stop there. Luca Vivaldi's just off the side here. Come on down. We're going to get the watch working. And then we're going to get this double X Triton trophy. What do you think, by the way?
Thank you. It looks sick, man.
It does. Well, I got something else sick for you. Just look at this one. It's heavy, but listen, you can afford to pay the check back fees if they hit you with them. Ladies and gentlemen, Christopher Frank, the winner of the Pot Limit Omaha main event.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Brace yourselves.
This is live. And the show goes on.
Oh, wow.
All in. In poker, every small decision counts. Introducing the Game Changer, Daily Dose of GTO. This is your free guide to mastering GTO strategies in just 5 minutes a day. Join the thousands of players transforming their game and results. Gain the confidence you need for high-stakes decisions. Scan the QR code now to get your free copy and follow GTO Wizard on Twitter and Instagram for exclusive challenges and giveaways during this Triton series.
Welcome to BetACR EU, the premier platform for sports enthusiasts and the newest way to engage with the Triton Live series. Experience the pinnacle of sports prediction where every game, every match becomes an opportunity for victory. At BetACR EU, your insights into the game transform into action. With exclusive action prediction options for the Triton series, your player knowledge and predictions set the stage for unmatched excitement. And there's more. BetACR EU brings the world of sports to your fingertips, offering action prediction options across all major sports. Whether it's football, basketball, baseball, or beyond, your passion for sports finds its home here. Kick off your journey with us and get a 15% free play on your first top-up up to $250. Don't just watch the game, be a part of it.
So there's a bit of a dynamic already brewing where, he's aware of how these super PLO players, might perceive him, and let's see how he reacts to it.
Danny, double suited, nines, spades, and hearts. Here's Tollerine, double suited himself. A little 3-card rundown. 7 dangler, facing the open to 160K.
Thank you.
One would imagine he would prefer to be opening with a hand such as this, maybe capturing a little bit of fold equity.
Quite a pretty hand for Tollerine and his 10 big blinds. Is this the last stand? And going to find the call.
160. Can I use your classic?
I have in the room. I can get.
Thank you.
Paused upon Ribeiro. Not sure what those other 2 cards are. The queen and the deuce have been read. No matter. As he bins it, 445 in the middle to the flop. King, Jack 5. Nud spade draw for Danny. Open-ender and jacks for Tollerine.
Danny not completely thrilled with just the nut flush draw here, just no other connectivity. But with 445 out there,
$200K. Tolerine deliberates. Note that this is well over half of his remaining stack. Gonna jam it. Take his chances. Of course, Danny not gonna be going anywhere for the added 135 on request, and we're gonna play an all-in pot here early at the FT.
quite a nice result actually for Ben to see Danny doesn't even have a king.
3-2 favorite is Tolerine with 2 to come.
Can I have white thrice?
Now he draws dead. A spade rolls right off on the turn to vanquish Ben Tolerine. The river is no matter.
Second stake today, bro?
Yeah. So a bit of an anticlimactic
At least
tenure at the FT for Tolerine. Bit of a Triton enigma. First joined us Cyprus 2022, where he won a title
Cool to have the
and
exact big blind counts.
finished fourth in back-to-back events.
Super helpful.
And then disappeared until this Montenegro festival, where he's got 16th in the 25K 8 max, 5th in the 50K 8 max, and here he is, your 7th place finisher in the 100K PLO main. And that finish is going to be good for $495,000 to be added to Tolerine's almost $2 million in career Triton earnings. No 5th title here today, or 2nd title rather, but a 5th cash.
Mid-pack. Just waiting for the app to update here, but if my math is correct, yeah, Laszlo dropping to 4th place for $3.285 million. I mean, they're all jumbled up together between 2nd and 5th now.
Yeah, the log jam mid-pack broken by the standalone new chip leader Christopher Frank. Ribeiro inheriting the short stack after the departure of Ben Tolerine. Parsonen, who in conversation seems to be the one guy that a lot of people are eyeballing as a real threat out there. Laszlo, a bit more of a known commodity in terms of the PLO streets, perhaps, but anybody that's in the 4-card arts knows that the Finn is a killer. Here he is with the overpair and the gut shot straight draw up against 9s and 5s for Chris Frank, who defended his big for the 150K. Has checked it. Note that Ellis does not have a diamond in hand, nor does Frank for that matter, but Parsonen doesn't know that.
Parsonen has that baby straight draw as backup.
How about a set of kings on the turn? An awkward variant, given that the diamonds have shown up. Second check back from Ellis. And given that, let's see if Frank has something blocky on his mind.
Some consideration here from Elis. And Frank knows he's getting milked here, but it is a good price. You have pretty much the worst 2-pair you can have on board, save for a 4-5 or 9-4. You know this looks exactly like what it is. I mean, it could be as weak as Jack 10. Jack 10 would be checking back this turn card with the 3 diamonds a lot of the time. So you're only beating pure bluffs, no value. You know, in no world is this an ace king or something, right? So Frank is working it out. I think he'll get there. I don't think he's going to pay him off.
Look on his face certainly suggests discomfort, and he does find the bin correctly. So no payoff for Parsonen in that one. He found a winner on the turn.
Ooh.
Boy toss, kings and spades. He makes it 150. Chris Frank double suited. Yeah, not quite enough. Danny, king jack 10-7 here with spades in the small blind, and expecting Laszlo to be opening a wide variety of hands, one would imagine. You saw he was able to 3-bet and get through moments ago. Plays it as a flat. Parsonen hopping in.
Pretty nice hand. Ace, queen, 9-5, double suited to the high cards.
Indeed. Oh boy. Top 2 pair for Danny Tang, but as we can see, he's got himself real issues on the horizon. Up against top set for Boytash.
Yeah, and should play this passively. You don't really want to start getting into large bets, I don't think. Yeah, and Danny's well aware of that. Just going to call. Gonna have to play defense. Hope that you boat up or back into some spades. Now he has the triple pair.
He's drawing dead. Little does he know it. Just check called 170K. And I'll tell you what, this is not a card that's supposed to improve Laszlo's range here. We're blocking kings, we're blocking jacks. Heck, for that matter, we're blocking sevens. Not that that's supposed to be going on.
And let's talk about how big this pot is going to get after this near pot size wager, if not full pot from Laszlo. Yeah, he bets the full thing, and we're going to be up to, 2.4 in the middle, and they're going to, have under pot left. So,
boy. I mean, this texture here really beckons for some potential equity denial. Danny does not have hearts in his hand. And there could be some of that Broadway rappy stuff. Yeah, he check pots it, and Laszlo loves to see it.
Yeah, looks back at his cards. Do I have the nuts? I sure do. And Danny's going to see that he's drawing completely dead.
Showers.
Wow. Can't take back those chips. They're gone.
Confirmed.
And Laszlo with a bit of a smile on his face because that is worth a lot of money.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to honor Danny Tang's stack.
I mean, 4 pair should at least chop with the set. Right?
I know PLO's not really, your thing.
Very good.
Despite being in the hunt
Very intelligent.
Yeah.
in number 2 for this Ivan Layout Player of the Year award.
Wedding schmedding. He's a quitter if you ask me.
Did you do like the wise guy accent thing?
Yeah, see?
Okay.
He had a chance to be a real star.
1950 called. They want their newscaster back. King, queen, queen, 7 here. Danny makes it 210,000. Ribeiro has some medicine. Announces
Danny
pot.
has put in
Here we go.
half of his stack.
Yeah, spin cycle
Ladies.
engaged.
Do I need to hit?
Diamonds are cleaned, and yes, confirmed.
Some ladies, or diamonds, or 2 kings. At least I don't need the queen of spades. That's good.
Diamonds are live. Ladies are live. King, queen is live. Can Danny
Red
double up?
A queen of heart and 2 diamonds.
Or do we have our 7th place finisher?
I feel good about this
6th place
one.
finisher?
Black.
6th place
I actually
finisher.
feel good about this one.
Black as Gambia.
The 10's a good start-ish.
Ace 10 9 top set. Now Danny hunts one of 4 jacks to stay alive.
Just a jack will do.
Just a jack.
Jack of hearts.
Finish him!
Good game, Danny.
All right, good game, guys.
Good game.
Good luck and have fun.
So the 10 on the river, not the needed jack. Danny, always demonstrating proper sportsmanship, but obviously we know he's disappointed.
Yeah.
Little breath.
Even with the buffer that he's able to obtain in terms of the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award. There were some bigger payouts.
Pretty impressive run from Danny Tang. I mean, we saw him on so many of the feature tables. Played such a beautiful hand earlier today. That small bet on the river, getting value with that ace 9.
The way you hit the ace on the
And yeah, just got quite unlucky on the final table. Just a spot he couldn't get away from.
You know what I'm saying? Ace on the river was like got the blood flowing, but on the flop.
I should have learned with you, yeah.
I mean, the flop is.
Should have been queen 6.
Danny, going to be adding to his 16.5 million plus in career Triton earnings, courtesy of this, his 35th cash, but one that he was hoping to do better on. 635. I don't, you know.
You gotta. It's well, you might have to go into the store and stuff, but I just feel like I'm gonna have a lot of. It's also a weird time of year for me to buy it because the utility of it's gonna be like a nice wintry kind of sweater to have. You know, a
Vegas
little
is on
cuddle puddle
broil
situation.
already.
Yeah.
My whole bankroll has been depleted while I was gone. I forgot to reset my thermostats and true icebox.
I just think that I could pull it off, and I think that it would be a hit. And I saw the one link that was a nice discount down to 800.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe I'll pull the trigger.
Here's the thing, though. I'd rather take that 800 and just have some experimental, like, finished stem cell transfusion. If that'll get it done for 800, I'm just, you know, I don't need accreditation. I'll just go to any old clinic. Here's 800. Do it. You know, maybe I'll get good at PLO. Maybe I'll have more cold temperature tolerance. I don't know. Something good's going to happen.
I also have to decide if I truly love it or if I love the idea of having it.
Yeah, a little bit of that too.
Yeah.
No question. Top pair here, along with a gutty. Check from Ribeiro. Same story for Boitashu. Just has 3s. 9s. Not much else to speak of for Chris Frank. We've seen some limp strat from him already on this occasion. Same story pre.
Yeah, Ribeiro with the lion's share of the equity here, going to want to continue. Top pair, backdoor spades, bottom gutter. It's not thrilling, but it's not nothing.
Two-tone texture as now Ribeiro picks up spades. No second barrel out of Frank. And how about a 7 high straight? Tomas?
It's the nuts. The nuts out of nowhere. The nowhere nuts.
They find themselves in a 400K pot. $140, and Frank looking down at this hand like, yeah.
Looking down at like I'm beating Queen, Jack, 8, King, 2 clubs.
Properly into the muck it goes.
Our first orbit of 5-handed. The last one was Danny Tang's Obituary.
Wow. That was, I've never heard that. Do you want me to tell you why? No, I'm kidding. No.
For once I finally got your approval, and then you're just like, just when I thought you couldn't get any dumber.
No, stop. It's strong. 8943. 2 suited connectors rolled into one. Clean diamonds and spades, the latter of which have turned into a flush draw here for Chris Frank. Limped pre, top and bottom pair for Parsonen, the development. Note the quick check back, and let's see what comes on the turn. Obviously unwelcome is the queen, but for different reasons than Parsonen realizes. A 4-liner on board, any king and Broadway card.
Is one of my best clients, one of the best clients in time poker.
Leaves Ellis in a bad way. Frank does have the queen high straight, and now that's no longer good. 10's full on the end for Parsonen.
So not an extra chip put in this pot. And now Frank goes for that thin value with that bottom straight, 8-9, 10 Jack Queen. And Parsonen's just been sitting there in the cut with that boat. He's coming, Chris.
Well, it wasn't quite seaworthy until the 10 rolled off. But now, let's see. Whoops. Frank has this look on his face like a man placed in a round room and told to go stand in the corner.
Sorry. He said that when I had water in my mouth.
See, it's just like, jump. Pretty deep. Especially once we see added consolidation, provided that we don't grind away 5-handed for multiple levels. This should really set the stage for deep stacked heads up and 3-handed action.
Yeah, but Omaha ultimately is different, right? I mean, we've seen what can happen, the way that coolers can develop, the way that pots can get bloated, 2 people just feeling like they have to put a bunch of chips in the middle. We saw it happen to poor Danny Tang on that King-Jack flop with the King-Jack against the Kings. I think he was pretty deep stacked to start that hand, you know? I think he had 50 or 60 big blinds. And you can see how quickly they get in the betting pre-flop, suddenly 1 pot size bet, and it represents 33% of his stack, and he's thinking, okay, I guess I'm all in, and suddenly he's out. So things can move quickly.
Well, the movement on this flop is away from the queens and toward Dylan Weissman, who's got bottom 2 pair. This is blind versus blind, limped pre. Ellis with those queens, checking over. Politely placed 100K chip. Parsonen makes the call, and now the 10 on the turn. Counterfeiting Weissman. Ugly card, but perhaps one that he could be representing. Remember, as a check back in the big blind, a lot of the disjointed holdings that would be inclined to bet on this particular flop could blast through. Obviously, we block a 3 and a 4. Maybe we expect Parsonen would be somewhat inclined to just take a little shot with a 10. Not necessarily, of course, as a lead, but...
220?
Yeah, look
Wow,
at Dylan
you called
Weissman,
it.
half pot here.
That was nice, Ollie.
Listen, it's Dylan that's doing the nice stuff. I'm just speculating.
I really saw you lean closer to the TV there when it was a close-up of the little hoodie thing. You were just like, yes, this is the one from my childhood. Oh my
Look
God.
at Ellis, man. He's got such sniff on him. Makes the call.
You've come to
Obviously
the wrong place.
Considers the queen clean. Now 3's full on the end for Dylan. Diamonds show up, though, and that could be an exit for Parsonen, who checks once more. What a fortunate river card this is.
I can't imagine him betting here. I mean, Parson could still just have a 10.
Well, Dylan we can see betting.
Oh, because he has a full house.
Right.
My goodness.
Right. Now, Parsonen,
Touché.
I can't imagine him calling necessarily, but you see him looking for maybe a little live read. Not much coming off of that image. From that angle, he looks like a man who's dressed for a joust.
Yeah.
You know, back in the day, the chainmail sort of thing, the armor.
Oh, yeah.
That's the vibes I'm getting here. And Lancelot drops a sword with 880 on it.
Are you one of these?
Snap fold from Parsonen. Deep in thought. Is he tired? Is he bored of looking at dusty hands? It could be any of the above.
Is he looking around to see if there's corners in this room?
Well, I mean, listen, he's unaware of my little quip.
Oh, shiny.
Ugly.
Just need one more diamond, and then he has a flush.
Now, this is spoken.
Am I
like a
showing
man
my
who's-
inexperience right now?
No, you're
This is-
showing your addiction to video poker. That's what you're showing. Monotone stuff, not generally what we want to move forward with, but Weissman, button, plus the 4-card rundown nature, says, let's take a peek. Both blinds involved. Somehow a diamond finds its way to the board. Singular. As Ribeiro has 3 in his hand, Poitash with 1. 9 of 13 present and accounted for. Two checks in front of Dylan. Checks back. Trip 3s now for Poitash. Ribeiro still with a 5 and an open ender. Two-way straight draw, I suppose, given the presence of a 7 in his hand. Oh, look at this. He's deciding to try to lay claim to this 320, and the number he dials up with which to do so, half pot.
Yeah, hard to blame Tomas here. It's just, you know, so many cards wrapping around these. You have the 5 blocker as well. You just got to hope that no one has a 3, and you're probably gonna scare out some cards, but Laszlo's got it.
Flat from Poitash, and an opportunity perhaps for Thomas to try to blast his way out of this one. Unclear. He has a 4 in hand. Yeah, whether or not it would be deemed a good spot with which to do so. And you see Laszlo just mindful of the potential straights that are wary of full houses. Happy to check back.
So here we are, 5-handed. The winner's going to get 2.1 boated up on, let's say, a river heart, how hard it is to just river a king to get kings full. I mean, it's hard not to be a bit results oriented and think, how could he possibly fold that? But I guarantee you that he knows exactly what's going on in that situation and ran the math and just was prepared to be making a fold that was against a hand that was very slim against him.
Yeah. Not that math is the only thing that these guys are running against one another. They're looking across the felt and getting live vibes to varying degrees. Or doing their best from some tough customers, 5 of whom are on the hunt for north of $2 million here in this 100K PLO main event. Frank has been really keen to limp into Parsonen when it's blind versus blind. Queen, Jack, Deuce, top and bottom pair for Ellis. Just a little gutter and an under pair to the Queen, Jack for Frank. Deuce Dangler connects. Stabs.
Queens and deuces here. Pretty significant. I mean, it's not a hand you necessarily want to put additional chips in with,
right.
But I feel like you're going to have the best hand at this stage a lot of the time. That doesn't get much brickier.
Yeah. Really nice card for Parsonen's purposes. Frank checks.
How much in there?
Another check back from Ellis. Keeping things clean.
And if Christopher Frank thinks that Parsonen is going to bet hands like Queen Jack on the turn, most 2 pairs for protection, maybe he thinks this ace has potential as a bluff card. You know, what if Parsonen has something, let's say, Queen 10, King 9, or something like that, right? Something that has a queen in it.
Well, I mean, King 10's Broadway.
Sorry. Yes, thank you. You get what I mean.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he's looking to rep the nuts here, is Frank, with this bet. There's no question about it. The polarity of full pot on the end.
10 in hand.
And the thing is, full pot, I think, begins to remove aces up from the equation in Ellis's mind. And if we can do that, then the queens and deuces really perform well as a bluff catcher.
This one is going to be a separator. The difference between falling to 1.8 million and being all the way up to,
Makes a believer out of Ellis. An immediate question is, did you bluff?
And Chris kind of admitting it there with the
life off doing nonsensical things online.
I mean, I was watching the new X-Men cartoon this week, and it's so good. But it could have been Ocean Time.
You know, Griff, just because I've made confessions doesn't mean that you too need to make unsolicited ones, such as the fact that you were watching cartoons instead of going for a swim.
Come on, did you watch the X-Men cartoon when you were a kid?
I didn't watch anything X-Men related ever. Now, Randy's your Huckleberry in those streets, just so you know. You talked to Randy.
Should I
I think I recommended it to him, actually, yeah.
Chris Frank limping the king, queen, 10, 5 with spades. Queen, jack, 9, 8 for Weissman. He's not interested. Thought perhaps on the button. He'd get on in there. Both blinds coming along to the 8-7-4 board. It's second pair in a gutter for Ribeiro. Dust for Laszlo, and now it's checked over to Frank, who has an even dustier hand.
Pretty big advantage here for Ribeiro with just 7-6, but he can't possibly know it. You know, that's third pair on board. Frank now with that queen 10, gonna take the freebie, trying to that Johnny. Ace on the river.
2 streets of checking. And now aces and 7s for Ribeiro are a winner. Laszlo Hunt showdown with ace-king. I mean, what would be a credible rep here in position by Frank? I mean, feels a touch ambitious. Oh, but he's going to go for it. 115K. It's just a card that doesn't complete anything, and one would imagine if we had any form of straight on the turn, we would be inclined to maybe pose a small question at minimum. So Ribeiro just recognizes as played. This is too tempting a situation for Frank. I believe he just tossed his hand straight into the muck. With good reason, Laszlo having done the same right before him.
Well, it's actually, I'm getting a bit scared now. I'm hearing the little thunder outside.
Tell you what. Ace, king, queen, 3. Ribeiro, fresh off of that last one, activates the nutted spades. 3 Broadway cards, little wheel dangler. Parsonen wants to take a peek with unintrusive 8-8-6-4 and small diamonds, none of which interacts with this board. Can't say the same for Ribeiro, of course. He's got top pair and the Broadway gutty backdoor spades. You know, we talk often in No Limit about the concept of pot control as we see on the turn aces and queens, the development for Tomas, and it sort of feels like a balancing act between both pot control and equity denial out here in these PLO streets.
Yeah.
Second check in front of us. Again, a check back from Ribeiro. Deuce pairs on the river.
Yeah, perhaps just expecting Parsonen to be pretty light here and maybe thinking bluff catching is going to be the best course of action. He is, of course, right, as we can see, but will be coming out to play now.
.240 on the end. Getting it done there, and our brief absence is courtesy of... I am a useless thesaurus, if I can get it out right. I mean, really, just years of trying to come up with different ways to say the same old thing. Chris Frank limped the button. Laszlo coming along from the small. Ace, king, 10, 8. Parsonen. 3 little letters. Now it'll cost 400.
Yeah, and this is a pretty significant move from Parsonen here. You know, doesn't have the hugest hand. Nice to have 3 cards over 10. The ace, king of spades. But it's not like he has, you know, aces, queen 10, single, double suited, whatever it is.
Behind.
Yeah, look at Frank.
Yeah, he's going to be willing to play with this.
It's a durable hand. You know, when that overcard stuff shows up, a lot of times we're interacting in the form of a straight draw. Or we just rip off trip jacks here. Out of position. Having inflated this one is Elis.
Yeah, just has, you can see it's easy to calculate the stack to pot ratio because in the pot is about $1 million. Parsonen's with 1.2, so 1.2 to 1 stack to pot ratio, and he's probably going to feel like he needs to put something out here on this board like he were to have aces or kings. Certainly a lot of jacks in Frank's sort of range of hands that are calling around the jack. Something like exactly what he has. But could just as well not have it, especially with 2 out there. So wants to bet something. So a bit quite unlucky here for Elis. Flopping so little equity, but completely justifiably.
Hello, Randy Liu alongside Brian Ras for more continuing coverage of this Triton Montenegro 2024 PLO portion of the festival, where we just crowned a champion in the 100K PLO main event, that being Christopher Frank, who did best Weissman. And I wasn't here for it. You were. It was a pretty good heads-up match, I assume?
Yeah,
Three-handed?
You know, they were really deep, but when it started, Frank had all the chips, and Weissman never really got anything going. It didn't last very long. There was potential, but it just didn't really work out that way. So,
yeah, obviously, when there's a lot of big blinds, it's supposed to take long, but I guess, as you mentioned, Christopher Frank just kind of...
Yeah, he had like a 10 to 1 chip lead.
Okay, so like...
Yeah. I mean, because they had like 180 blinds between them, but Frank had, 10x more, so Dylan was short. So effectively, it was pretty short, and it could have been a situation where if Dylan got some steam going, and then, even if the blinds dropped, they have like 70, 80 blinds each, but never shook out that way. But it was a great final table, a lot of really strong play from the players, and, Dylan had a great run. They made a deal, so they both got quite a lot of money.
Huge scores for both of them.
Yeah, huge scores. And Frank, Frank played great, and you could tell he was really happy to win, just wore that emotion right on his sleeve. And really cool to see. Really cool to see that.
It's always nice for someone to come out specific for PLO and having to take down the PLO main event title. So real quick, we are going to continue coverage because we do have more 4-card on the hand. It is going to be the 50K Potlim Omaha, where we have some big players here. Antonius, Phil Ivey, 2 of the legends of the game, will be joined by Brewer and Sapila, who did win the 25K PLO over the very first event here, also joined by Greiko. So those 5 will be our featured table with 26 of 61 remaining. Registration is still open, so we don't have a prize pool just yet. Oh, just closed. Excuse me. So just closed. So we're going to calculate the prize pool a bit for you guys. For now, though, we are going to have these superstars, 2 Finns, 2 Americans, and Richard Greiko.
The Brit.
Just has 6 big blinds. Is tournament short stack. And let us continue.
Average stack in the tournament now is 39 big blinds, 469,000. Just to put it in context, when you're seeing these guys stacks, like how much is that?
I haven't actually seen these two at the same table this festival, if I recall correctly. Could be wrong, but nice to see them sitting side by side. Antonius and Ivy, that is.
Ivy's got a dusty one right here.
Is he wearing that champion's hat proudly? Samuli Sapila, that is.
Looks like he is. Now that we're playing PLO, I mean, the Finnish contingent is here. 4 players in the field from Finland, including 2 at this table.
Well, that's a boat for Sapila. Limp pot. We do have this 50K as well as tomorrow's 30K bounty remaining on the schedule. A turbo bounty, something, Rast, you might be interested in.
Yeah, I think I might play it and see how I feel tomorrow.
If you do, I send you all the run good. You got the commentator run good, all right? That's the thing. Because Weissman was in the booth.
Certainly hope so.
He got second, so you've obviously been in the booth longer than him. So we'll see how that goes for you.
42.
We do have Richard Greico putting in most of his stack, Ace King 5-5.
And Antonius will likely give him some action here with a double-suited connected hand.
How much do you have behind?
Puts in the extra 30K.
28. It's probably going to go in.
Looks like enough for Antonius. As he donk bets. The cards will be on their back.
Some kind of wrap.
Some kind of wrap.
I don't want the jack.
Surprisingly
Oh,
good shape.
Yeah, I was like, you know.
But getting in it on Queen 10-3 with a
unless
pair of
you
fives.
put 2 diamonds and jack of them.
Antonius does have backdoor diamonds and clubs as well.
Pair to 3, make it interesting.
2's fun.
How about pair to 10?
Changes nothing.
There's a 3.
That's what you wanted.
Yeah, I did.
Happy?
10s and 5s.
5s.
We'll hold.
I haven't been this happy in a while.
I'm going to take a little time here just to remind you guys that if you guys are enjoying the content, the 4-card street and the 2 cards, please do give us a like, subscribe, whether it's YouTube or Twitch. We would greatly appreciate that. Otherwise, Rast won't be happy. I think.
Yeah, no, you got to smash.
Smash it?
Smash it.
How about this? The more likes you guys give us, the better Rast will run.
Oh, please.
So,
please
I
give
mean,
some likes.
I want to see those little hearts or whatever it is on YouTube.
Well, All right. Double suited hand.
Into small. Tri-suit, 3-card rundown, random deuce. Ten, 6, 4. That board is all Antonius. Bottom 2 with the flush draw.
Yeah, Phil with top pair and a gutter.
$20K from Antonius. Ivy does have position.
Yeah, Phil is just going to call here. We're going to see a turn.
That turn is going to give Antonius the flush. So Ivy officially drawing dead.
So in this spot, sometimes players check when they have 2-pair or better because their hand is more robust against counterfeit full house. You know, also a spot where Patrick, it's pretty dicey to bet twice and get value. You can, but it's by no means a given.
It's not easy to get called by worse.
Yeah, you can. By like lower flushes, it happens, but it becomes a spot where, you know, by bet turn, bet river, you're all not getting, you know, you're probably getting called by better or raised just as often as you're getting called by worse. So it's natural to mix in checks in this kind of spot, and having 2 pairs is a hand that you're going to do it more with.
So Antonius did check the turn, bet the river though. Couldn't get called. It's just amazing how long these two have been playing each other. Like, remember our televised cash games? It was just always Antonius and Ivy. The biggest stakes possible. And here they are many, many years later. Playing a great game of Potlim Omaha. Burr actually has one PLO title under his belt at Triton. Not at this festival, but in the early goings.
Phil, we see limping the button.
Small blind.
Oh, small blind, okay.
But I assume this would be just fine with this hand anyways.
Yeah, yeah. I think he could limp the button with it as well.
Does come Queen, Queen 5. Flush draw over to Greco.
Greco's got 3 clubs in his hand as a pair of 2s. Feels like a decent combo to go ahead and bet.
Ivy with just a pair of 10s with the queens on board.
Yeah, that's not going to go anywhere yet.
King on the turn. Going to give Ivy an open-ended straight draw now.
Now Greco has the question if he wants to keep bluffing. Or just check back and realize his equity. After Ivy hits the king, I don't think he's going to go anywhere with his particular hand, but there are a bunch of better hands, including 5x stuff that Greco can get to fold. So he does keep bluffing, and I do expect Ivy to call again here.
Just because he picked up the open-ended?
Yeah.
And the 10s
I
might
mean,
be
having
good.
equity along with the 10s is pretty huge. I would be quite surprised if Ivy folded there.
He does call, as you expected. Clubs come in for Greco now with the best hand, 9 high flush.
Now Ivy is in a spot where he's never winning this pot.
Flush?
Yeah, he already knew.
Everything, I mean, the flush got there. He's already losing to 3 queens. And if somehow tens was good after his opponent bet turn, his opponent's probably going to bluff the river. Like he has some weird hand with like an ace of clubs in it or something, right? Like ace jack 5 with the ace of clubs. He's bluffing the river.
So you're basically saying there's no chance he's good if the guy, if the other player is competent, which
no,
we know they are.
It's like almost no chance that he's winning the pot, unless he makes a hero call after bet. Anyway.
Well, guys, if you do want to give some gamble on, go ahead and check out betacr.eu, where you can get your sports fix. It's exclusive hub. Predict who your favorite player. Predict who you think will win some tournaments. Bet on your favorite players. 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top up. Definitely check out BetACR. Bet on all sorts of different sports.
But like, did you notice how on the river, Ivy just had this look and like didn't even show his hand almost?
Yeah,
it was like perfunctory, like, I'm not winning this pot, it doesn't matter. Yeah, he's just never winning the pot. Like, what's checking back that he beats? It's
yeah, the way he lifted his cards and was just like, all right, just reveal so I can just fold.
Yeah.
I hear you.
The big class of hands that he was ahead of, the flush draws, got there. And somehow if his opponent did have, I mean, he's blocking Jack 10 or just these other hands, like I said, he would have actually bet. And I mean, yes, Ivy could beat some bluffs on the river, but I'm pretty sure he's going to fold because he just has going to have way better hands to call with.
Either way, it's going to be late.
He'll have flushes, he'll have 3 queens, he'll have full houses. He's really at the bottom of his range on the river.
15 levels until we make the money.
So Antonius is going to limp call against Ivy out of position with Jack 7-6.
Yeah.
Set of jacks for Antonius. Straight draws for Ivy. Do see a C-bet of 50,000. So is the default play for Antonius to check call the set? I'm just trying to ask like how it's different possibly in PLO when you're playing sets on boards where there's already straights.
Yeah, I think so. Also, the way this played pre-flop, like Ivy has a lot of big cards. So Antonius is a little bit worried about aces and king-queen. But so he's probably just calling in the spot. And, you know, if Ivy has a hand like kings or queens and is bluffing, no reason to raise that hand out.
Well, clearly a terrible card for Antonius, this queen.
Yeah, Ivy has the nuts, as does anyone else who has a king and another Broadway card. And I think at this point versus pot, Patrick has to just get out of there.
Yeah, not quite.
You don't have the odds to draw.
And it's not like if he hits his hand, Ivy's just going to pay off with a straight if he just gets donked into when it pairs.
Yeah, I mean, yes. I also think that bet, I mean, did it maybe put Patrick almost all the way in? Yeah, I mean, 230K.
Oh, right.
Patrick only has 255K anyway, so.
Of course. You knew that?
pulled it over to the fin in the small blind. Now it's his pot, which is 3x. And here comes along Brewer with his king 10, 10, 4. Do see the set of 9s for Sapila. Flush draw for Brewer. Possibly relevant that he's got to do 10s, given he blocks 10-7.
Yeah, but the thing is, Brewer doesn't have many chips, so...
Those kind of plays don't matter so much?
Yeah, because it matters, but not that much. I think it matters more if when you're deeper here, blocking 10-7. There's just a lot of other hands that for under 2 SPR are going to get it in with you.
Okay. Thinks about and checks it back. Now is Sumili going to pot it? He is. Imagine this hand is over.
Yeah, I think so.
And it is now.
Maybe if that 4 was like an 8 or a 9, so Brewer had the gutter along with it, it starts to get closer, but I just think just naked 10s and 10 high flush draws is not enough.
If I was deep, I would get to play a fun hand. But not get to play a fun hand. I said if I was deep, I could have played a fun hand.
Would have been different, deeper.
I would definitely have bet the flop.
Shame. I would have raised.
Yeah, you would just win. You would just win then, no matter what's depth. No.
You did take note of that conversation, right, Ras? Brewer was saying that if he was deeper, maybe that would play a little different. As you mentioned, when you're shorter, I guess you're just a bit handcuffed. You can't really use those blockers so much.
Yeah. Brewer, very nice. Brewer confirmed what I was saying.
Brewer flatting the small blind with
I'll
ace jack 8.
Bring Patrick along.
Patrick with queens. Diamonds are covered by Sapila. Top 2 now. Do see Brewer with ace jack, which is top pair. Antonius with a gut shot, hunting the 10. And 30% c-bet.
Yep. Brewer's got a decision here, but like, what are you really looking for? You do have an ace, and you got backdoor hearts. It's hard to hit too many cards that you like, but could have the best hand, and he's also not that deep. Yeah, he has less than what's in the pot, but he's got very little equity against real hands.
He basically needs runner.
But, I mean, he's not doing as bad against ace 7 or king 7.
Not good.
And he's doing all right against queen jack 10, obviously. But yeah, this is one of the worst scenarios for him. And this is in part a function of the fact that Sapila bet on the button after, I mean, he was just on the button, so he doesn't need to have a big hand to have raised it up 2.5x.
Also doesn't help that Brewer was short, where he feels
a
bit more committed. You can see all 5 cards.
Brewer I mean, it's possible he had close to the. I bet if you asked Brewer if he had another 50 or 100K, he wouldn't make that play in his stack. So
definitely check jam would have been the last thing he would do.
You
Get
open.
more chips, I assume.
Yeah, he flatted us. Small blind.
Can you check? You bet. He just went all in.
Yeah. Patrick called from big blind as well. 3-way to the flop.
3-way.
Yeah.
So you raise, call.
Bet small.
Got it. Big blind.
Hyphy requesting a hand history on that Brewer bust out. He's taking some notes.
It's
like, all right, so that's how they play.
I don't know. It's. Ivy might not have liked the play that Brewer made. It's possible.
That's kind of the vibe I got when he asked. It's like, hold on.
Just think about it. Whenever somebody asks, doesn't normally at the table, what happened there? Huh? Wait, what did I miss?
Yeah. It's like, all right.
What happened?
I also heard him
Cherries?
say, not good. I don't know if he caught that. When Brewer shows him, not good. Like he was in bad shape, but like, he did take the energy to say that out loud.
Ivy said that?
Yeah, he did.
Oh.
You might have missed it.
I did miss it, yeah.
He was when the cards were shown. He was like, "Not." Well, he said like that's like basically you're in bad shape, but it was just the way he said it. I was like, interesting.
That's interesting. Ivy wasn't even involved in the hand.
Yeah, he wasn't. They didn't show the camera on him, but I definitely heard his voice. Antonius 3-betting the king queen.
Take it.
There you go. Yeah, I would think, obviously Brewer is a great no-limit hold'em player, tournament player, and I do recall when he won his PLO trophy, that was when we didn't have that many PLO events, and he even admitted that he wasn't sure about a lot of spots. I'm sure he's evolved quite a bit, but still I would think that most of the players in this field have a bit more experience, just given a lot of them just play PLO exclusively.
Yeah, this field does not look very soft. Actually, it is. I'm no longer like 100% to play tomorrow.
It's a little intimidating.
I'm looking at this field, and I think this field is a little tougher than the Jeju PLO fields were.
Well, think
if I'm being honest,
if you wanted
I still
to get
might
into
play,
PLO,
but I'm just
you
saying.
should have started when it was a little fresher. You know, now more and more of the pros or sharks, snipers are
Well,
coming
I think
out.
it's kind of a function of the location.
That
PLO is
too.
just a much bigger game in Europe than probably anywhere else, especially Asia. And so, you know, you hold a Triton in Asia, you got like 3 or 4 PLO tournaments. Some of these guys
They don't
not
come.
flying, 15 hours, multiple legs for like 4 days of tournaments, but
And we also have a little bit more guys splashing that don't
Here
play
in
PLO
Europe.
so much in Jeju. I
here in
imagine.
Europe, yeah, like all these Euros, we got the Finnish contingent, probably rolled down in a PJ. No, I'm just kidding, but like, who knows?
It's not too far for them.
It's not very far. That's really my
And
point.
also, we doubled the buy-in of the main.
Yeah.
I hear you. Do have Greiko open-ended with the bottom 2 pair. He's going to lead 75K. And Samuli here, who's got top pair. Not in great shape. Then again, Greiko doesn't have that many chips behind after this bet.
How much you have behind?
Roughly 100.
Yeah, the 6 is just no good, right? Or the Jack. So it's hard for him to make 2 pair.
That's a good point. Tainted outs.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so much interference in PLO that you really need to think about that changes the equities a bit, or just your approach on playability.
Yeah. Backdoor spades isn't working.
There we go.
Actually, not too tight.
It's a good laydown. Only had about 25% equity.
Although, I mean, against this particular hand, but
Right.
yeah.
Got a general question for you, Ras. Not from the
Yeah.
chat, but just me, myself. So, comparing No Limit to PLO, is this what game would you say is more important to fight for all those small pots? You know what I mean? Hard to say?
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I don't know that I have a good answer for that.
Is it
It
more
probably depends
difficult
more
to
on
win in
your-
one game than another, those small pots?
Probably depends more on your table than the game.
It's about 100 behind, right?
Because the vibe I get while watching PLO is that decisions can often be quite murky on the flop. You know, people seemed a bit hesitant at times. Like, for example, that last fold we just saw. He's
Yeah.
not like 100% sure how he feels about it.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I do think there's a bit more murkiness in PLO, but you know that's true in Hold'em and spots too. Like a lot of close spots come up, but I do think that people are maybe overall more studied in Hold'em than PLO.
Okay.
Also, I think my understanding is some of the PLO solver outputs are very complicated to interpret. PLO solvers love mixing even more than No Limit Hold'em solvers, so it's just
God.
kind of like...
Okay, hard to reproduce.
Yeah.
We do have a Shingis Satubayev of Kazakhstan all in as the favorite with Ace King Jack 9 against Greiko's Ace Queen Jack 6. Queen high board. Going to give...
Wow, huge board for Greiko.
Is that nut flush draw and top pair? Satubayev's looking slim. But the ace will give him some additional outs. Now hit a 10. Not the 5 though. So that'll be the end of Satubayev in this 50K. Registration is closed. Does have the opportunity to play tomorrow's 30K bounty. Nice spin up for Greiko. Now on 415K, 35 big blinds.
Wow. Nacho is a massive chip leader.
Talk to me.
He's got almost 1.8 million, 147 blinds over on one of the other tables. He's over there with Elis, who just FT'd the main, as well as Ben86, who FT'd the main as well, Ding Biao, and somebody I'm not familiar with, Alex Komaromi from, looks like
that is
Uruguay.
The Uruguay flag, correct. And this is Komaromi's first Montenegro stop. Hopefully we get to see him on stream at some point.
I owe you a time bank.
Very honest.
Obviously we switch feature tables every frame, so you do get to have that ability to watch all of the players.
You're a very honest man. Re-raise. Honesty must be punished. Ace, ace, king, jack. Now Greiko in position. It's 30 some odd blinds, queens, a suit.
Why not?
It's the triple gap. You can just barely make a straight.
So aces are best, but this board is a bit dangerous. Does have a gut shot as well, though.
Curious how he plays it. He's got like a 3 SPR. And yeah, this board is generally not going to be great for the 3-bet, the range of the 3-better.
Well, it was limp raise.
Oh, it was limp?
Limp
oh,
on button,
okay,
raise
okay.
from small.
Yeah.
I think.
Good, correct.
And I remember you mentioning why players limp, and you kind of contained the podcast. Had he raised pre, obviously, there would be much more chips in there that would make post flop different. Regardless, it does go check, check. 7 of spades on the turn now. Samuli still has the best hand, but it's hard to imagine on this board texture. Is going to pot it.
Yeah, he's got that 8 in his hand, also a spade, and doesn't have a straight. But Samuli has the ace of spades in his hand along with a gutter. I think Samuli, sorry.
You got it reversed?
Yeah, I got it reversed.
So,
okay.
yeah, Samuli is betting pot. He was the one that raised pre, checked through the flop.
Yeah, I don't think Greco can call this.
But Samuli is bluffing here? Or,
yeah.
Yeah, that's
he would
a bluff.
love to get 2 pair or hands with equity to fold. He can have the nut flush.
Obviously, he's blocking the nut flush.
He's blocking that.
So there are 3 players that have more than a million chips. Barbaro being one of them, as you mentioned. Sapila, also with over a million chips, and Laszlo Wojtas, who got 3rd. Ras, is that right?
Yes.
He got 3rd in the 100K PLO main for 982,000. So those are your top 3 for chip counts. Ivy now with King King. King King Queen suited, 1 suit.
Ace King 10 deuce in the muck. Not suited the ace. And here we go. Little double pair, double suited hand.
These hands are nice.
He wants to make the pot bigger on the button. And Ike with a pretty hand as well. How will Ike proceed at this point?
There's a limp from Ivy in the hijack. Pot on the button by double pair, double suit. Looks like he will be making the
11 cash, so we're still pretty far away from cashing with 21 left. Ivy's kind of deep to just pot here, but he might. But probably not. Feels like Ivy
excessive?
just calls. Yeah. 50 blinds. Yeah.
All right, so we play 186 in the middle.
50 blinds is too much. Maybe if he had like 30 blinds.
So Sapila flops the flush draw with his 7-7-3-3. The other 2 hands are actually quite weak on this board.
Yeah, I'm curious. Since he's really the person who can have aces here, the other 2 can never have aces. He's going to bet a decent amount, but does he want to bet his particular hand? Does have hearts. He can maybe get some better hands to fold.
Imagine he's for sure going to get Ivy out. Haxton, he doesn't really have much with this top pair to continue.
Yeah, and he just cleared out 2 better hands there.
That was nice.
Yeah, Ike just had nothing, right? No back. He was double suited, but no backdoor flush draw, no flush draw, no way to make a straight, really. Kickers weren't good or relevant.
So basically, if you have like just a naked pair, that hand is just very weak. You always want to have some kind of backup, whether it's a gut shot.
Yeah, especially in like a multi-way pot. So. Because just think, if he's up against, say, like ace-queen, it's really easy for Gregco to have ace-queen there. Not even ace isn't that hard either, but just ace-queen, jack-9, just all these whatevers, double-suited type hands that have ace-queen. I mean, how does he win?
He needs like perfect.
Yeah, perfect to just beat that hand, right? And so in PLO, it's like backdoor flush draws, straight gutters, all these things, like just add equity in some spots when you're behind.
How much?
I always remember that, you know, that PLO hand where Robo was playing and he got it in bad and they ran it like 3 or 4 times against Antonius, I believe. Do you remember?
Yeah, that was like
the famous
15
hand.
years ago or something. Yeah.
But that felt like someone like Robo, I assume, didn't have as much PLO experience at the time, just like overvalued his top pair, right?
Yeah.
With no back doors, I suppose. And somehow got there.
Yeah.
It probably literally was like 15 years ago, wasn't it?
I think, yeah, it was
It was
a really
so long
time
ago.
Ike only has 20 bigs here. He's probably going to just pot this. Just play it pre-flop. Yeah.
Does agree with you. So Pila with double suited, ace-9, 6-4, somewhat connected.
I feel like Ike's hand's kind of like having ace-queen. You're pretty happy to get it in for 20 blinds, but occasionally you're beat. It's not a perfect analogy because hands have more equity in PLO, but it's kind of like that.
In terms of confidence.
Yeah. Now, Sapila has a tough decision here. The 9-6-4 should be pretty clean. The ace might not be the best card to have. He does have 2 suits, though. He has a lot of chips. Yeah, so he's going to peel and see what comes. And if he hits something, get in the rest.
He'll just pot it, probably, I assume.
Depends.
On how hard he hits it?
Yeah, if he hits it real hard, you check it on over.
How about that? He hit it pretty damn hard.
This is a check it on over spot.
Right, because you're going to get against the overpair anyways.
Yeah.
And if your opponent has like, what, ace, king, queen, whatever, you just want them to pot.
And he's going to check fold this board a bunch. Like, what if his hand is ace-9, 7, 5 double suited, right? Like, he's check folding. So, yeah, this is a board, actually, he probably never leads. There are boards that are a little wetter than this, that he does lead some or check, but, yeah.
Probably bad news. Yeah, that's a 6.
Confirmed bad news. Haxton is in terrible shape.
Needs that queen.
Needs that queen or running cards.
All right.
All right. That is a lot of outs he just picked up.
Could be worse.
4 kings, 4 8s, 2 queens total now. And no good.
Go in.
The end of Haxton in this 50K PLO. Dropping like flies down to 19 now. And you did mention we do pay top 11, which is guaranteed $76,000.
Good luck.
Ike and one of his favorite shirts are out of there. That's definitely
one of his top threes.
Yeah, because I've seen that shirt before for sure. Ike, I don't know this for a fact. I'm speculating, pure speculation, fam. But I think Ike loves that shirt. It's got to be one of his favorites. Listen,
Maybe not today.
Everybody's got their favorite gambling shirts where, hey, like, you know, maybe I just win exorbitant sums of money on the average when I wear this.
It's a real thing for sure. We've seen players that are Triton stops wear special get-ups for special occasions.
Maybe just likes the colors.
Do you have a special thing you like to wear?
Yeah, last summer, I really liked wearing I got this UFC jacket from Manel Kopp. He's a flyweight. He's ranked, and it was like a great jacket to wear to the WSOP. It had zipper pockets and it was kind of big and comfy. And yeah, I actually wore it during the 50K. I wore it every day. Every day, including the final day. Boom.
Well, yeah, it sounds like it's good because you mentioned the final day. Is that the one you won?
Yeah, the 5-day 50K PPC, yeah.
There we go. What about the other PPCs? Did you wear the same jacket?
I didn't have that jacket back in
still
2017 or whatever it was.
So it was.
No.
Was it the third time or the second time?
This was last year was the third time.
And that's when you wore the jacket?
Yes, every day for 5 days. And I actually think I wore a Vegeta shirt every day as well under the jacket.
Dragon Ball Z.
But then I switched to Goku for the final table. Because, listen, Goku always wins. Yeah. All right? Yeah, Vegeta got me there. But Goku brings it home, okay?
Was it Super Saiyan?
No, it's like
He was just in normal form? He was just eating...
It's not... Well, kind of. It's this. You tell me what this is. This is the design on the shirt, I believe.
Well, that's a silhouette.
Yes. With Goku, but by the way, you didn't see, at the bottom is Goku and Gohan as a silhouette.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think this is their normal form. It's all right.
Yeah,
You're a normal guy, Brian, so you can wear the normal form. It worked. Apparently it worked, so your superstition seemed to work.
You can't use faulty superstitions, Randy. I mean, that sounds like a losing proposition right there.
I'm looking at this hand, and Patrick looked like he's got a monster. His top set, gut shot. I guess he just wins. Doesn't look like Greco has anything.
8 blockers.
I'm a pretty superstitious poker player as well. Like, I hadn't cashed the WSOP main event for like 10 years.
Yeah.
But one time I did, and I brought all these trinkets, and I would always put them on top of my stacks, you know, and then I would have to like take one off, put it in this on top of this stack, you know, and then put it back on, and people were starting to call time on me. But I was like, this is the deepest I've ever run. I'm not gonna change anything up, you know. And I finally cashed it. It was a great day for me, and it could be a great day for you. If you check out PokerStake.com and bet on your favorite Triton players, no transaction fees, rake free. It's a great spot. A lot of players like to sell action. I've seen players like Soiza. You can check out that graphic there, selling action as well. So do check out PokerStake.com. You want to get your staking needs in. I also have this little story for you, Rasty.
Yeah.
Since we're in story mode right now.
Fire away.
So, also WSOP main event. You know Johnny Chan?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you know. We know who he is. Everyone does, right? So he was kind of running bad. He's a little angry, whatever you want to call it, disgruntled. So he asked the dealer for a scramble. You know what a scramble is?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, scramble it. I get kings next hand. Yeah. I raise. Call. He's in the big blind. Squeeze this. I jam. He calls.
He doesn't have aces.
He has
Get out of
aces.
here.
Literally the next hand. I'm not even joking. I believe in superstitions. I was so mad.
Johnny was like, that was a fucking good scramble right there.
And he believes in it, and
Yeah.
it's just confirmed. It literally was the next hand.
Wow, Greco's 3. Oh, but
This
he's
is-
short.
This
Okay.
looks aggressive to me.
I guess he only has 16 blinds.
Right.
So Phil's getting into trouble here with 9 high.
We got like about the same.
He could have actually maybe even limped it. Maybe better than open. Oh, well, he's not going to get into trouble anymore because this flop is
pretty bad.
Pretty bad. I mean, unless Greco checks and Phil hits like a 9 or something, but
yeah, Greco just flopped flush.
Check is pretty sus here, though.
Like they know you've just flopped it.
I mean, yeah, I think a small bet kind of makes the most sense.
It's good.
Ivy not having any of that. Not going to fall for that small bet. Nacho actually now in second place with 1.27 million in chips, so it seems like he lost the big hand.
You know, looking at his chip graph, kind of just seems like he lost a bunch of hands. He did lose 300K in one pot, but a couple other pots he lost 100,000. Looks like he 3-bet and then bet Jack 5-6 rainbow and folded to the shove by Ding Biao for 500K.
Ding Biao now in fifth place, just shy of 1 million chips. Aces for Greco. Flopping top set. Little gut shot over for Samuli in position. Backdoor diamonds, relevant.
See how Greco proceeds here. Probably do a decent amount of betting as the player who can really have aces in this pot. Sapila basically can't have aces.
And when you say can, meaning he'd always want a 3-bet.
Always.
Bet stack.
Greco's opening off of sub 30 blinds, so
You're always looking to get aces in against sub 30.
Yeah.
All right, so quick fold from Samuli. Didn't have enough of a piece to continue.
yeah, probably like just at that threshold. One of the best hands he'd fold to a bet of that size. Just not quite enough, I guess.
I just saw some confetti fall down Patrick's lap. Left over from Chris Frank's win. All right, so Ivy now with ace king suited with the 10 is going to pot it up.
45.
I bet PLO players also like that you can just say pot and then the bet size is just determined for you. Because you can't announce pot in no limit hold'em, correct?
I don't think so.
Not in a tournament, at least. Double suited. Ace 10-10. More confetti. So we're going to take a flop here. Blind versus blind. Monotone texture. It is top and bottom for Greco. There's something about these monotone boards that really just slow down the action, right?
Yeah, it's a lot easier to have a flush in PLO. Oh, and Sapila is just going to fire right away with just like a no pair, no equity hand that does happen to have a heart.
Greco check calling.
Sapila doesn't strike me to have a hand that he's going to barrel off here again. Just don't really, the four's not a, it's a fine heart to stab. It's a heart, but not big enough to maybe start doing multi-street bluffs, and he's got nothing else going for it. No real way to pick up a draw.
So it's just one of those one and done stabs on the flop.
Yeah.
Giving us monotone ace high.
Yeah. You know, doesn't need, only needs to work a third of the time to be profitable. Betting 15 to win 45.
Quite the surge for Richard. Now sitting on 572,000 in chips.
I thought I had king of hearts. It was a shame.
Well, I figured you were checking needed to see if you had any hearts or to make sure you had
It was
two.
rainbow, so I knew I had one. I was like, it's fine. If I happen to have the king of hearts, it's not that credible, but let's see.
19 remaining as we take a look at the outer tables.
Sorry, actually, I think it only needs to
Checking
work a
suited
quarter
king's
of the
more
time.
credible than
right?
checking a suited ace, I suppose.
Ooh, Greco with a pretty looking hand here. Ace, king, queen, queen, double.
This is a premium. Usually you just have a random dangler. So he's going to repot it.
Ooh, double suited jacks, but I think that needs to go in the muck here.
A little bit too much action.
Yeah.
As does Ivy's hand.
Well, this table, it looks like Ivy and Antonius so far have not been doing very well. Those stacks just keep getting shorter.
And the blinds keep going upwards. Still hanging in there. Antonius on 240K, Ivy on 315 for big blind of 15,000.
Where's the pot? Where's the pot?
So Antonius
We're done after this level, right?
with the 3-bet.
We're done
and
for the
win.
night after this level. Also.
No,
They said like level 15.
15 levels today.
Oh, got a while to go.
Really? Yeah,
But it's 1 o'clock.
We're playing at least until morning. It's 1 o'clock. No, the dealer told us that we're done after this level, earlier. Yeah, but at least Brewer was telling me that until 15. He read it somewhere or heard. But it's 2-day event and it's 18 left.
Well, guys, we are down to 18 players, so we do need to just rebalance the tables.
Yeah.
3 tables of 6. Just taking a little time to set that up. It did seem like Ivy and Antonius were a little bit confused on how long they're going to play today, but we do have a few more levels to go. That is confirmed from at least what I've been told by producer James. I don't know, what's your take from what we've seen so far, Brian?
I mean, looked like at that table, just Antonius and Ivy couldn't really get anything going. A lot of folding, and the other two, Greco and Sapila, were kind of just running it up, you know? So hopefully after this redraw, we'll get something else going, some more interesting hands, maybe some new players, and come on back and we'll get back into the mix.
Well, let's take a look at the leaderboard for now as they are redrawing seats. Sapila is at the top. Well, we actually have 17 players. I see that number coming down.
Oh, we're filling in.
So, you can see the table is populating here. Ivy, Antonius, Nestorenko, Nemeth, Sapila. Current short stack, as I'm scrolling down a little bit, is Ivy and Antonius. So they are 17th and 16th.
We'll be happy to fill in those 2 players because when you're short, now we're getting down to the bubble. Finally, 17, 11 pays. When you're really short, it's much nicer having 6 instead of 4. Right? You're going to be folding a lot. You're just taking the blinds less often.
Right. So yeah, obviously, when you're short, you do want to get a couple more free hands in.
Yeah.
While you can. We can take a look at the pay jump if we got a little time here. 839,000 is going to be for the eventual champion, and 76,000 is the min cash for those 11 players. And it sounds like the tables are pretty much ready to go. So it does seem like Ivy Antonius will be sticking around at our featured table alongside Nestorenko, Nemeth, Sapila, and Greco. So almost the same. Good news is we do get to keep an eye on our 2 fan favorites. And yeah, seems like play will be underway very soon. Guess, it's getting late, but still 4-card action, plenty of good stuff to come.
All right, thanks, guys. See you back in a little bit.
So 1 point.
Oh, that's it. No, there's no break. Sorry.
No break. No
Excuse
break,
me.
rest. Are you wondering why I was extending it for so long? You're like, this guy just keeps talking. No, because we just had to break a table.
Yeah,
and
the
sprinkle in
redraw's
some more
fast.
players.
These guys work. Luca is in there, our tournament director. He's getting it done quickly. We don't need to take long breaks. Here's Andras Nemeth, the Nemethus.
Still about 14 more minutes on this level of play.
And somebody I'm not as familiar with, Sergei Nestorenko.
This is the first time I've seen him play. He is repping the Russian flag first. Triton stop, 3rd event played, only PLO exclusively, no cashes yet for Sergei.
Wow, what a flop for Patrick.
I see mid-set and king-high flush draw.
Greco,
he's got
actually.
a pretty good hand too, doesn't he?
He's got a wrap, but he's really in bad shape against Patrick.
Wrap with backdoor clubs. Patrick trying to build this pot. Greco getting a good price to peel here with his wrap. And there's the straight. And Patrick was in such good shape. Does have plenty of redraws, looking for a spade or the board to pair.
Can I get a chicken sushi salad? If possible.
Yeah, wow.
So
Little
Greco
five ball.
checks the straight over to Antonius.
I mean, I think Antonius probably just bets again here.
To charge hands, and
Yeah.
even against the straight, he still has 40% equity,
Yeah.
so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, the worst case scenario, he's a small dog and he'll call a check. Well, I guess if he bets, he basically gets it all in. Well, looks like he's betting small, so maybe what pot would be 220, so he doesn't have to quite put it all in versus a check raise.
I assume at this point you're check raising for Greco, given you're
Yeah.
out of position.
Yeah, you just want to put Patrick
wanna blast it
almost
in?
all in.
Not what Antonius wanted to hear.
Yeah, I mean, if Patrick doesn't have a straight, you know, there's not that. Wow, Patrick just. I
Keep it
guess he
simple.
decided he's not folding the river no
So might
matter
as well
what
get it in.
comes.
So Antonius, the short stack, getting in 40% with one card to go with the king-high flush draw and a set of eights. Plenty of outs. Richard Greco looking to fade. And there's the spades for Antonius. Nothing Greco could have done. Hit his hand, check jammed.
No.
288.
Great for Antonius fans. I'm actually looking back at Antonius's Montenegro festival. He actually has a lot of caches. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 caches
He was the,
out of
you were the big blind, no?
10 events played.
I checked in the big
It's
blind.
quite a lot.
You're in the button, right?
Only one final table, though.
And it was 8th. But
Yeah.
it depends on some of these, how many buy-ins he's in.
Yeah. So
The
that's
cash
how you
rate
win
is
4 tournaments
obviously
in a
very
row.
high.
Yeah.
Good to see Nemeth back at the feature table. Saw him play at 100K main earlier. It's very chatty. Done a lot of his damage online in the cash game streets. Very good at no limit hold'em as well, but only came out to play Palom Omaha here in Montenegro. Used to play a little bit with that guy in No Limit, like the 25, 50, 50, 100 games. He was good.
Sorry, who?
Andres Nemeth.
Oh, okay.
In No Limit Hold'em, 6 max.
This is on what? Where?
Stars.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when?
This was a long time ago.
Well, okay. Like 10 plus years?
No, probably a little bit less than that.
Okay.
But not like more recent, like when, because he mainly plays PLO, but yeah, maybe like 7 or so, if I had to guess. I just remember he was like one of the biggest winners in No Limit Hold'em.
Okay.
At the time.
What was his name on there?
Probirus.
Oh, that Probirus.
Yeah,
that
you know
people
it.
Saying. Yeah, people were saying it earlier.
Hmm.
The chat was or something. I mean, I don't like know it, but just now that
But
you say it, I recall
yeah.
it from
the chat
like
knew.
yesterday. People were, yeah.
All right, let's take a look at our next feature table. Okay, let's parson in. Ding Biao, Nacho Barbero, Bentolerine. Oh, Jason Kuhn over there as well. This will be a good one. If you throw Nacho on the feature table, he's going to chat and splash at the same time. Sergey Nestorenko, pocket aces.
40.
Ooh, this King, King, Queen, Jack looks quite nice.
Raise the pot.
Oh, he's going to raise the pot.
Music to Sergey's ears.
Yeah, you always want to see a 3-bet when you're holding aces. You can just
here's King
4-bet.
888. Holy mackerel! Queen Jack 10. Patrick hand is in trouble.
This is
Queen 10.
How much was it?
Love
King
the LT
Queen Queen
needs.
10 out. Patrick is not winning this if he doesn't fold. I mean, it's gonna be hard. Those odds are definitely shifted by what we saw. I didn't see many clubs get folded. I didn't see an ace get folded.
So are you just stuck now that you 3-bet and got 4-bet with a hand like this? Or can you make some crying folds?
I think here.
doesn't
his
Sergey
hand
always
doesn't
have
perform that
aces?
well against aces. I think close to the bubble. My guess is he lets this go.
Okay.
Yeah, when you're 3-betting, you don't want to see 4. I think some people wouldn't 3-bet this hand. It's because it's connected, it's nice, it plays well, it's gross. 3-bet folding it. Wow,
4-7?
producer James is just dropping confetti in here. I feel like I made a final table. That was incredible. Just the quality of the production here at Triton is something else.
They really give us the full experience in the booth behind the scenes. Well, producer James also opens my water bottles at times, so yeah, he's a lovely man.
Looking out.
All right, so Antonius is still thinking about this one. So official 4-bet sizing is 470,000 with 114 behind.
Cool.
Oh, he
right.
wants to gamble.
Gamble, gamble. So this pot is just shy of 1 million in chips.
I'll tell you what, based on the cards that we saw folded, I don't like Patrick's chances of winning this.
I don't think chat wants to hear that, Ras.
Sorry, chat. How's he going to make it straight? Queen, queen, 10, 10, 8, 8, 8, king. It's just there. That's the case queen.
It's better than nothing.
It is better than nothing. But he's got one king. It's the jack. He's got to hit, really.
He's hunting the jack.
He's hunting the jack. Oh, and I guess one of them's in Nestorenko's hand, too. So it's pretty grim.
Right, don't tell Antonius that. 7 on the turn. Oh.
Ooh, there it is.
Is that the jack you're talking about,
Yeah,
Ras? Because it did show up.
One of the 2 jacks.
You said it was unlikely. That
It was unlikely.
Unlikely is not never, I suppose.
Yeah.
Wow. That was dirty. And brutal for Nestorenko, who's
He won. 200.
eliminated.
He won. He has queen jack. I win now. Yeah.
I mean, the dealer didn't even believe it.
The dealer's shaking her head like, God, this. Even I knew he had aces.
But you know.
But here's the thing.
Go on.
Like, one of the things Patrick's thinking is if I gamble and win here, I have a lot of chips heading into the bubble. 16 left, pays 11. All right, maybe I get to weld the ICM hammer and just, you know,
so it's kind of like a
mess
little
with
bit
these
of
guys.
extra value that you're going to be able to raise and take so much more, right?
Yeah.
You just steal chips.
And
so
there's
it's
still
a little extra pot odds to
They're
it.
still far enough away, you know. I think it's like 16 left now.
16 left, correct.
So winning that pot is worth quite a bit.
And I'll tell you his exact standings now is that he's currently in second place with 83 big blinds, 1.25 million, right behind Sapila.
Or are they both the 2? Wow, they're the 2 chip leaders in the tournament, both at our table. Okay.
That's right. And those are the chip counts right in front of you there. 1.3 officially for Antonius.
Which
Two Finnish players.
Makes it worth slightly less than if, like, say, you took Sapila out and you put an average or short stack in. It would be worth even more, right?
Okay, then if I'm understanding you correctly, Ras, is because Sapila is not going to just take the nonsense.
No, he's also slightly in position to him. There's Ivies between them and two people on the other side. Yeah, no, but it's like, no, Patrick can't just raise through Sapila and Sapila's going to fold.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike if we get down to 13 people left or on the stone bubble, 15 big blind stacks are just going to fold. You raise, they just fold, right? You've seen it in these PLO tournaments now, just out. Good hand, fold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not going to happen with Sapila. And he's going to be slightly in position. So it is worth a little bit less. Just very interesting. I'm just trying to think about Patrick's spot. Like, you know, how much do you want to gamble there? So there are some good reasons to gamble, get a stack now. It's a pretty nice time to get a stack. Actually, I'm thinking I would like the play if Sapila had 500K.
Because of the position.
It's just such a
you'll
good
be in.
spot
Yeah.
to gamble there. You know, and it's like, yes, the guy probably has aces, but he doesn't have to. And actually, this is the funny thing about PLO tournaments. There's guys there who, even in this tournament, who basically always have aces, and other people who don't. So I have no idea who the player who was eliminated.
Nestorenko?
Yeah, Nestorenko. I don't know. I don't know if Patrick knows. Maybe Patrick knows.
So as we move on, Nemeth is going to raise and take with his 2 kings.
And also, obviously, some of that stuff is just when I'm like, oh, the 2 queens are out. The 10's been folded. 2 10s have been folded. A king's been folded. That has nothing to do with how Patrick should play. That's just like random information that we get to know from, just clarifying for people in the chat and whoever's listening. Obviously none of the players playing know cards that have been folded.
Of course.
But we do, and we're sweating it, and we're sweating the cards that come out. And I was just saying, based on the cards that have been folded, you could definitely dock some serious percentage points off Patrick's chance to win, I would guess. I mean, 1 king as well. Like, that's the biggest one.
Yeah, the
right?
one that makes you a set.
His best way to win is just king, right? Like, 1 card. But just, if you think about it, with their 1 king out, the 2 10s, and the 3 8s, it's going to be hard for him to make, because one of the hands was 8-8-8 king. It's going to be hard for him to make a straight.
He needs the 8.
Yeah. 8. Definitely needs a 10, and half of them are gone. So this is like all card removal type stuff.
Look, PLO is a game that obviously has a lot of interference, right?
Yeah.
If you don't take that into account, sure, it didn't matter in that spot specifically. That's just us relaying the outs to you guys. But it definitely applies in terms of post-flop playability.
Yeah. Do you remember what the odds were on the all-in?
What it showed?
Yeah.
Which part?
Just when they got it all in, it showed on the screen. It was like 60-something, 30-something, right?
That sounds about right.
Let's say it was 65-35.
Mm-hmm.
I bet if you put that in some kind of card running thing and you took out a king, 2 10s, a queen, and 3 8s. Now, there were a couple other cards that were not as bad for Patrick to get mucked.
I did the power magic for you, by the way. It is 67-33.
Yeah, I bet you that goes to like 80-20, taking those cards out. Something like that. That's a lot. That's a lot of important cards for Patrick.
See how much you 225?
All right. Ivy's got a nice looking double suited hand. Nemeth with a just rundown with no gaps.
That rundown with no gaps flops top pair, but is a monotone board where Ivy flops the flush. 9 high flush. Well, jack high, with the 9-7 diamonds. Brings in 50K.
And Nemeth's hand is immediately in a gross spot. I think sort of obligated to call. You're folding way too much if you fold top pair here, but it's not a great situation.
It's a pretty much I check call, please don't bet again.
Yeah. Yeah, that sums it up nicely. Now, Ivy will be betting his hand again at some point, I would imagine. The question is if he does it here or he just checks back. I mean, he has less than a pot-sized bet. Significantly less than a pot-sized bet, actually.
Go on, check it.
I mean, Nemeth can win at showdown sometimes here. I don't think this is quite weak enough to bluff. See if he agrees with me. I think he can start finding some stuff that's a little worse to bluff with, but it's getting close after the 4 fills in. The 4 fills in some straight draws at the bottom. Okay, interesting. And Nemeth does think this is weak enough to bluff. This is a bluff.
Just a jack.
Snapped off.
Yeah. And I think some of that was a function of the 4 filling in. So now he doesn't really have missed straight draws.
Maybe.
So Nemeth bluffs it off to Ivy.
Yeah.
Phil's turn check back earns him the full double.
That's true. He bets the turn and he doesn't get a single extra chip.
Yeah.
So players are stepping away for a second as we are going to go on a scheduled break. We do see that Namath, Greco are a short stack with just about 10, 11 big blinds. Welcome back to the booth. Randy Liu alongside Brian Rath.